since I'm actually more than a minute early, I'm going to double my deductions today. Welcome to OnlyCops. This is for the uninitiated, a show where me and fellow other former, current, or I guess aspiring officers go and do breakdowns of media, stuff that we're seeing. Specifically on lives, we do real life stuff. This is the Tuesday show, so there's some police adjacent stuff here. Some skits, some news stories, so it's not strictly Bodycam, but Bodycam definitely finds its way in here. I'm going to get rid of my hellos. I'm going to leave it on this screen. When you see the screen go away, you can skip forward to then. If you want to skip the introduction portion of it, that is when we will go and do our Bodycam breakdown. So, or I guess sorry, I'm getting a message. The breakdown portion of this where we go and explain stuff. So be looking for that. You can skip ahead if you're watching this after the fact so that you can skip all the hellos. But I'd like to say hello to everyone that is here early. Meal Team Thix was indeed first. He is been recognized in there, so we'll go say hi to you. Brave Django, Dial F for Phoner, which I do love. RJ, sliding in third. Joke will come later for the rest of the peeps to show up. Who am I missing here? Lima, 32. Producer Juan has now ruined my setup here. Kimini said, here's some money for your Swedish sugar mom. It's sugar mama, but I will accept sugar mom because you likely speak more languages than I do. Producer Juan has really, because of the way it came in, I have to adjust both sides of the thing. You can also thank Producer Juan for the cool new background. Also, it did not fall on deaf ears here, or I guess on blind eyes, should I say. The Chenford mug is pretty awesome. That's in there on the very, very top. You can see it.
Little sneaky tiny Chenford mug.
Somewhere that way. But this is kind of nice. It's like textured and stuff like that. This is nice.
I got fancy.
Anyways, Kimini, thank you. Also, he's got merch. I have a Magpul shirt on, so that doesn't count.
Lame. Oh, I also have my, hang on.
Oh, very nice. Oh, that's a nice mug. I tell you what, the mugs. So I've had that Chenford mug now for like 2 months, and I've washed it a couple times. And typically, like the really crappy mugs that have like thin lacquer, they dry and they kind of get crappy. Like I've seen that with some of the like, especially on most of these things are like Chinese imports or whatever it is. But I probably washed that thing like 30 times already, and I've been really surprised at how well it's hung up. Now it hasn't been knocked off a counter or anything yet, so hopefully it stays that way. I have the less, let's say, helpful animal.
This one I've had now for like probably 6 months, and I use it probably 2 or 3 times a week.
That is still
like it is brand new, dude.
Legitimately the coolest logo I think you've come up with outside of the Pikachu thing. That is probably
the Pikachu is still my favorite. I need more of the Pikachu stuff. I still need a shirt. I think Bill has one of the shirts, maybe.
Bill is now.
I remember we bought one at one point.
So I have to.
I don't know if it ended up with him or with you.
Let me keep saying hello while I do this. Alex, Hassan is here. Jordan is here. Ram, what is that, homie? Andrea is here. Welcome. Emu, or not Emu, as she's going for. She says points to Juan for the thumbnail. I'll allow it. I'll allow points to media.
Punching Peggy.
Yeah. Jake Williams, what's going on? Brave Django. Already said hi to Thick Thigh Hunter. He said sup. Custodes, already said hi to RJ. Deputy Rex, who has already lost chat points. Brian Miner, Christy C. Another one of our vigilantes. Straw it and bury it. It is good to see you as well. Who am I missing? Said hi. Robert Carson. Mr. Pancake Pit. I'm assuming Pit that has changed his name to Mr. Pancake Pit, which is a deep cut for the uninitiated. Jerry White Rice, whose name makes me chuckle every time I have to say it. Sarah, my sister from another Mr. Welcome. Not El Pete is here. Roswell is here. Still one of the best shows of my childhood. I had that like moody early teen part of me that felt like he was in love every day. Enjoyed that show.
It hit right at that perfect age.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The amount of testosterone versus the amount of common sense you have doesn't really level out. So like, You kind of live in your dreams.
Yeah. We got to do a full series rewatch on the Discord.
On the Discord, right? Bro, I tell you what, I joked the other day.
You know what, though? Actually, we could probably do an Officers React on that because the sheriff was such a huge part of that show. I was going to say, he's part
of it. We'll see if we
get
an
Keith
episode
on there. It's like, is this how they deputies do it out there?
Oh, see, Sarah gave me permission. I'm giving points to PD for me being on time. I was early, actually. Alex has already pressed X for doubt, which has cost y'all some points. John C. P-Woo, Garrett, I think, Da-Zero Hero. I think... Oh, that's going to be a hard one.
From zero to hero in no time flat.
Rira? That's the best way I think I can say it. Tell me if I said it correctly or make fun of me. Strat Map, who looks like he's got like a battery like logo. Spoiler Guy 2.0, welcome back. Ivana, welcome back. Ivana fell asleep last time in one of these after parties, like in the chat. It's funny. I think that's the second time we've caught her lacking there with the sleep. Abby, Mike Barreto. I'm going to say that's correct. Sam, it's my Nalgene bottle with a hydration packet in it.
Rye-era.
Rye-era. Like rye-era?
Well, that just makes me want some rye whiskey.
Howvey? Bill is not good. It is 8 cake. Bill really, it's the strangest thing. He should be in the lowest tech situation, given that he's out like in Area 51. But your boys was flexing hard on his stream setup way before the rest of us were. Like very, very hard. Like there's the guy that makes you just put the weights up and leave because you know that physique is unattainable. That was Bill on his stream.
Hey, you just gotta put those weights up 8 to 10 times.
Yeah, right. He's like, just move them enough, and you'll one of these
and do that
in a decade. You'll be there.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're lucky.
Little Duck whiskey. You saw the nutrition and the sleep.
In a decade with steroids, maybe.
Yeah.
And Little Duck, my dog. I think I said hi to everybody. Sweeper as well. But hello and welcome to OnlyCops. We are now fully staffed. Check this out. The only person we're really missing is Keith, which makes me sad. Is this gonna?
He's part-time now.
He is indeed part-time. Let me fix the stack here so that we have proper viewage of all the people, and we will get into the stream. It's gonna be an interesting one. So I got asked. We have a lot of people don't see this, but behind the scenes, there's an entire process between the people in our Discord that submit videos, and then we have a vigilantes group that actually sifts through them because every once in a while there's stuff that either doesn't meet TOS or whatever. There's not a lot to learn out of them.
We also have a minimal amount of rules on what we will and won't watch on stream.
And so but anyways, there was 2 or 3 that I had to hold aside and watch ahead of time, and some of these will be interesting discussions, I think. Little Duck had us with the Happy Tuesday. Mason J. Tuesday. Who are we making fun of there? Is that a British thing?
Yeah.
Tuesday.
That's how the British pronounce. Just like they say schedule and color.
Yeah. Mando Merck says, my
Cooleries.
EDC is a pack of Newports. I tell you what, you threw a pack of Newports on the floor, that'd buy you about 10 seconds. If you're getting robbed, just like, whoa, Newports. And then Ferrero Rocher Raptor is now here. So we will get on with it. Thank you. Bill, I missed your face. And
here I am.
Producer Juan, I probably talk to him daily at this point, so I miss him.
Yeah.
So
can't miss me.
So that we don't lie, for those of you that saw the thumbnail and decided to click on it because you thought it was interesting, here is said video. It's 28 minutes, so we'll likely skip around, and it's also Midwest safety. So I think we're going to start half pointing Midwest safety.
So massively outnumbered probably means there were 2 teenagers.
I was going to say, right? 15 cops and 5 teenagers.
Yeah.
Fights break out, and multiple people are arrested after a group of teenagers jump another teen on his boat. The police are left to deal with the chaos that follows.
So let's go. right. I need everybody to step out of the truck, please. I need y'all to get out of the truck. Turn the truck off. Get out of the truck. All right. I'm going to need y'all so I can do my investigation.
Well, you can let them go. They're not involved, they said.
Hey.
We're not going to say anything. We're not going to talk.
You're not talking. That's okay. So what I know right now is that you attacked somebody in the door.
We didn't attack nobody.
No, it wasn't. It was the people we were with, but it wasn't us. That's why we left.
So why does he have scratches all over him?
You better get talking. Where's your
Because I hunt. I mean, I work. This ain't from
It's
today.
raining.
Okay. Hey.
This feels like there's one officer there, and there's like a lot of people.
Mutual combat.
Let's go ahead and let's start right off the bat. We're gonna take some points from society. Every time I see something like this, like I'm always reminded at how wonderfully quiet and calm and not complicated my life is. And I've been away from policing long enough now that I've like reached this really nice equilibrium where it's very rare that I'm put in a terribly uncomfortable situation. Then this happens, and I'm like, oh, that's right. This is people's every day.
What's your name?
Hey. Get in the car! Hey. Get in the car! Hey! Hey! No! No!
Daddy down
Guys, back up!
This call
Back up! Back up!
Hey, no.
Back up!
You seem like nice folks.
No, you ain't no kid when you blow up to a man. You ain't no kid no more.
I don't need
Legally, yes. If you bow up to a child, if you bow up to an adult, you're still legally a child. This can come into play. The bubble's going to be depending on what your local or what your state decides, and it's a little different from state by state basis. But generally, right at around 14, any younger, and doesn't matter how heinous the act is, unless it's a felony. You cannot treat them like an adult. There's also some aspect of that that's consent. There's also some aspect of that is declaring a mental state. Like they cannot, because they're incapable of declaring a mental state, they cannot consent to a fight, obviously to a relationship, but other things like contracts and stuff become null and void. So though it sounds cute as a saying, it does not have any legal merit. Kind of like saying I know my rights.
You telling me this guy's not a lawyer?
Yeah, exactly right.
I thought that was court attire.
And I get it. You have this happen a lot, especially in the summertime, because you have kids. These kids don't have anything better to do. They don't have a lot of parent supervision. You'll see them drink. They're trying to get cigarettes. They're also doing dumb stuff, they're doorbell ditching, random nonsense. And so you have to be careful with how you're interacting with them as an adult, because the law will be applied to you very differently. I'm not saying you don't have rights as well, that there's some aspects of stuff like stand your ground. And again, if they're in the commission of a felony, you don't have to just be like a hapless victim, but be really cognizant of that, because right at that 14-year-old threshold, they can look a lot older or act a lot older than they are. But that's not an affirmative defense to prosecution. Well, I didn't know they were young. You're still going to be held accountable. So just be cognizant. Be the bigger person, the adult. Don't get yourself hemmed up for nothing. Here's some more. Beautiful bill has arrived. Kimini, she's probably already 3 sheets to the wind. You were not allowed to donate anymore. No more shekels.
You need to bail your ass out of jail, Sam. Let's go. All right, let me do my investigation. We'll figure it out. Okay? All right? Thank you.
If I find out what we're going to, I will go to that.
Let me do my investigation, please. Please. I don't want to take you to jail. Come on, man. Let's do this.
Also, making statements like, well, if you don't handle it, I will, is going to be called a res gestae statement, also shows premeditation. If it happens to, let's say I'm an idiot and I decide to go talk trash to Bill because he's made me feel like a small man because I'm deadlifting the bar and he's over there lifting weights like a real adult. We get into an altercation. Law enforcement splits us up. He says, well, if you don't handle Bill, it's going to get handled. And somehow Bill ends up getting shot later that day. I'm suspect number 1, right? You're telling on yourself, as we like to say it. So I get that this plays itself, I don't know, probably 100 times a day in every single city across the planet. But and they learned this from seeing it in TV or the Maury Show or whatever the hell they're watching. If they see
where
this,
like a well-scripted comeback ends the discussion. It's
Right.
like, no, it just makes everybody else mad, and eventually they start punching.
right. And like
And
I
none
said,
of y'all know how to punch, so you're all just
right.
doing this nonsense.
this kind of weird stuff. But also like in the day and age of body cams, which I'm happy with, and even just cell phone recordings, as much as people talk about police accountability, you're also going to get this type of statements captured and that can burn you a lot. Just be cognizant of that.
Hey, what's your name, big dog?
42 to 16. I need another unit.
You need
like
more
3.
than one. Okay, hold on.
It's a deputa. That's
Oh,
why.
it's a deputa? Okay. I feel so
She's
much
like,
better.
oh, I just need one more.
Just one
we
more.
only got one more in the county, so
No kidding.
A little bit of a riot here in the parking lot. They're here.
other deputa up from his nap, so
yeah.
he can come help.
So in the state of Texas, a riot starts at 7 people or more. So this would meet the legal definition. I was told in a very cute way that that's because a revolver only held 6 shots. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we were taught, and that's how I remember it.
It's a good rule of thumb,
Yeah.
at least.
Now, someone in the chat's going to be like, well, there's revolvers that hold 8 rounds now. Doesn't matter. The legal definition of it, at least in Texas, is going to be 7 or more. This is a riot.
You can't handle it in 6.
Hey! All right.
Your dad will show up and
All right.
it will happen.
Everybody, get in your vehicles. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. Please. All right. You two, come over here. Come over here.
Good.
Come on. Come over here.
Why are they still talking?
All right. So can somebody please tell me what happened at the boat ramp?
We were not involved at all, ma'am.
He obviously got his ass kicked. So who
yes,
kicked his
yes,
ass?
Yes, ma'am.
Kid is.
Yes, ma'am. All I
We
seen,
didn't touch him. We didn't.
all I seen was people fighting, and all I did was stay back and watch.
Did you see who it was?
No, I don't.
don't know.
You're not going to get in trouble for knowing that.
No, I do not at all.
So I'm trying to narrow down because there's apparently a bunch of people here. What did you see?
I looked over, everyone was fighting everyone. Us 3 left because we didn't want to get involved because it's not our problem. If they're fighting, they're fighting. That has nothing to do with us. And then they're all trying to come at us saying that we're going to go get all them boys.
Okay.
And then they're screaming saying you're going to whip my ass. If you're going to whip my ass, please do it. The cops here, please.
That's just crazy, man. That's just
Talk to Lane because I know him. I know him from
The kid
school.
that got beat up?
Yes.
Let me bring him over here.
Okay.
I'm here to protect him, all right? I got him. Please. Okay, 3 boys. Did any of them put their hands on him?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
I think both of them. I know he was trying to back me up, trying to fight me.
I never touched him.
What did you see him do?
Crazy. None of their stories line up. Wild.
Weird.
It's like people lie to you. I'll be
Also,
honest.
would you? So bringing them all together into a big group again when they're clearly on opposing sides of the thing.
Terrible idea.
Seems like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Seems like this is asking to get in a fight.
So,
again.
If you really wanted a real statement, you would ask them from further away where those other kids couldn't hear you.
also individually so that they can't just say,
Yeah.
that's what happened, right? You know?
Or like look at each other and be like, which one was it?
Yeah. So like that's your I don't know. The place where you're supposed to have the right to confront your accuser is in court, not on the street. That's not when that's supposed to happen.
Or in the octagon.
Yeah, something else here as far as the assault, like though I'm sure assaults occurred, without serious bodily injury, if I'm by myself, my give a damn for this is pretty low. I'm going to be like, is any broken bones? Anybody need medical? No. Out, Girl Scout. Unless I have like an immediate victim that's saying, no, this happened to me. They want to take I'd probably get everybody identified if I could. I'd at least run the plates to figure it out and try to talk to everybody. But if the situation's getting away from you, the idea is to do peacekeeping. They want to go file. Yeah, it was one officer. Like there's 20 people that I couldn't control. The easiest way to do this was to get them to disperse and call it a day. Sometimes that's all you're going to be able to do. Especially in whatever in the white trash is going on here. But this is
Hey, don't you dare talk about people like that.
I'll tell you what, this truck probably runs better than mine does.
Oh, yeah.
It's got newer headlights.
It looks
does
in way better
indeed.
condition than yours.
It really
What are you
does.
talking about?
Hey, if it can
Love
pull
the
a
mullet
boat,
was
it's
hitting
running
him.
better than yours.
That is very true.
But it doesn't have a gas filler.
While I do my investigation, I'm going to detain you for now, okay?
Your truck's pulling a muscle.
I'm not placing you under arrest yet. I just want to finish everything.
I never touched him. I know what I did.
Yeah, Josh's heart
Okay,
every
before
day.
we do
Dog, I know. I had it running for about 2 months, and then I think I have a bad fuel injector in the number 1 cylinder. I ran the code, so we'll see if I can fix it. It's now a
I'm finally
project
getting-
truck at this point.
I'm finally getting to where we just had to replace the engine and the radiator on it. So I'm getting there. But to be fair, mine's like 9 years older than yours.
At least, yeah, because I think
Yeah.
mine's a 07 and
Ours is 2003.
Oh, it's
2001?
close. Oh, we're
Something
closer.
Like that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Mine was a little more pre-owned when I got it.
You'll be fine. I can't see past the sink.
Do anything? Can we get everyone here because it's not fair that it's all them versus us.
Okay, so if you know the guys that got in the fight, I would be more than happy to speak to every single one of them. Okay.
We'd like to know why they decided to do it.
All right, I'll get down for a big in the car. Okay? You sure you didn't get those scratches on your back?
I never touched him.
We don't know the names. That's the problem.
Y'all came here, y'all are friends, and you don't know the names. Look,
It's a good looking uniform.
Yeah, I was about to say, I love that green.
The buttoned
Hey, you
clasp
know why it looks
belt,
good?
Also,
Because
your
he's
boy-
fit.
Your boy also looks good in it.
That too, yeah.
But the this is
That
a very
helps.
nice. This is a very nice setup here.
this isn't a situation where I'm asking you to snitch or anything like that, but just understand, what I'm telling you you need to do is give me their names so we can keep this going. Because if you don't, and I find out you're lying to me, I will take you to jail. I'm not above that. I mean, at the end of the day, y'all don't want this to interfere with you.
I'm already on probation. I'm not trying to get in their name.
Okay, so there you go. So give me at least a couple of their names. I know you know more.
Okay.
All right.
Question. This needs to be hauled off.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out if he actually did it or not.
There's 4 witnesses
There's
that
a
said
whole
he
nother
did.
boat.
Right, so we have to do our investigation.
There's like 10 people in their boat.
So let us do our job.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Look, man, you spend a whole day on the boat with these guys and you don't know who they are.
I mean, all that I know is my friend Aiden.
Extent of his injuries and everything like that.
I tell you what would get everybody to scatter. You'd be like, was that the game warden that said he was on his way? Everybody'd leave.
Yeah, the handle's one of it. You leave it right there, boss. You leave it right there.
Have they shown him at all? Do we know the kid who got attacked? Have we shown him at all?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I want to know how injured he is.
Hey, don't get bloody with the chart from them?
Yeah, of course. Can we lay down? No, you're good.
This is Evan helping get these people. This is Evan.
You're Evan?
So this kid allegedly is involved. I'm assuming these kids were involved.
We're there. The boys all.
Okay. And then how many were there?
There was at least 6.
6?
At least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know any of them?
No, I've never met these boys.
Okay.
Not a day in my life.
So,
Not a
Hey,
day in
Gigi,
my life.
no, come up here. No, you're not talking to me. Come here, listen. You're I don't care. You're staying up. I don't care. I'm telling you, you're gonna stay up here.
But I have nothing to do with it.
Okay, you can either stay here. You're gonna go in handcuffs. You're gonna go in handcuffs.
All right, bro. All right, hey, chill.
Okay, you chill, bro. I'm not. I already told y'all this. Go up there. Go.
That's my brother.
I don't care.
My brother.
Oh, here we go.
So that's my brother is not an affirmative defense to prosecution for interference. Just in case you're wondering. Where's society again? This one's taking me way too long here. Let's take another 10. That'll make me feel better.
This does look very similar to his uniform.
This does.
If you come up here, you're gonna be placed under. I tell you, I can talk to my. Do you want to go? Go back over there. Go. Hey. Go over there.
Part of that. I wasn't part of it.
I wasn't part of it. Put his line back. No.
The second someone touches somebody going into custody, you could be at Chelsea. You start threatening to tase people. Like you have to. So he got a little amped. Don't get me wrong. Like this is still like maybe a Class B misdemeanor depending on the aspects. Brave Django. How dare you disparage King K? You to chill. You need to. He got a little amped. For a Class B misdemeanor, I'm probably not getting this excited. Outside of trying to find, obviously, a solution to this problem, or at least the information. But once you're going hands-on like that, if somebody gets this close, it needs to be a pretty quick attitude. Like, if you allow line stepping will happen, right? Conversely, if you're trying to be a homie or a Chad, just tell your friend to shut up. Interfering with said apprehension is not going to happen. But
This is a good pause, too, because she's got cuffs in her hands before anybody's in a handcuffing position.
We'll see.
Yeah, everything's fine. Watch out, bro. Watch out, bro. Why are you playing me tough, bro? That's so bro. Get up there, man. Come on, watch out, bro.
Where'd the ghetto accent come from?
Okay, just stop. Are you cool?
The handcuffs just
Okay, I'm leaving
made
you
it
in
happen?
handcuffs until.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw Florida. Never mind. It all makes more sense now. It's all coming together.
Bruh. Come on, bruh. You put your handcuffs on me, bruh.
Okay.
They trying to blame it on me.
No one over there blamed you.
They trying to blame it on my boat.
No one blamed any of y'all for
They called my
being
parents and everything, and they're like, all those boys was you, this and that. And I was like, yeah, none of those boys were.
Come here. They need to go back.
Let me go back. Like I just told you. You swear you told me I could.
No, I didn't tell you could stand there.
Hey, we're leaving.
That's great. Go.
His dad called us saying, you guys smashed his chain, you guys beat him up. That stuff had nothing to do with any of us. And I was like, you guys are trying to blame it on all of our boat. I was like, we went on the river.
I loaded the boat up, so it's not sitting in the water the whole time.
No, just wait, bro. No. I'm not going to tell you again. Just go over there and wait.
Oh my God, what is your problem, bro?
Bro, you're about to go to jail. That's going to be your problem.
Now, to be fair, he says, what's your problem, but he's leaving. Just let him go. If you continue to go back and forth.
If he's got to load up his boat, though.
And if that's all he was going to do is load up the boat, let him do it, right? Like, it is his property. He's wanting to leave, whatever. But, like, at the same time.
I don't know. I'm not sure I want someone in their vehicle over here by me.
Well, I'd just move my investigation over there. I'd put some stuff in between me and that. At least you have some, like, actual physical boundaries. Like, he'd tear up your truck if you try to drive through this.
Which would be funny.
Oh, that would be
because those are probably like 5 to 6 feet in the ground.
Oh, that's what I mean. Yeah, like that you're getting pretty tore up there. But I would just move your investigation to somewhere where you think you can have better control of it. Yeah. It's kind of why patrol cars rock for that. Yeah. You start to want to detain people, start doing that stuff. But like,
there's no reason to get in a yelling match over it.
It's just going back and forth. It only aims to escalate, and I get it's annoying. People will test you. However, like you are going to be better served trying to work through the situation that you're in. And like I said, just get the facts of the case, find out if you got PC for anything. And if you don't, leave. Let it be a them problem, or force them to disperse because you're not going to take any enforcement action and just go type it in the notes. Millennial gets it, my brother.
For trying to
Yes. I'm over here trying to conduct an investigation. Everybody's interrupting.
He's just trying to load his boat.
I don't give a Yeah, right. I don't care. I don't care. The way I feel right now is I just take everybody. I don't care at this point. I really don't. Okay, hey, I'm done talking. I'm done talking.
All right, can I talk to you? Because
no, I don't want to talk to you. You weren't even there, right?
But I know what happened.
I could care less. Okay, so actually, I want you to sit there and stop talking. Okay, so can you please finish what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying.
I'm going to that's my boat, bro. No.
You lost me now.
I don't know that this is going to constitute interference, to be honest.
Not at all.
It's not.
What does it have to do with?
It's not on the. He has a right to control his property, right? You've decided to conduct your investigation when there's no material evidence there at the boat ramp, right? Now, let's say
boat evidence.
Right.
Are you taking it?
That's what I was going to say. Like, if the boat, you can imagine like a car accident, right? Or you know, God forbid, I door dink Bill's truck, right, with mine. Right now, this is material evidence to that.
Well, that would be
incident.
mine.
for parking next to it. It's like, I'll go ahead and park there. No, actually, no. I'd be taking my truck and putting it in the street, and you'd get in the driveway.
Remember that one detective who had that nice new Corvette, and a rookie hit it with their patrol car in the back of the parking lot?
It's a bad time. Recruiting standards have always been low. Just remember.
Oh, man. That was tough.
So what I'm getting at is, because this doesn't have any material evidence to do with the investigation, nor does this location specifically, like, unless he thinks he's going to pick up like a blood droplet or something like that, like, I don't really see him going to go get his property as an issue. When you can always move yours, because where you're conducting said investigation's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, why does this matter?
Itself. If it gets him out of here, go on with it. But like, it doesn't. You're enforcing a line in the sand and doing an enforcement action that probably doesn't need to get done, and is undermining the original reason why you were there. Now, if it was for a more important reason, like let's say he was, I don't know, setting fire to a boat or starting another fight, that'd be a little different. But when it's just you, and we're not sure if it's Chelsea or Cassie that's with you, maybe don't start running around getting into fights when you're potentially outnumbered 20-1.
What is... Hey! Are you serious? Are you serious?
I told you.
Not a fight.
Oh my God, this is so... I know, bro. I literally was going to...
How did he get here? I don't get it.
Get a drink, but okay.
Put your hand on.
Hey! 16
Oh shit!
Are you serious? What is your...
So he's mad because you've now taken a long time to conduct the investigation, right, for the assault. He's on his way to maybe start an assault, maybe not start an assault. You don't technically know, still, allegedly, because I haven't heard anywhere in this who started what and who did what. But he's, let's just say, if I'm his attorney, on an impromptu jog to leave this location. And I'm now putting this guy on the pavement.
Like that.
I got 2 guys detained in handcuffs.
Like a WWE move.
I'm assuming he's going to say something to the extent of resisting. I don't see it because he was not involved in your investigation to begin with. He was leaving the 2 detained people you had. And maybe he was antagonizing a potential other fight, which maybe he's in his mind, he's trying to prevent.
Yeah.
What about the other people? What if those other people who are now near their cars armed? And now we're over here playing, it's whatever. This is our
Get the back up!
Back up! Sit on the ground.
I'm getting it.
Sit on the ground and you're going in cuffs.
Hey, call my mom and dad and tell them to come. Please, come on. Mom, this is so stupid.
Can you sit on the ground? Come here.
This is dumb. This is so stupid. You're going to. I literally came here to get the boat, and I can't even go to my own boat. What is
Hey!
Hey! Now I'm in handcuffs because of y'all for no reason.
You! Sit on the ground.
I like how that guy was randomly in handcuffs too, that they just kind of left. So we are now, I would be out of handcuffs at this point. I think because I typically only carried 2 on my person and I kept another 2 in my car. I'm down to whichever, let's say Bill and I are on this call. We're down to one set of handcuffs on our persons and nobody.
You know what we'd start doing? We'd start taking handcuffs off and handcuffing
I was going to say just daisy
people
chaining them.
together. Yep.
Have done that at least once. Yeah, there's
and
not.
Then we'll tase them all.
Yeah, that's not. Oh, dude, could you imagine in the rain?
The daisy chain tase. That'd be
my
awesome.
God,
that'd be so much fun.
You just do what you can do in like Baldur's Gate. You tase the ground and then the water.
I was going to say the whole thing gets
That'd
everybody.
be so cool. Could you imagine just like dry stunning the ground and just watching it go?
You feel like Thor for like two minutes.
You've got rubber soles, so you're fine.
Yeah, we'd be good.
Mustang. Oh, he's now Left Pocket Dog. I'm sussed out about that name.
Left Pocket.
Ruh-roh. Flex cuffs are also not a bad idea here.
Is your pocket in or out? I need to know.
Yeah.
Is someone?
Sit on the ground.
Is it free for someone to grab?
Right now.
Sit on the ground. Mom,
We have a third.
no reason right now.
Hey, look at me. Anything charge, please.
Also, as an adult, maybe.
How old's that kid?
I don't know. This guy looks pretty grown though.
Yeah.
Mom cannot help you. An attorney can, but mom cannot. And even if mom is an attorney, that's a conflict of interest.
Sit on the ground. You? Sit on the ground. You're gonna get a resisting charge. Sit on the ground. Please don't threaten my brother.
We're done. I'm done.
What are you doing?
What are you gonna handcuff him with?
I'm done.
Sit.
My God. Bro, I'm gonna fucking lose my. God.
I tell you what, for a fight, this is pretty complicit. These, I was angry at these guys initially because they were acting pretty ignorant. But as far as like resisting is concerned, I mean, I don't know that I'd even have it. Even if I had a legit offense, right? These guys have been pretty.
Yeah.
complicit.
What is the offense?
Yeah.
Damn, Mom.
He's just holding him romantic right now.
Whoa! You can't say that word, my friend.
Whoa.
Oh, bro, you need chill pills. Sit down. Sit down. I'm on the ground, bud. Go on the.
He was literally holding his hands, his own hands, behind his back.
Bruh.
Stay there.
Yeah.
You are dumb. Okay, thank you.
Why is he being arrested?
4 of us are
Oh man.
Did y'all not act a fool? You know how easy this would have been? Y'all would have been on that boat at home by now.
What's the law they
Dude,
broke?
it's such bullshit. It's such a stupid thing.
316, 1019.
Right.
I want you to take me there because you have both of my brothers.
That's not
Give me
gonna
some
happen.
You have
disposition.
both of my brothers.
Okay.
So he's going for resisting and he's going for battery and resisting?
Yes.
For
battery
what?
and resisting.
How are you?
Resisting what? What did they resist?
Was that 4 for resisting? Okay. we're gonna take 10 each. That was
What are they resisting?
because the let's say the battery sticks, right? You got good witnesses that said that this kid jumped another kid and there was an assault, some unwanted touching going on, and these poor.
Did I miss the victim? Did he talk?
I guess
I
it
don't
was
think
the
we ever.
yeah.
I didn't.
So we
have
never
no clue
saw
who
it.
it was. I never saw him. I couldn't tell.
like-
they all, because they kept blurring out, or maybe it was the droplets that kept blurring out their faces. But I'm like, they all look the same.
Yeah.
Torso or neck down. Aside
Yeah.
from the shorts.
I don't
I have no
know.
clue
Yeah.
who's who.
They all weigh 145 pounds.
I just
Yeah.
don't know about resisting.
And that's soaking
dog.
wet because. So like,
Yeah, exactly. I was being generous.
Yeah, it's. I have no clue who was with what group.
He said arrested for acting a fool. Straight to
How
jail.
did we miss? Did you skip stuff? They said we missed the part where the victim talks.
Yeah, we
Affray,
skipped around.
disorderly conduct, then obstructing, meet with resisting without statute. I mean, disorderly conduct is a little hard only because you made him stay here. Like, you know what I mean? I guess it was disorderly before you showed up.
We did see the bloody torn shirt at one point, but I didn't know if that was his like who
Let's see.
in the group his shirt what was. It was pretty. It was a pretty
Because
messed
he
up
was
shirt.
at the grocery store. They have groceries in the damn car. If you want to go look at them.
Well,
no, let me finish my
I'm done.
story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm done. I'm done talking to you.
Okay, well,
I don't care. You weren't here. I don't care.
What happened?
I've been talking-
Please explain what happened.
I just tried to talk to you, but you're talking over me, and I'm not doing it.
I'm trying to explain to
Okay.
you what I know.
You can talk to me like a human being, and I'll talk to you like a human being. If
Absolutely,
not,
I
I'm done
respect you
talking.
in uniform. I
Okay,
absolutely
well, then
do.
let's talk.
Okay, so now what?
Now they're all going to jail.
Who is going to jail?
Everyone. Everybody that's in the car. And I'm
Who is in the car? Hey, can I get my brother's phone?
So whoever's in the cop car is going to jail.
Yes, that is correct.
They are going to jail.
Okay.
Who's
Not
this
for
whole
long.
timer?
And the way I'm going to say this is not going to come out right.
We will figure it out.
There you go.
Okay, we will figure it out.
Yeah, all right, so now take him to the station for processing.
Yes, sir. For simple misdemeanor resisting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Guys, you need to back up. You need to back up.
Let Grandpa talk to him. Let Grandpa get away.
Okay, it looks like you're going to have to spend the night in jail. You can break bond.
No, he's not going to spend the
No,
night.
we're not
It's a misdemeanor. He's going to get bond.
All right, just misdemeanor. Everybody calm. Take deep breaths and cooperate with the police. And don't say anything else about the case. Just cooperate with the police. We'll bond.
This is some deputized stuff. Ain't nobody talking to my person once they're in custody. I don't care. But at least it's the first attempt at de-escalation we've seen.
Yeah.
He's got panic attacks.
Okay.
And he takes seizure medicine.
Okay.
So somebody needs to know
Yes,
with
ma'am.
the youngest one when he gets.
Just calm down. It's going to be all right.
He's not going to accept them. So from there, we would contact you.
Panic
and you'd come and
attacks,
pick him
huh?
up from the jail.
I can't take them now.
No, sir. No. We gave them ample opportunity to
I
do it.
guarantee y'all, whatever the y'all can do to them, I can do worse. I need them
I
with me,
understand.
though, man.
Okay, so that's 8:50. Do we get a timestamp?
You can let them go. They're not involved, they said.
Hey,
They were here for 2
6:51.
hours. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
For misdemeanor resisting charges.
What do we?
I can't take them now.
No, sir. No. We gave them ample opportunity to
I
do it.
guarantee.
I want to hear. Maybe
Sir, I
he
remember
explains.
responding to scenes that just turned into complete chaos. While I was attempting to investigate the initial call, I remember actually running out of handcuffs to cuffing multiple people at the same scene. And training is one thing, things escalate because while the officer's investigating, she then has to shift gears to crowd control because the other people on location are starting to close in the group in the white truck. Now, usually police would implement some sort of crowd control techniques. However, in this situation, this officer is clearly outnumbered, and she has to control the situation the best she can until backup arrives. And de-escalation is the key here. And this officer is doing a great job at that. And after the officer gets an eyewitness, we see that one of the males gets detained. So this case is getting somewhere. And as the victim is telling his story of the events, I can clearly see that he has cuts and swelling.
That's
to
the
his face.
victim?
Okay.
It's getting somewhere. And as the victim is telling his story of the events, I can clearly see that he.
So we're talking bodily injury, maybe, which is anywhere from like a little bit bruised to just causing pain, like no visible actual injury. There's just a complaint of pain.
How did we not talk to this kid and say, who hit you? Yeah,
Well, but also like,
and do you want to press charges?
because it would have just been assault. Who hit you? All of them? Cool.
Right.
Jail. Done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, they said they got the battery charge for the one kid.
The one kid, yeah.
So is that the kid that hit him? Where'd all these other resisting charges come
I'll be
from?
honest. I'm probably so.
And what are they resisting?
And so they're minors, right? And
Are they? Are they all minors?
I think so, just based on the way this is all getting discussed here. But like, now you got to notify the superintendent. Now you got to do all this BS because you can't take them straight to jail. You got to do this whole thing. I don't know, dog. I hated this call. This is dumb.
He has cuts and swelling to his face, so this is possibly a battery case. And this is why officers do question people separately and multiple times, because the stories from the suspects are not adding up. And that's because lies always change, but the truth, it stays the same. Now, this is great police work because they took pictures of the victim's face, the shirt, and the boat. So right now, it's not looking too good for the suspect. And as the officers are doing their best to finish the investigation and clear the scene, total chaos erupts. And at this...
It was not to. This guy made total chaos. Dumb. Maybe they got the assault. I totally get the assault portion of it. But
old Redbeard,
yeah, dog,
getting all amped made everyone else amped.
It was too much. It was way too much. Oh, look, they did the... I remember seeing this story. Hold on. This is totally not part of it, but I just...
An ex-cop in Tennessee will soon head back to court on 2 charges of official misconduct.
Is this the guy that did the traffic stop?
Yes.
For the after he appeared in an OnlyFans video while on duty. We speak with the content creators.
Oh, he was on duty?
Yes,
I just thought he was in uniform.
In full uniform.
So he was in his squad car in full uniform.
Yeah, he had his patrol car too.
I think he might have been like at lunch or something like that.
Oh
yeah.
my, that's
he probably marked out for this.
Bro, marked out.
He logged the traffic stop.
Oh my god, dude! If he did it during a traffic stop, that would be top tier heinous. Like.
Who were part of that video about what led up to the incident and the impact it has had since. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we've learned that a former Nashville police officer agreed to suspend his police certification status indefinitely, pending the outcome of criminal charges being filed against him. Now, we first reported about Sean Herman last year when he was fired from the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and then arrested for apparently... In the video, later identified as Herman, can only be seen from the chest down. You don't see his face, but it's obvious the man is wearing a police uniform. And at one point, at least part of the police department patch is visible. Now, we can't show you the video titled, "Can't Believe He Didn't Arrest Me," but we can describe it for you. So you got a woman named Jordan who creates, not for safe work videos on OnlyFans behind the wheel of a car. And someone else in the car says that she was going too fast, turns the camera to show a white patrol car out the back window. But Jordan replies that she won't be getting a ticket and says she plans to show the officer her breasts. So Herman apparently steps up to the car, identifies himself as Officer Johnson, and he tells Jordan she was speeding, going 65 and a 45. He asks for her license and registration, but Jordan says she doesn't have it in his car. Well,
that's top tier. There's some jokes in there. You're welcome.
What if she showed him her breasts? And then appears she lifts her shirt. He tells her he can see that anytime on the internet, so she invited him to touch her. And some versions of the video online cut off. But Herman allegedly touched Jordan's breast. He then reportedly fondled himself before telling Jordan he was only going to give her a warning for speeding. But not long after it was filmed, on May 8th, Specialized Investigations Division detectives found the video and identified Herman as the man in an MNPD uniform. Police Chief John Drake fired Herman the next day. He'd been on the force for 3 years.
Bro.
And the investigation continued after Herman was fired, and he was arrested in June on 2 counts of official misconduct. So we looked up the Tennessee statute on that, and it is a Class 3 felony. The criminal statute reads a public service.
Dang. Yeah, so this wouldn't have been a legit traffic stop, but they conducted one. Even if it's a fictitious... Oh, that sus.
Yeah.
The body cam gave it for OnlyCops. That's funny. That would have been more heinous if he actually activated his body-worn camera for that.
Dude, imagine if you've never touched a boob before, and those are the lengths that you had to go to finally touch one.
That's a bad time.
Servant commits an offense who would intend to obtain a benefit or to harm another in the nature of the public servant's office or employment, violates a law relating to the public servant's office or employment, or receives any benefit not otherwise authorized by law.
So I do think they did a rev share on the video. Like they paid him
to be on it,
to be in this fake traffic stop while on duty. Just like kind of like a gratuity.
If they didn't, would you still be able to argue official misconduct?
Probably, yes. Probably
what
with
would be considered the
so it'd be a lewd
benefit,
act. So like touching with the intent to gratify would be like a lewd act in public. There's going to be different language for it, but
so the
just
gratification is your benefit.
Well, it's for the sake of gratification, right? Like so, the act that they conducted there was in and of itself illegal, which he knowingly and intentionally like participated in while on duty is a big deal. Even if he did it off duty.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still
in
probably
uniform.
like a Class B or a Class A misdemeanor. Like,
yeah.
Bro, even not in uniform, dog. Like, oh.
Law. Now, judges have discretion in sentencing, which can include probation, fines, or even 1 to 6 years in prison. That is if he's ultimately convicted or takes some sort of plea deal. But Herman was granted a $3,000 bond and released as the
Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and the case of Sean A. Herman. Mr. Herman was submitted for decertification based on termination of criminal conduct, and we have agreed order, so I will turn it over to our representative from legal.
Attorney Miranda, nicely. I spoke with Mr. Herman's attorney last night. There are pending criminal charges. He has agreed to enter a suspended status with his post-certification indefinitely.
No way. They interviewed the chick.
Jordan and her husband, who we're going to go by Hubs, right? That's the name we're going with.
No way, bro. Law and crime is getting after it now.
Hey, listen.
I love it.
I just want you all to know that if you're silly enough to pay for
you're doing it wrong.
OnlyFans, you're talking to the husband responding to messages.
1,000%
every time.
1,000%.
And probably that. I'm sure that cop was doing that off duty too, as part of his benefits.
For sure. Yeah.
Or
you know
possibly
what?
on duty on his
You know
phone.
what? I'll take Kim and he's plus 10 to suspects. that's pretty good, actually.
Great. Okay, so great to have you both here. Thanks so much for taking the time. Jordan, I want to start with you. What has this whole experience been like for you since it was all in the news and today? What's this all been like?
I think it's been stressful for everyone.
It's been incredibly lucrative. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I was just about to say,
great
quit
advertising.
complaining. Yeah,
It's
you
been
got
stressful.
free advertising from the news.
Well, and
it's
even
been,
being
it's been
even
stressful
being
to
here.
keep up with all my new subscribers.
I mean, hell, we're talking about it.
We had to hire 5 other dudes to do all the chatting for
You
me.
know what? You know what?
We have an AI chatbot now.
So I'm gonna see. Let's see, they're talking about.
We did a local post, just like we normally would, not to do anything in particular, just saying like, hey, if there's anybody local who wants to film, yada yada. He reached out, hey, I'm not a creator, but I would love to shoot a video.
He
reached out.
Oh my god.
Yikes.
That makes it a lot worse. Which also means that they have receipts for that if they're making the claim.
Quite literally, because he was a subscriber, clearly.
Video. So once we chatted with him a little more, it was like, he basically was just like, yeah, I'm a police officer, so I need to kind of be discreet. Obviously, like, you'd be blown away how many police officers, firefighters, nurses, doctors do OnlyFans. To some capacity.
You mean do it or they watch it? Because I'm not
No,
like a ladder. Do it.
Ooh,
Okay.
like either their wives are a part of it, yada yada yada, but everybody remains faceless. The whole no face, no case thing.
Right.
You see posts all the time. 5 detectives rolled up on our house.
Okay, I don't care about the rest of the story. That's municipals. Let's take a
Have
big
fun
L.
with that.
Oh, but you know what? Shout out to them for decertifying. That's a big deal.
Quick question.
Yes.
Would they be brought up on charges for anything?
Well,
I'm guessing not, because they're talking and saying everything.
If you were feeling real petty, I guess you could say that like they videotaped the lewd act in public, and so maybe you could go that.
How do you
route.
know it was in public?
Well, that's problem number 1. Problem number 2, there still likely has to be like an offended party, right? So like, let's say I did this in the middle of a field. Well, there's no one to be offended. I don't really have a victim, and I can't claim society because like like an area that's not there. And likely, in this instance, it's more valuable to you to have them as a complicit witness than they would be somebody else you're trying to charge. You could say, hey, and they might have done exactly that. Let's say they had a charge that they were going to try to like leverage as far as like filming an adult thing in public or without a license or something stupid like that. They would hold that charge and say, well, if you're willing to help us with prosecution as witnesses, we'll just ignore these charges. That happens a lot.
Yeah, I could see that maybe trying to use it against them, but I don't think anybody believes that those charges would stick.
I'm going to watch this shorter one before we go to this one real quick, just so that we can have a palate cleanser for that. Let's see.
Back in October 7th, right in front of this building in Sacramento. Now, in the video that you're about to watch, the woman can be seen being pushed out of these doors. She then lands right around this area that I'm standing in right now. Now, it was all caught on surveillance cameras from the jail, as well as several body-worn cameras, and we were able to sit down and stitch some of it together to show you exactly what happened.
A total of 6 videos released by the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office details how this incident all began.
Come on out, ma'am.
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh my God.
You want to talk to my partner?
Thank you so much. Oh my God.
A woman is seen being processed to get released from county jail, though there's still a lot of unknowns surrounding her arrest.
I'm not gonna go. There was a court.
If you don't go to jail, if you don't agree to go to court, you don't go home.
What are you talking about?
You just sign the form.
For this.
Focus on this.
For this, listen.
He said, "Focus on this." My brother gets it.
Woman talks for about 2 minutes as deputies repeatedly ask her to sign some forms.
Ma'am, just go ahead and sign the pad.
How many?
I'm guessing this is a personal recognizance bond or whatever it is, like a. Just
Yeah, but if she doesn't understand, you can't make her sign it.
Right. Agreed.
If she doesn't sign it, you just put her back in the hole?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you'd have to
until she
wait.
sees a
You'd have to keep her in jail until the
Until she
judge
sees
can
the
see
judge.
her.
Gotcha.
So that could be, like, if you get arrested end of business day on Friday, you could be in jail till Monday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they had judges on over the weekends. It just depends on, like, what the crime was.
Yeah. Bro, Emu out there outing us for the highest paid members perks. How dare you? That was supposed to be a
Whoa.
secret.
Hey, that's not public information. Keep that shit off YouTube.
Two more, that's it.
The footage shows one of the deputies grows visibly frustrated as a woman talks and doesn't sign the documents.
So, like, listen to me.
Okay.
So, like, I need you to listen
Okay,
to
please
me.
don't touch me.
I need you to
Please
listen
watch
to
your
me.
contact, okay? Please stand back. You will need me to
You
sign.
need to stop talking and just
What?
listen to us.
What did you
Sign
say?
People will be so, and just if you want to join and do any part of corrections or law enforcement or whatever, understand you have put them in a situation where they ain't got nothing else going on, right? What are they doing? Being late for work now? Like, what are they like? What is at risk for them if this interaction is annoying? Nothing. This won't change sentencing. This won't change anything. I get you have to do it because it's part of your job, and the longer this takes, the longer you're stuck on it. But like, if you don't see this for what it is, you don't want to sign it, cool. Back in the cell and call it a day. Versus I get you not wanting to hold on to them. I'm sure there's more processing paperwork with it, so on and so forth. But like, if this is it, if you cannot control your emotion here, or old Redbeard that was over there yelling at the guy at the boat ramp, this is just simply not for you. This is normal. Very, very normal. You're going to be subjected to this daily. Oh,
It's customer service with extra steps.
Oh, dude, it's the worst kind of customer service with all the extra steps.
Eventually, one of the deputies
They want to make done. They want to make.
takes the signing pad away from the woman.
Here's your stuff.
Okay.
Start walking this way.
One deputy can be seen putting his hand on her back.
Okay.
Start walking this way.
Don't push me.
We're escorting you outside because you can't go without assaulting my partner.
Then, two deputies hold her by the arms and escort her outside.
Yes, you did. You're okay.
Okay. There's no problem.
Taking the
Then why not charge her?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
If there was an
You're
assault,
escorting her outside for an assault?
wouldn't she stay in custody? Someone in corrections explain this to me. I don't know how this works.
the woman to the main entrance of the jail.
How you are?
Stop talking.
So she
We
assaults
slow
an officer and then gets released, huh?
Yeah. I want to see this
Okay.
shove here. So they are holding her hands, kind of.
We slowed down the video to give you a better look at what happens next. One of the body cameras captures what looks like
that
the deputy
LeBron?
shoving the woman out of the door and causing her to fall to the ground.
Have a good night.
That was a
I tell you what, though, old people.
that was a pretty good shove.
old, and it's not to disparage women, but women do have issues with calcium, and their bones tend to get a little weaker as they get older. This is a hormonal / digestive
Post-menopause.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lady seemed kind of old. The likelihood that she gets a break from a fall like that's a lot higher.
Real high.
Especially the way she fell.
Breaks
She did
was
not
probably-
fall
yeah.
gracefully.
Didn't break or fall with anything?
No. Like she couldn't catch herself with her hands or anything.
Yeah, exactly. Although if she had, probably would have broken her wrists too. So, yikes.
Emu.
The deputies react to the fall.
I want to go back and see this so-called assault
We
because I'm
fall
pretty sure it was
apart.
just her going like this with her shoulder.
And you can hear what sounds like the woman faintly groan, ow. This is a different angle showing that exact moment. The papers
That
in
was
the
a real
woman's
shove.
hands go
That was a
flying.
Shove. Just leave her out there.
The deputies closed the door and walked back into the main jail. At this time, no names for the deputies involved have been released.
Was one of them a supervisor?
Dog. I was about to check sleep.
Is that 2 stripes or 3?
No,
That's
that's
just
a
2.
two.
The deputies closed the door
Yeah,
nobody.
just 2.
He should know better though. Either way.
and walked back into the
all of these people should know
main jail. At this time,
Well, they're all
This is-
adults, right?
now-
like,
now,
why are we treating people like this?
This is an officer. This guy's armed. So I don't know that counties are gonna have armed personnel out like inside of the facility. I know they will outside.
That's
but
weird.
This guy should have known better.
no names for the deputies involved have been released.
And we did reach out to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, and they released a statement telling us that this investigation is still pending. But again, that deputy is on paid administrative leave. And keep in mind that we were only able to show you bits and pieces of about a 9-minute long video. So if you want to see the full video, you can head over to our website, fox40.com.
What happened to the lady? She just fell down? I don't know, dog. It looked pretty rough. We're taking some more, but I'm getting Keith's not here to see all this.
Is there there's no like follow up on any medical attention she got?
It doesn't say anything here.
I mean, it probably depends on how soon after the video was released that they actually did that. They might still be doing follow up. Let me look it up. Into deputy shove.
Yeah, it's in Sacramento County.
When was it?
February 27th.
February
is when
27th.
that,
Yeah, so they're probably still gathering information.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see if I get It was last year. It was not February 27th. It was on.
That was just the day of the video.
Oh, that's when they released the video.
10/7. Oh no, it was 10/7 of 24.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unless the month and the day are flipped. It looks cold. I bet it's.
I bet it's
10/7/24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
Sacramento.
probably
I don't
October.
know that it gets cold there.
Yeah, but yeah, all the
Cold for
articles I
them.
can find are from a couple of days ago, so I'm guessing this is just when it came to light. I wonder if it's because there's pending like lawsuits.
Emu said it was reported a few days ago.
Oh, so we don't know.
That's crazy.
Drop a like if you get a chance. That's wild.
Yeah, I'm surprised that lady didn't immediately file a lawsuit.
Well, old crazy.
I'm surprised she got up.
No,
yeah,
no
that
kidding.
too.
I'll tell you what, if she's like kind of homeless or something like that, but they're built old different. Old weak bones.
Yeah,
or
but
not.
she took all that on her side and hip.
Yeah. Yeah. Or even worse, if that right arm came out while she was falling. Ooh.
Yeah.
Snap.
She also had an accent, so maybe she tried to tough it out until like her kids were like, "No, you need to report this."
That
So,
might be true too.
This is a $300,000 or 300,000 subscriber YouTube channel. We are familiar with Columbus Bodycam, and
He got fired.
yeah. So
Is this all after the video he made of that one
I'm curious.
city council person?
Right. So
Oh man.
in general, there's a pretty big reason why Bill and I didn't start doing this stuff until we left. But generally speaking, if you were going to do something even remotely controversial, and especially if you're going to do something and make an income doing it, this is something you have to disclose. Typically, so you could be a fully licensed peace officer but not be commissioned, and you're effectively
His
just a
department
dude.
knew
Right.
though, right?
They had to have known, and so I'm guessing I'd be curious to see what his explanation is here, but we'll see. I'm curious how this goes down.
This video is one that I never thought I was gonna have to make.
He looks
This
like a
video is
firefighter.
my announcement to
He
you
does.
He
that
does
I
look
have
firefighter.
officially been terminated from my position at the Columbus Division Police.
Secondary career.
I was fired from my job as a police officer because of this YouTube channel. We'll go into a little bit more detail about what I was fired for here in a little bit, but I just want to say it's not something that people get fired for, and I'm 100% positive.
It's 100% what people get fired for.
Especially these days.
Well, but and mostly because it depends if you are presenting yourself as an officer at a department. That's very different. Again, guy decides to go do OnlyFans and grab some lady's tit through a window, but not in uniform and not with a patrol car, and he's not ever trying to tie any of that to the agency that he represents. Are you getting days off? Probably, if they find out, right? Are they going to tell you need to stop doing that? Or you might get fired, but you're not losing your license. You do it on duty, in uniform. It's not just your career at that department; it's your license altogether. Because the board will come after you for the license, right?
And criminal charges, clearly.
Right, and which is different because that's a felony charge right off the bat disqualifies you, as far as you actually getting to keep it, right? So that's why I'm like, losing your job, and in this case, he's just saying that he got fired, right? Which a department can, for almost no reason whatsoever, fire you unless you're civil service.
Insubordination.
Something like that is what I'm
What's
guessing.
the other one? What's the other stupid
Conduct
one?
unbecoming.
Conduct unbecoming.
It's like super broad. I'm like, bro, have you met half this department? What do you mean conduct unbecoming? Like, these fools.
I will get my job back. The problem with that is it's going to take approximately 9 to 12 months for that process to play out. And in the meantime, I need some help. I need help paying my mortgage and putting food on the table for my wife and my 2 daughters, ages 11 and 13. Hopefully, this channel that ended up getting me fired from my job is also going to be the thing that helps me provide for them while I fight to get my job back.
If you got a family, go get another job, my friend.
Like right now, yeah.
Yes, I understand. Like, we all think that YouTube could be this giant lucrative career, but don't come out here complaining to me. People lose their job every day. They don't have YouTube channels, and they go figure it out. Like, I'm not here for that.
Also, yeah, you need to be very particular about how you grow your YouTube channel and what you do with it in order to be monetizable,
right?
And have it be like you needed to have been like kind of like we are, where you have a subscription service and all that stuff like early on, so you can grow into that. You can't just be like, hey, can you also just like help me out right now? It just doesn't work that way.
Well, but it's a service thing, right? So if I'm providing a service,
play button,
right? And you're.
I'm not jealous.
Stop. But all I'm getting at is, in general,
right there. I got space.
His audience is going to do whatever his audience wants to do. Right? This fucking guy. I'm just curious to see what his rationale for why they fired him.
I'm just saying, dude, it's just a YouTube channel.
Right.
Like, you're not changing the world. You're posting body cam clips. Like, do we appreciate it? Sure we do, because it gives us content.
Right.
But I don't know.
Pretty sure Juan's driving a Lamborghini. we were just making fun of my truck. They can see the shit box I drive every day.
I brag about my Ford Explorer here all the freaking time. Every time we see one of those
Ford
Explorers,
that's right, you do.
One has a base model Explorer.
Base model
he loves that thing.
2021, and I freaking love it, dude.
Yeah, a channel. And for
so many miles on
that's
that.
what I'm saying. I don't think it's just because he had one, because there's no way they didn't know beforehand. Especially with it being the Columbus police, you know.
Yeah, I mean, could have changed the name a long time ago.
Today, I have monetized the YouTube channel, and I've opened it up for channel memberships with some benefits I'll go over here in a little bit, as well as I'm linking my personal PayPal account in the description of this video and all future videos, and I'm going to ask that you help me pay my bills. I think it's also important.
I'm just not here for this.
About how we got.
I'm with you on that. Like
I hate it so much.
Right. Button fund. Oh my god. and so like we God, I'm trying to think of how many thousands of hours we did this at a loss.
Mm-hmm.
Literally at a loss.
All of the hours.
But I think we have.
I mean, we're technically still at a loss, but
I'm trying to think. We probably have made 1/10 of a penny an hour to do this at this point. And mostly because we had a passion about a topic that was very important to us. We do have a smaller community that's there that we have to kind of facilitate there. And obviously there's ad revenue and this kind of stuff. Is there a way to have income from this? Sure. But like, I have not.
Yeah, but I'm never going to make a video asking you to pay my bills that I, as an adult, got myself.
Right. So I do, it's a little icky. That part of it's a little icky. Just because it's like, I don't know. Like, again, you're providing a service. We here and give you guys the 6-hour streams, right? And then there's after parties, there's stuff like that.
You two do
that. Bill plays a little harder to get. So, but it's still
only for the premium members.
But it's still a service, right?
Hey, I'm still advocating for the Friday Discord only stream.
Right.
Only bills. That's what we'll call it.
I don't know.
We could do that.
I'm not gonna ever. I don't know. I'm with y'all. It irks me.
Mm-hmm. It would make me feel better if it was a, hey, I am in the middle of doing looking for another job or something with another agency. Please support this channel so that
that's different.
This can help us out a little bit.
Yeah, if he was looking for another job, I'm cool with asking for a little help. Like, hey guys, I appreciate all the love and support. Like, you know what I mean?
I'll be honest. I think if you've done your due diligence in making a community, I have people here in our community that I've randomly bought birthday presents for, or sat up and stayed on the phone with, or whatever it is. Like,
I bought patches for some of ours.
I'll never ship them, but we have them. Dial F for photo. Oh my God, he hears this fucking guy. But I don't know. Like I especially when, so getting laid off's one thing. If you got injured on duty and he couldn't work anymore, because it's not like you don't get retirement benefits outside of what you've paid into policing. You get struck by an 18-wheeler and can't work anymore. They're like, well, thank you for your service. We'll think about you every once in a while. Like, policing does suck in that case. Like it's almost as bad as being like a college athlete. Like the second you're used up and useless, the organization stops caring about you.
Well, you'll be happy to know that he's got
that might be a dozen farm fresh eggs. That's a lot.
You'll be happy to know he's got about, from what I counted so far, over $1,000 of
there you go.
Like super chats in his comments on this video.
Good for him.
At least he's got that.
Yeah, if you know you're doing a thing that your department, and maybe because his department blessed it or whatever, he felt a little bit safer. But it's still like, think about it a little bit. Have a backup plan, just in case something like this happens. And
I'm catching up on the chat. Right,
the chat is very out of pocket. Very out of pocket. You know what? Hold on.
Photos of me. What kind?
Hold on. Where's chat? I'll give points.
You better. I like this.
I'll give points.
I like this. Josh, 6-hour streams may not be the flex you think it is.
This channel.
No, it's not. I don't ever sleep. You're right. Yeah, I literally average about
streams with Bill.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, dog, 3 minutes is all I'd need. I'd probably need less if it was a Bill stream. If you know what I mean. If you know what I'm saying.
You need about 30 seconds, and what we do with the rest of the time is up to us.
Exactly. We can just talk
aftercare, dog.
Exactly.
Little cuddling.
A little cuddling. Start up a stove.
Get him some water.
Big spoon or little spoon?
Oh, a little spoon all the way. That's the way to go.
I figured.
Dog. That's the way
Need
to
a
go.
Sandwich?
Summer of 2020.
I'll give it to you.
Everybody should remember what was going on in the summer of 2020. That was known as the Summer of Love. That's when the George Floyd protest took over every major.
Oh, we can't pin it. That makes me sad. We can't pin these.
We can like it though.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Self pins.
You know what?
You work for me.
This is the first time I've ever laughed at someone saying that for me.
It's top tier. That is top tier. He said, "You work for me." Just remember, he should have slapped a boy on the back of that. Yeah. Boy, remember, boy, you work for me.
Every other person that's ever said that to us didn't work and didn't pay taxes, so they did, in fact, not pay our salaries.
That's true. That is true. I am Shannon is getting a little uncomfortable. That's how we know we're doing it right.
Let's turn up the heat.
Let's turn up the heat. Okay, he's talking about the Summer of Love.
How much for me to take my shirt off?
Y'all can see all my gray hairs on my chest. Yeah. Dog.
That's our super chat goal. 50 super chats.
In America, including the city of Columbus.
Let's do it.
A lot of the politicians in the city of Columbus use that, or began using that, as an opportunity to take over control of the police department. And one of the ways they were taking control of the police department is by spreading a lot of false information about the officers, saying that they were bad, they were corrupt, they were racist, and they were using that to garner support for their position to say that the police department needed drastic reform, and that way they could seize control of the police department. Because this police reform movement that started in 2020 has never been about reform. It's always been about control, because the politicians want to control the police department, because if you can control the police department, you can control the population. One of the things that happened that summer, there's two major things that happened.
That's not true.
I think it's a bit of a hyperbolic take on it.
We just saw them trying to control the population like 20 teenagers. Didn't work so great.
So did politicians use 2020 as a talking point? 1,000%. Policing as a whole had, just like the Second Amendment, just like reproductive rights, whatever, all of those things are definitely political talking points to get yourself elected. But once you're elected, like my job is to go and make the people that put me in office happy, right?
To go fundraise some more and go shake some hands and try to get rides on yachts.
So taking over police departments, and you really can only do that in one of two ways. You either become a city manager, right, which is an elected position, or you become the police chief, right, or some part of the. So you typically get promoted from within, but you have to be a commission. It's not like, I guess in a deputy sense, you could just be elected and then be made to certify or whatever. But in most states, you're a law enforcement person, right? Like you are a cop becoming an administrator. And yes, I have some hard feelings about some administrators because I do think they're a little far removed. It's not a politician moving in and taking over control of a police department unless it's in the form of a budget, which in that case it'd be a city manager or a mayor. Juan.
I'm listening.
I'm listening. But
what'd you say about me, butthole?
And as again, Bill and I were both still police officers at the time. The only time it got frustrating.
Oh shoot! It's raining like crazy. I'm gonna go let my dog in.
The instances where
storm's coming, bro.
Oh, dude, I know. Anyways, the best way I could sum this up is I think he's exaggerating a bit, only because we were cops in a very big city and experienced a lot of some of the happenings that happened that year. But this is a bit of a stretch.
Caused me to start this YouTube channel. One of the things that happened was that the city of Columbus, the mayor's office itself, actually took over all the social media accounts for the Columbus Division of Police. They were not allowing the people in the public information office, the sergeants, the supervisors, anybody, to post anything on the division's social media that would defend the officers from a lot of these false accusations that were going out. We'd heard the rumors about this, but I didn't know it for sure until one night. I was working down on 19 Precinct in the Hilltop, and right at 11 o'clock during roll call, a shooting went out at what turned out to be a drug house. We heard the alert tone go out. We all ran to our cruisers. We didn't have time to grab our equipment. We drove lights and sirens to the shooting, and when we arrived on scene, there was a man laying in the alley with a bullet hole. You know, thank you, sir. And then officers are going to save members of their community. A lot of the social media accounts was actually being pushed out. The reason she was being pushed out was because, and this is the quote that I heard, she was sharing too much pro-police propaganda on the division's social media.
So policing as a whole is a service-based community thing, right? So your customer service with extra steps, what we talked about earlier. There's nothing in your oath that says you have to be liked. I remember having to explain this to a writer one time where he asked, basically, was it cool to be a police officer is kind of what he asked. And I was like, no. There's moments where it like is cool because you get to do something. Like there's nothing worse than being powerless in a situation, right? And technically when you're a law enforcement officer, if there's something that needs to be fixed or changed or whatever, you can affect it. I'm not saying you can change it, but you can affect it. But I was like, generally, you spend the whole time being hated. The whole time. I was like, you are the bad guy in everybody's story for the most part. Every once in a while, you'll get a victim. And that's what I'm saying, every once in a while. Most victims also hate you because you are the culmination of a problem that they didn't want to deal with to begin with. And then now you're coming and you're right.
You're arresting their breadwinner also.
Right. So, like,
They thought you would just show up and scare them.
Right.
But now you're taking them to jail. And what are they going to do?
Bill's better than this guy. This chat is really out of pocket.
It's all because I said I would never beg for money.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, like, again, him begging for money aside, kind of to push back on some of this stuff with him saying that there needed to be a defense for law enforcement. As someone who I am pro good law enforcement, right? It's 50-50 now, where I'm spending time that I'm like, this is clearly a bad example of what policing should be.
But also,
that's because that's the reality of policing. Half of it probably is bad. Or
I just don't, I don't buy this. I started this channel to fight the mayor and city council. Like, no, you started this channel for exactly what you're doing right now.
Yeah, right.
And it just so happens that, yes, there is a shitty admin, maybe not admin, but mayor, city council, whatever, in your city, and that's fine. Like, that does happen a lot. But if you're really trying to advocate for your fellow officers and stuff like that. Why aren't you doing stuff
you would do
inside the department?
Right.
Like, why aren't you advocating with other officers, getting a group together, trying to fix things?
And you see guys that'll do like actual advocacy. You'll see nonprofits that'll do it to a certain degree. The training aspect of it's a very mixed bag. I've seen a lot of people that have something to sell versus, we lost Juan.
His power went out.
Oh, well, there you go. Get good, Juan. I will change your thing. But there's a way to do
He's coming
advocacy.
back.
We'll see how long it takes for him to get back. There's an advocacy piece.
He said it was popping back on.
But advocacy does not require income. And that's kind of the yes, it makes it easy. Like this becoming a profitable thing, and it's still not. Again, we're still losing money to do this. But
you know what I want to see? I want to see some of the officers he worked with sticking up for him.
I'd be interested to see, right? Because technically, a good example of this, the kid in Austin, right? Kid in Austin gets into a shooting.
He got boned,
and the DA's office buried him. Literally.
So did the department. The department was not
right.
The department took a lot of heat before they
and but it took a coalition of his coworkers to come together and say, hey, this guy didn't do anything wrong. Like legit, are there instances where police misconduct happens? Yes, but this is not one
of course.
Same thing that happens a lot of times with anytime this stuff happens. You'll see it with us.
Also, just like everything else, right? There's three sides to this story. There's his side, there's the city side, and then there's the truth.
Right.
Will we ever hear the truth? Probably not.
Yeah. So we'll see what he says.
You hire somebody to run your social media accounts to make you look good, and then you force them out because they're doing.
You hire a social media account as the government to be transparent, not to make you look good.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You got to wear, and I do like that there are some departments that do a very good job of this. When they screw something up, they don't not release they release the body cam, right? They do their administrative action and they release a statement within a day, right? Because they know what's going on. They say, hey, we still haven't gotten the facts yet.
They release something.
Right. We're at least acknowledging that something's going on. At least on appearance, this is not within, you know what I mean, the guise of what we're doing. But it's not designed to be, because that is propaganda. If you're only showing the good, it's propaganda. If you're not acknowledging the bad, and you know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing. If I'm only acknowledging the bad things in policing, it's propaganda. There's only a political motivation behind it. You have to be a bit more. This is, again, it's a big reason why we started this. We saw way too many channels doing the propaganda side of it, where nothing cops ever did was wrong, and police are nothing but a bunch of wonderful people. That's not the case.
Yeah, they make one video of one incident, and they edit it, and they're like, "This cop's amazing."
Right. And then
or if the cop didn't do a great job, they're just like, "Look at this idiot suspect doing idiot suspect things." Serving the punch to the face that was totally unjustified.
Buxom, that's incorrect. You need a middle for an Eiffel Tower so you can high five.
Yeah, you got to connect them.
Need to chill.
Doing
I'm
too
just
much stuff
like this
to make you
trying to be
look good.
articulate.
That is
See,
the
look at Juan.
environment
That's perfect.
Yeah, A for articulation.
Yeah, A for
exactly.
articulation. You know what?
Something's been articulated.
Where's chat? I'm giving some love here. I'm only going to give him 9 points, though, because I want this number to be even.
Whiskey gets it.
Oh, I forgot to take points. Sorry. I think y'all were at 30. I forgot to take points at the beginning of the stream. I'm glad I remembered.
We were in when I started this YouTube.
So were they.
So I said, hey, you know what? When I'm off duty, I'm a private citizen. Any private citizen can make a records request, and there's nothing stopping the Division of Police, the city, or the mayor.
Your commission.
You're still an employee.
I'll be honest, and I think this is fair. I really do. When you become a police officer, in the same way that when you become a public figure, right? Like we're semi-public figures, I lose the right to get my feelings hurt when people decide to criticize what I'm doing here, right? I think that's tenfold worse when you're a police officer. I'm allowed and empowered with the ability to take people's rights away all the way up to their life. And the state is going to bless it. I have to lose some rights to do that. They're going to do background checks, AI investigations. You have literally zero rights. The Fifth Amendment, gone. All that stuff is gone because it's a condition of your employment, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with a lot of this stuff. You're being given a very privileged position of power the state, your employer, but also like the city or your constituency should have some lever to pull against you. 69 like alert. You need to chill.
It wasn't even a super chat and you read it out loud.
I know. It's just cracking me up.
Nepotism. Brother.
At the 1,000% nepotism.
But I do feel like, right or wrong,
right,
once you become a police officer, you are representing that department.
Yep.
In 99% of the things you do. If you're like on vacation in a different country,
sure,
with no one you know, cool, man, have a good time.
Yeah.
But like, if you're on a YouTube channel, you're not just a private citizen. Yeah. Like,
you
named your channel Columbus Police Body Camera.
Right.
What? You asked for this scrutiny.
Well, and I also want to say, like, it's not just, I mean, it's obviously a lot more, I think, in policing, but even as a private citizen, like, if you do things that reflect poorly on your employer,
yes,
right,
that can get you in trouble.
100%.
Yes.
There's a employee handbook that nobody
somewhere,
ever reads, but
right?
they hand you that basically will tell you, hey, if you decide to, post Nazi flags on your Twitter,
dude,
we're probably
going
to
fire you. Yeah, we can fire you.
The one at Costco before I left, I think was over 200 pages long. The employee handbook.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I'll let it play.
Here from putting that information up online. So I started the YouTube channel. I started the YouTube channel and I started requesting incidents that I knew the city didn't want people to see. Incidents with people suffering from mental illness, being treated with dignity and respect by police officers. Officers interacting with drug addicts on the street and treating them as human beings. Taking a pregnant woman out on a daily basis. And those are the things that the world needs to see, not this garbage that all cops are bad. That's the kind of stuff that the city in the
some cops are bad.
Yes.
I was just going to say it. It's clearly not all, but some for sure are.
But also, this isn't genuine. Yeah. This is you trying to shit on the city.
Yeah.
This isn't a genuine
thing. There was a commenter. I bring this up because there's a really good point. And the guy was complaining about how much we roast Officer West, right? Mm-hmm. And
a fictional character?
No. It was the Terry Crews episode. I take it all back. So they were saying that he's like, I call Cap. There's no way you didn't work with an officer that was as racist as the guy that arrested Terry Crews in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. And I was like, well, I was there, so I would know. But I did not. I was in legitimately, and I'm okay with this, saying this, I was in too diverse a department for that level of discrimination.
Yeah, I don't remember, and I don't even remember anything close.
No. And
now, not saying there was zero misconduct.
Sure.
I'm saying I never encountered racism
in a
even close to that level.
Do I believe there were officers that had racist feelings? 1,000%.
Sure.
But in a world, which is why I'm team this, where body cams exist, the expectation was that it was on at all times, dash cams exist, and our policies, we did not prevent other people from recording. Period. Full stop.
Yeah.
That even if you had them, there was enough transparency to keep you from being an asshole. That was kind of the goal of all of that stuff, is that government transparency keeps you from abusing it, even if you're a bad person, right? Are there bad cops that are only kept in check due to transparency? 1,000%. I'd be the first one to say that. And even with what he's saying, the fact that he's not willing to at least acknowledge, in the same vein that he'll say, hey, there's great cops doing great things. There's calls where even a bad cop is the good guy. That same terribly racist dude might go in and save a kid one day. That's a good job on you.
I also feel like level, like that video, I feel like that was way more prominent in the 90s.
Right. Oh, 100%. Yeah. In a society where there's less accountability. Yeah. Hell yeah. Dude.
I'm not saying that level of racism did not happen in policing. Yeah. And I bet it still happens today in certain parts of the country. But you can't sit here and generalize and say, I know for a fact that you worked with someone that was that racist. Right. Well, I know for a fact that you're a fucking idiot. So
there's our Bill take for it. He did it the easier way, but I tend to be the more diplomatic of the two of us.
I refuse to simmer down on this guy. He's a fucking charlatan.
You don't have to. The guy's an idiot. I get it. But in this instance, the reason I bring all that up is, as much as I'm incredibly proud, and it's every time I have to caveat, I used to work with a lot of good female officers. It's because we're seeing examples of bad ones, right? I worked with examples of bad ones.
A lot. Listen, a lot is a strong word.
Yeah. But I worked with some good female officers.
There you go.
But that that's what I'm saying, is like it's more complicated and nuanced than that. And you can't fall on the sword here and say that you're out here doing the Lord's work every single day, and that they're not stumbling at all and don't require any level of scrutiny.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet.
Anyways, we'll keep going.
Played at 2x.
We're pushing. He was
I got you.
pushing that false narrative because he wanted to take
just let it play, and I'll just yell over his voice.
He even said at one point in time to the FOP, you can either, or the officers of the Fraternal Order of Police, you can either support the FOP, but you're against the citizens of Columbus.
Tinkling real quick.
That's what he said. You can't possibly be more divisive than that. So I started posting these positive interactions with police officers, and you might be surprised to find out that the city of Columbus was not very happy with the fact that I was doing that. Then fast forward a couple of years, and I'll go ahead and put the thumbnail up on the screen now. This is the video that really got the attention of the politicians in the city of Columbus. This is the video where I demonstrated that the Department of Inspector General, the Inspector General herself, and the Civilian Review Board have an incredible anti-police bias to the extent that they're willing
they
to
have a
lie off
Civilian
police
Review
officers on
Board
official reports
too.
in order to charge them with bias-based.
That's tough.
If you remember the video, it's one where an investigator with the Office of Inspector General wrote an official report, and he said that a young man was black rather than white because he wanted that narrative to be able to push out there to say that police officers are stopping black teens for nothing more than wearing a hoodie while walking to the store, when the reality of that situation was that the teenager was never stopped, and he was white, and the officer had good reason to try to talk to this kid. When I made that video, I 100% became a target of the city of Columbus. I even have a clip from the office, or from the Inspector General herself. It was on April the 2nd, 2024. She actually announced publicly that they're looking for a way to shut down my social media.
Thank you for that. And so you'd mentioned that there's been kind of statements on social media and others about individual investigators. Maybe you don't have to elaborate too much on that, but could you maybe explain in the sense of, I don't know, in terms of the city?
What did I miss?
He's just talking about his video he made about the city.
Oh, I see.
And how that got him in hot water, just like I'm pretty sure we said it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will not say that he's wrong for trying to point out the things that were going on there, but you can't be surprised when the city comes down on you.
Oh, yeah. You mean the Civilian Oversight Board you're complaining about?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Also, it is definitely a very different thing, because I think he's trying to paint himself as like, I was just trying to show the good of policing, but it is a very different thing to go, here's a body cam of a police officer doing something good, no editorializing, even with a little bit of editing to like get past the annoying stuff or whatever. Fine. You start injecting your opinions into things, all of a sudden it becomes a very different thing. You have less of a defense to what you're saying, because now you're injecting an opinion with a thing that is essentially reflecting on the city.
Well, and you'll realize the lens that we tend to do all of this through is, legally, do we have any footing for this argument, right? and what is it? Even if it's just optics alone, does this open you up to legal liability? Does this open you up to a lawsuit? How is this going to play itself out in the court of law? That's almost always the way that we look at these situations, because that's what you need to be doing, because that's your job if you're into this. Or if you're trying to hold police accountable, let's make sure that you at least know you have it right. Yes, this is a violation of somebody's constitutional rights. Go call a lawyer. Let's go make some money. Or you gotta plead yourself because you went and, were a bad suspect, as we like to call it, and you went and played yourself and didn't actually know your rights.
How you handle that as your office. Aside, there's this approach. Is there other efforts being made in terms of just getting clarity over the office and what's happening in terms of maybe statements that are made on social media?
The thing that I can tell you is that anything that's made on social media, we are aware of it and we do monitor it. But unless the comments or things that are made on social media is something that affects a policy or procedure, at this point, it's nothing that we can do about it. But we are aware, we are monitoring it, and if there becomes something that we're able to do, we will, make sure that we can do some.
The face of the Inspector General herself, with a smile on her face, she said, we've actually contacted the city attorney's office to see if there's another way to shut this stuff down. What she was talking about is shutting down my ability to make comments that are critical about her and other public officials. The reason that they are trying to find a way to shut me down is because just prior to this, the city of Columbus had enacted this policy. I'll put it on the screen now. It was known as the External Communications Policy. This policy 100% was put into place in order to scare police officers and fire.
So regulates workers' social media posts and personal emails. So the personal emails is going to be a little different, but social medias are pretty typical. Even I have to be careful. I work in marketing for an industry, that does have a little bit of law enforcement overlap. It's half the reason why they hired me, right? But that I have to be very careful about the brands or the individuals or whoever that I even interact with on my personal time, because they're like, well, it's a conflict of interest if I become homies with, let's say I wish it would be cool. I know the Surefire guys, but we're not homies enough that they just give me cool stuff. But like, imagine if I become friends with them and then prioritize their products over a company that might be more financially beneficial for my employer. It becomes a conflict of interest. I become a bad employee at that point, because I'm no longer advocating for my organization's success, who's paying my bills, right? I'm not begging for money to have my bills get paid for because someone's doing it for me.
It also, is this real policy? Like
versus proposed?
Who said it? Who said it? Django said, I like how he posts the headline and not the policy.
I was going to say,
like, is this real?
Mm-hmm. Also, is it... Because, like, it's one thing to say, okay, hey, your social media, but there's a lot of times when people are using their personal emails for government business.
Right.
It opens it up to being used in court. It opens it up to, like, it opens up a lot of situations.
We say it all the time. Don't use your cell phone on duty.
Nope.
And if you're texting your buddy because you're bullshitting, you're not on a call, but the second that body cam kicks on and you are doing a law enforcement action, throw that thing in your car. There was a lot of times.
That's why I had a smartwatch, so I could go like this, check my watch.
Yeah.
Clear the notification.
Dude. Oh,
firefighters from speaking publicly about things that they have seen with their own eyes.
There's also a little bit of confidentiality. If so, like, you know, Boot Megan punches producer Juan, and I see that as a police officer, right? Again, right? and I happen to be the investigating officer, right? I can't just go and talk about that in my free time. Like, I have to protect.
Isn't she, haven't we upgraded her from boot?
Is she upgraded from
I feel
boot
like she
to boot?
deserves a promotion.
She does. I just forgot what we made it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
The all I'm getting at is that I owe it. I'm only allowed to know that
she got
information.
demoted like Tim because of whatever Metro did or whatever the hell was in our comments.
Stupid. Have you guys seen On Call?
But she still gets to edit because we're short on manpower.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen On Call? You guys should really watch On Call. I heard it's a really good show.
But they are allowed to restrict some of this stuff in the same way. Like, I can't in my free time decide that, you know, somebody else wants to know somebody's personal information. I go run someone's license plate just for fun to find out stuff. Like there is a certain impartiality I have to have. And also I have to respect the division of what I want to do in my free time versus what I'm at my official capacity to do. You do have a security clearance as a police officer. You lose rights the more you get to know, kind of thing.
Also, I'll say this now because I've shit on TikTok cops so often. I'm all for cities having policies regulating social media.
Well, they're allowed.
I'm 1,000% on board.
They're allowed
with that.
to do it. I mean, it's a consideration. I want to go reserve somewhere. I have to just upfront tell them, hey, this is something I'm doing. Either you're cool with it or you're not. If you're not, and I can't find anybody that wants to do it, we'll do it. How bad do you want to reserve? That's kind of like you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. They are going to empower you with the ability to take people's rights away. They're allowed to put whatever restriction they want on you. It's not like you're working at Starbucks. And even they have policies against that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This was a policy that said a police officer or a firefighter could face discipline if he said anything negative about a city elected official, whether that comment be in a personal text message, email, or on social media. They enacted that policy knowing full well it's a violation of the First Amendment.
When they pay your bill, disciplinary action simply means we'll fire you.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to jail for it? No? Then it's not a violation of your First Amendment.
Right. They can't. They absolutely can. It's kind of like they have the right to refuse service. I don't get to go to Kroger. You go spout off some crazy, super problematic racist stuff to the person that's supposed to help me. And then, no, you need to. That's my it is protected speech, which means I can't penalize you criminally for it, which depending on the circumstances, they can. There are exceptions to some of that.
This is why you need to know case law, not just read the Constitution by itself.
Right. Because how is it going to get enforced, and is there any teeth to it?
But I know my rights.
Right.
Yeah, so
this man who doesn't know
I like this guy less and less.
They got frustrated.
I feel like this video is making him look incompetent.
Void for vagueness.
What?
That would.
So it's like our conduct unbecoming.
I was going to say conduct unbecoming. What is it? Insubordination. Any of that stuff is vague.
Yeah. Yeah. On purpose.
Because like if a sergeant told me, right, hey, you got to go arrest Bill because I don't like his face, and I was like, well, no. They absolutely could fire me. I wouldn't do it because I know I'm not being held liable for the unconstitutionality of that arrest, but they have every right to terminate me for that. Now, when they do a review, and my argument is, well, I know Bill didn't violate the law, so I wasn't going to go do it. They're going to say, well, the discipline's good because you did perform the act of insubordination knowingly and willingly that I chose not to take enforcement action, but they can't take my license because I didn't commit an offense. Right. I still get to keep my license. When I go to a different department and they're like, hey, well, what happened with you getting fired there? I'm going to say, well, here's the hearing. And they can see that. Like they would know. Do these situations happen all the time? All the time. Where you're going to not see eye to eye with your employer. And this kind of gets down to like, what does it really mean to you and what's really important to you as an individual? It's different when you're a cop. In the same way it's different, when you're a teacher or a lawyer or whatever. This is where I have issue with this. It can affect it's not discrimination.
I'm waiting to see if he will mention the person of ordinary intelligence or reasonable opportunity to know what is prohibited portion of that.
Right.
Because I bet you
it's there.
It's going to be reasonable.
They realized that policy is not enforceable. So they started looking for another reason to shut me down. Now, I've been doing this, like I said before, for about 5 years. I've been very careful to make sure that I follow all the rules, regulations, and laws.
Not true.
Unfortunately, recently, I made a mistake and I violated a policy. The policy that I violated is not something that we fire officers for. I'll go into much more detail on that in a separate video. But it's an administrative policy. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on it, but I will say that
you should get
I
deep
recently
into
had
the
a
weeds
hearing
on
with the
it.
chief regarding my violation policy, where I got to explain to her exactly what happened and how I did it and how everything came about. And prior to going to that hearing, I was served with some paperwork. The paperwork that I was served with had a bunch of comparable disciplines, people who have done similar things before and what they're...
Home computer and queried photographs for several family members. The officer admitted that says photographs is a form of entertainment for his children. Ex-wife filed a complaint. 32 hours. Yeah, that's a hefty without pay.
Oof.
Misuse of law enforcement database. This is a big one. Dog, this could get you like in big ouchies.
I could take your license.
On possible boyfriend, social acquaintances, and his ex-wife. This is a huge no-no. Like massive.
This was on him?
No, he's saying these
listening.
are examples of the type of policy that they're accusing him of. I'm wondering if he used his position as a police officer to get information to post on his channel versus doing a FOIA request, which is what he's supposed to do.
Because he has made it a point twice to say that he put in requests for videos.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm wondering
if you use the fact that you're a police officer to find out about the cases that you want to put in FOIA requests for, would that count, or does it have to be you go through?
No,
you have to go through. You can't pull that information.
Whatever you end up publishing,
confidential technically,
has to be in that FOIA request release. It's, when they say was edited by or was altered by the releasing agency, because they tell you this is what you're allowed to share because this is what the public is allowed to know. If I ask Bill, hey, well, what did that chick say? And the department says no, she filled out like a pseudonym form. We're not allowed to use her name. We're not allowed to use her
and then
address.
you go put her name on the internet. You're fucked.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Like potentially criminally fucked. Like not just losing your job kind of thing.
Okay, so
both of these,
for instance,
both of these are actually offenses. They're misdemeanors, but they're offenses in most places.
So does he have to put on the FOIA request how he knows about the thing? So for instance, let's say
no, because any person
all that's
public,
gonna be,
yeah.
Okay, because that was my question. Was like
anybody can request it. You just need the case number usually.
Okay.
Or report number, whatever.
If he knows what happened on the call, because let's say another officer told him the story, and that's how he knows that's the case number to go find and pull that specific body cam. Does that make a difference versus, just finding it out through some public?
So I wonder if he put in the request but put the information in one of his videos first.
Probably. Or something.
You know what I
like
mean?
that.
Like,
yeah.
He was like, "Oh, I'll make this video, but I'll make sure I put a FOIA request in, so if it ever comes up, I'm covered." And if the city was really looking at him that hard, they could have been like, "Oh, well, you put out this video on this date, but you put in this FOIA request after the video. That's weird."
And I'll be honest, like, so he's had the channel for 5 years, right? I'm assuming they've known about it for longer than that. Specifically, the board that he's complaining about. He admits
they for sure have.
He messed it up, and that's the only thing they needed. You know, too. Like, I have very little sympathy because you know what the policy is.
Also, if he's fighting this, if he's gonna try and do like a like a wrongful termination,
there's no way. Oh, good luck.
What lawyer is gonna see this video and be like, "Yeah, that's great. I can't wait to show this in court."
Dude, I don't know, man.
Their discipline was, and the lieutenant that handed me the
female friend on occasions. Oh gosh.
So I found the script, that article that he linked to, that kind of gives you a baseline of what the policy was that he was talking about for the social media thing. So it allows for private email communications between public safety employees and third parties that are off duty and not job related to be used for disciplinary purposes. Bars public safety employees from identifying their employer on social media and linking their social media accounts with an actual physical link to the city or department where they work for.
They're allowed to do
hashtags.
that. Yeah.
And then prohibits employees from using any department logo, seal, insignia, or equipment in many instances without prior approval.
100%. 100%.
So the thing that they're getting all in arms about is the private email communications between public safety employees being used as for disciplinary actions, which again is probably going to happen if you used it for official business, like you're using, or doing something real dumb.
Something else that I want to point out, and he's saying that what he's pointing at is that none of these officers that got the same, they got disciplined for violating the same policy. You see everywhere as far as a written reprimand all the way up to 40 hours. The reason there's that big of a discrepancy is I bet you it says all the way up to termination. Almost in all of these policies, it says you can be punished at the discretion of that supervisor all the way up to the point of termination. Could be for anything. You know what I mean? Like anything. You could wreck a car, and if they thought you wrecked that car recklessly and were an idiot about it, they just fire you because they think that you're, beef.
The paperwork even pointed out, he said, "Oh, look, they did not put cause for termination on here, so that's a good thing. You're looking at a suspension, and then we'll get you back to work as soon as possible." I went to that hearing, and then 3 weeks later, I was terminated. I was told that what I did is not something that we terminate officers for, but the chief took it upon herself to recommend termination.
That is under their authority to do.
No one is surprised.
Bro,
that doesn't shock any of us.
That is under their ability to do.
Also,
hey, cops can
I just noticed.
Cops can lie to you.
I just noticed the Captain America painting in the background, and now I just think he's a fucking goober.
Probably.
I like him even less.
The reason they're terminating me is because they're angry about all the things that I've said publicly. This is one.
They're terminating you because you violated policy and
also
towed the
you're
line
probably
for a long time.
You're probably a huge distraction at the department, if we're being honest.
Right. Because let's say, and again, I am toying with the idea of reserving, right? Would I not come up immediately and say, "Hey, I'm doing this thing called OnlyCops. We're a little bit problematic. How do you feel about this?" They're going to hit me back with, "This is the criteria where we allow you to do this. Period." And I'll have to sign a piece of paper that says, if I violate this, guess what? Enjoy, doing YouTube, I guess. And I have no problem with that. Like they are allowed to do that. Mostly because, and this is the biggest reason why I have a big issue with people doing stuff. The guy that did the OnlyFans thing in uniform, right?
Yep.
The uniform doesn't belong to you, dog. The car doesn't, the gun doesn't, the badge doesn't. Literally, it's paid for by the city. And then figuratively, there's so many other people that are very different than you that have worn that uniform, have served under it, worse, have died under it, and you don't get to represent I guess unless you're the chief, you know what that's gonna mean and what that represents. It's kind of why people get like real like hurt feelings about stuff like stolen valor and things of that nature. You see a lot of guys in the military circles that are a little bit more up in arms about this, but like in general, this is why we care. But as far as conduct is concerned, you got fired for violating policy, which is a thing you can get fired for. If there was a policy that you breached and you even said you did, it's not because they were angry at you. That helped make it an easier decision probably for them, but they didn't fire you before because you hadn't violated policy. They're firing you now because you did.
100% a case of First Amendment retaliation.
No.
Like I said before, I am 100% positive because
It's
of this.
not,
I will be
no.
getting my...
Hey, there were times where a dude was a douchebag and did something felonious in front of me, and guess what? I got to arrest a douchebag that day because he did something felonious. There was a ton of times where he was a perfectly lawful douchebag, and I had to sit there and shut up because it was my job to, or leave. And it was just
this isn't.
guy,
this
right?
is not a First Amendment violation case.
No, there's no criminal charge here so far.
Who's your lawyer? Tell me who your lawyer is. I want to know.
My job back.
I'd love to see
that process takes 9 to 12 months. Once that process concludes, I am going to very, very strongly pursue a federal civil rights lawsuit against the city of Columbus for violating my civil
Oh
rights.
my God.
In the meantime, as I also said before, I need some help financially. I need some help providing to pay for my mortgage and help put food on the table for my wife and kids.
Yeah, and pay for these
Hopefully,
bogus
this
fucking
channel
cases.
is going- I've created a couple of opportunities. The channel, I get thousands of comments. Officer, and the channel on YouTube is really going to into the citizens.
Downvote. Here it is. We ready?
Frag sent me the like specific text of the policy, so I'm gonna just drop it in the chat real quick.
Oh man. Sometimes you get fired.
Yeah, let's leave it. Let's leave it at that because I have a lot more. I would say, but I don't need his. I don't need his 300,000 followers that all feel bad for him for some reason.
There it is.
Trying to come after us.
That is a. This was municipal, correct?
I don't know what he was.
We're taking an L here. You don't get to beg for money after violating. And like, I wanted really badly. Like, I'll be honest with chat here. I wanted really badly for it to be something egregious and be like, oh yeah, this is BS. There's a lot of times where we've done that. He's not poop sandwich guy. He's not that. But like, you don't get to claim in the same way that I had this whole discussion last Thursday about PTSD, right? You don't get to not accept help, not work on yourself, whatever, and decide to be a douchebag because you have PTSD to somebody. You don't get to leverage your circumstances as an excuse for bad behavior, right? You also don't get to leverage, like, again, if you're a victim of something, that's different. You get hit by a bus randomly where you're minding your own business in your house. You're like, I have no reason to believe that I should be hit by a bus. You're a victim. A tornado hits you. You're a victim. You know, but like, let the drama commence. Oh, I'm sure that comment will likely eat up about 45 minutes of my week. But like, and I love singing the praises of good policing. It is my favorite pastime. But you have
it would
to
have
call
been
out bullshit.
a drastically different video with a drastically different reaction if you had just been like, "Hey, we knew this was coming."
Right.
At some point, like, you know, they were gonna get pissed off at me enough to finally get it. So like, hey, if y'all want to send me something, support the channel another way. Here's some memberships that I'm starting up.
I'm
I'm
cool
currently
with
looking
that.
for a job. I'm looking for a job.
so
Hopefully, it'll
cool
still
with
be in
that.
policing. That is a great video.
Right.
Probably gets you more money and like doesn't look like you're just like.
Bro,
honestly,
drama
had he
farming.
said that, I might say,
I'd have
let's
donated.
throw the guy $20.
I was literally about to say that. I was like, had he just said, "Hey, I got
But to sit out here and to cry and to try and, because again, we're only getting his side of the story. We have no idea what the city said or like what the city told him. We're just getting his version.
The super chat broke.
Oh man,
That's amazing. That's fair.
technically, I think
Super
they're
fair.
correct.
That's super fair.
Hold on. That's pretty good. I am very rarely
Technically.
corrected by chat on law enforcement related things.
And take 5 from second responders for the mustache.
Oh, there you go.
Frag, there is no First Amendment violation if there is a policy that he violated.
So because, and again, the First Amendment is designed to protect speech against, one, criminal charges, but two, discrimination on certain things, right? However, conduct, and this is kind of where you get, it is a condition of your employment that you agree to specific conduct. It's why they can tell you have to wear a tie to work.
Even Chris
That's a huge
had to deal with shit for his channel. And all he did was play games and do coffee with a cop.
Yeah.
Like
same thing with, you got to imagine, like, uniform code's a great example of this, right? Yeah. Does having basket weave or not having basket weave have anything to do with my ability to be a police officer? No.
Nope.
Can they discipline me or fire me? It seems like is it petty? Yes. Is it dumb? Yes. But it's a condition of your employment. In the same way that I have the right to decide to not wear basket weave, they have the right to decide whether or not they want me as an employee. They don't need a necessarily good reason to not do it if I've agreed to the policy as a condition of my employment. That's where I'm getting at. The civil case would be pretty weak if there was one. The civil rights violation side of it, like the wrongful termination is closer, but I still don't see it.
If there was like
the civil rights
actual retaliation for it, not just like firing, but there was
if
like
they were charging him, if they were doing public statements,
if they were like refusing to send backup to like things like that, where you're actively
all day long,
but just firing you for it is like that's it's employment.
Also, we just watched that video, so clearly he still has his channel. Yeah. So what part of his First Amendment has been taken away? He's still out here making videos. He's still talking. He's still putting screenshots and getting city council video. Like,
yeah, according to him, it's all FOIA requests, so it's not like he's prevented from accessing that public information either.
Yeah, there's a really interesting discussion I had with a friend of mine. I was at church. You can shout out to this. That I have every right to go be a Christian and have my beliefs and try to share those beliefs with everybody, right? But that does not entitle me to people liking what I have to say. Or being friendly.
And a lot of people won't.
Yeah, or reasonable about what I have to say. And I'm not allowed to be upset when they're not receptive or when they don't want to hear it or when they even like me less because of it.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't matter to me if it's something that's fundamentally important to me, right?
Yeah.
If I lose a friend or if I lost somebody because of that aspect of me, well, then I have those beliefs for the wrong reason. Same thing with policing. It meant enough for me and Bill to both shave our beards.
Yeah.
For the better part of 4 years, because that service aspect of the job was important enough to us to do it.
It's horrible.
We gave up lots of aspects of our
worst
life.
time of my life.
Oh, terrible idea, right? But it was like it was worth it to do the job, and yeah, I don't know. Like I have.
But also, we both knew.
Yep.
I couldn't tell you the policy that Arlington had for this, but we both knew if we were doing this job today.
Oh.
Even if we had never said what department we work for, if we had never done anything in uniform, we'd still get fired. They'd find a way to fire us as soon as they found out about the channel.
Yeah, very likely. 8 hours tram. So, I know we've gotten through like 4 videos.
Yeah, Frag's making this like a little follow-up point that if the policy is a First Amendment violation, it has to be.
But it's not. It's an employment.
Yeah.
It's an employment policy.
If he could prove
there is a lawsuit, which I think is maybe what he's pointing out. Yeah, there is a lawsuit about the policy specifically.
Sure.
That's happening.
I don't disagree with the lawsuit. I'm just saying I don't see how he wins a First Amendment violation when no one has silenced his speech.
Josh,
just because he's not a cop anymore has nothing to do with his First Amendment. Like, no one silenced his speech, and he's still got a channel that he's still talking on.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Josh can't not dox himself.
It's the best.
Josh is begging y'all to find him.
Find me.
He's looking for an excuse.
Just send me some money and I'll send you his address.
Hey, dog. It probably wouldn't cost much either. He'd be like, hey, look, Daddy needs some new tires. I'll dox a brother for that. Okay. And if anything, he's probably double dipping because someone finally took him up on it, and I have to pay him a finder's fee for use of force.
So, Big Killer brings up a good point. He says Angry Cops has the best bosses. I don't know how Angry Cop gets away with the military stuff.
My brother is getting away.
But he does. Now, he definitely works for a very open-minded police department.
Now imagine this. if you're in Volusia County, do you think this guy has an issue with what he's doing?
Probably not.
Doesn't have a civilian oversight board. You have a guy that's willing over there to talk, literally talk shit to suspects. And
they'd probably put him on like the social media side of the department and be like, hey, you're now our social media arm since you already know how to do this.
Right.
Which is also going to hurt this guy's case if they look at other. Oh, geez. Thank you. My tires are expensive. That's also going to hurt his case when you see like this isn't like a widespread nationwide thing.
Right.
This is department by department, and they're allowed to make policies.
I would
for
never,
their employees.
I would never work for a department that's going to say you got to tase no matter what, or you got to go. And we're not going to allow you to have rifles. We're not going to allow you to wear body armor. They could make that determination. They could say you are not allowed to wear body armor. My old department said you were not allowed to put a flashlight on your pistol. Yep. Now, would I work for a department that does it? Hell no. You know what I mean? In the same way I wouldn't work for a department that is like, hey, we're going to make it a policy that you cannot, you're going to stand by Uvalde style if something bad happened. That could be policy. And if you violate it, you get fired, regardless of if it's legal or not, or whatever legit. So like I understand where he's coming from. And yes, I agree. If you want to see change has to kind of come from the inside. But like, what you're signing up for and a lot of that stuff.
You decided to be the martyr. You can't get mad when they make you a martyr.
Right. It's kind of, you know what I mean? Like
you got burned at the stake. Yeah, you knew.
Yeah. So I do believe there are departments that would have no issue with what he's doing. There's likely a department that's going to be that I could probably keep doing this if I went to a department that was cool enough about it, but I'd have to suss that out on the front end. Mm-hmm. And if I was there, decided to start doing this stuff, disclosed, and they were like, no, you'd start department shopping. I don't know. Just like a relationship, just like anything else, there's my boss now is super cool, but I don't go to work until 10 a.m. ever.
Mine too.
Yeah. Juan's is the coolest.
Let's be sleeping till noon.
I mean, my boss watches our channel and laughs. So.
Mega based. Okay, we'll keep going.
Wait a minute! Didn't do anything wrong! Liberal, Democrat. You're a liberal!
Are you guys refusing to leave?
You're a liberal!
Are you refusing to leave the property?
Yeah. There needs to be a soundbite. You're a liberal.
Terminated for downloaded body camera footage from the city system without submitting.
Turn around, please.
He's fucked.
Oh,
read Frank's comment. He's fucked.
Oh my god. Yeah, no,
if that's true, you're not winning any case.
You're not winning anything.
You know what's wild?
That's exactly what we said he did.
Yeah.
No, but like he's made the most compelling argument against this guy. Frag was like, well, I wanted to be Team U, but played yourself.
No, shout out to him for investigating, though. He went deep in that rabbit hole.
Where's Frag?
Give Frag some points. Chat gets points for that investigation.
Thanks.
There you go, yeah.
Special thanks to Frag.
Hell yeah. Bro.
My brother, he went out there and he said, the truth is there. We're going to find it. And then
I never felt bad to begin with, but I feel even less bad now. So, chat's at 420, huh?
That was on purpose. Yeah, dog, that'll bury you pretty fast. That's a big no-no.
There's your First Amendment.
That is a huge no-no. Oh.
So what amendments did he violate?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, and truly,
which amendment protects me from cyber hacking or whatever?
Yeah, truly, there's potentially some civil lawsuits coming his way.
Should be
if that wasn't edited, if that wasn't.
So everyone thinks they're donating to his mortgage. They're donating to his lawyer fund.
Even if it was edited, I remember I was trying to get into like filming depositions for a while. Bro, the amount of rules you have to follow when you're dealing with evidence is crazy. So if even if he did edit, if he didn't edit it right, you're in for a world of hurt.
Frank, where else you want points? That was pretty clutch. That was real time. No. I'm gonna find the truth. I'm tempted to update.
Give Vigilante some points. I feel like Frag's a vigilante.
I'll give Vigilante some points for that.
He vigilante down here.
Make that a solid 60.
Yes, you can face legal action for that.
I like
big
that.
ones.
Big
ones. Ram called it. That was my guess. It would have had to have been a pretty legit violation for that.
He's not going to face criminal legal action, but he could for sure face civil.
Frag brought us back to that tank video.
You know what? I wish we'd known that before we posted our comment.
Oh,
because we could have posted something about that. You know.
So which video was it? And who'd you ask?
Many?
Oh, dude, could you imagine? Oh, okay, we'll go.
Frag said media deserves points.
Okay, I'll allow it. He did the hard work. I'll let Frag do whatever he wants now. My dog. What a Chad.
For this stream.
For this
stream. Jeez.
No.
Okay. Actual interference. Also cuffs in hands. I'm with you. Now, there is, I will say this, and this is terrible tactics, so don't listen to me. There are times where you realize that this person is not a threat to you. It happens. You get used to fighting people for a living. You can kind of suss out the situation. Minus a weapon, because weapons are the ultimate equalizer, you know. God made man, but Smith & Wesson made men equal, right?
Well, some men.
Some. That's true. That's also true. But
Sig P320 tried to make him
Where's media?
Surprise?
Where's media? That's pretty savage. Just bringing it back. Bringing back inequity, one shot at a time. But there are times where I approach with less than ideal tactics every once in a while. If I'm genuinely not afraid of somebody. It's a terrible
remember that
skill.
old lady?
Yeah. Boy, and I almost paid for that.
Taser?
I almost paid for that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You did. You almost made me have to do a use of force on an old lady.
Bro, I almost got
shove her.
Extra circumcised there.
Luckily, she was already sitting down, so all I had to do was put my hand on her shoulder.
That's true, but that was a bad time.
But, god dang.
Oh, LeBron.
Oh, there's LeBron. There's LeBron. There he is.
This is every toddler ever falls and then
yes.
Who saw me fall?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's why he'll never be better than Jordan.
Yeah, always.
Get away. No.
Oh shit! You got a felony charge right here for hitting me. Yeah, he punched me in the face.
Bro, also hit an old timer. You were very lucky a sap did not come out for that. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get these things off my back, my husband, I swear to God, it's going to be really bad. Like within 10 minutes.
Yes, you are under arrest.
But for what? What did I do?
Trespassing and resisting arrest. Four seasons. They asked you to leave numerous times.
So, yeah, he's like, you're not going to leave? She said no, straight to enforcement action. God bless. What is this? I mean, we're winning. We're getting some points
love that.
back here.
I love that.
Very quick.
And you said you would not leave. Both you and your daughter would not leave.
I don't care if you arrest me. I don't care.
Also,
that's consent.
It's pretty good. I guess it's called Ped Patrol. Be real careful with that.
Yeah. Oh no, it's specifically look at
the
captions on there.
You thought it was okay to meet a little boy late as fuck at night to be friends. What are you right?
No.
Bitch, what you doing?
Whoa. That's sending him back to the ancestors.
Bro, I had seen a slap so clean.
It sounded so good too. Play it again.
I'll tell you what, I'll play it again.
I'll see it again.
What the fuck you doing?
You talk.
What you doing? What you grabbing for?
Where my hat?
I don't got your fucking hat.
Where? Where? I need.
Oh, I feel another one
It's
coming.
not in this one. That's an alley-oop smack. Good assist, bud. That's that Chris Paul to Butt Griffin.
Come on now.
This is the Chris Paul to Butt Griffin.
No.
I tell you what, this is one you want the police to
Please
get
what?
I not try to do that.
What'd you try to do?
No.
What'd you try to do?
I try.
I give you.
It's the camera right here. Take him around where the dumpster is. Take him around where the dumpster is.
Let me get that, bro. Let me get out of it.
That joke where I say try that in Houston.
Yeah.
This is where you want PD to be there. You don't want Houston.
Hey.
Oh, bro. The cashier's like, no. You ain't coming back. That's brutal.
How much you want to bet the store owner didn't call the cops either?
Oh, I bet she went.
It's getting handled.
Probably erased
No way.
the tapes, dog.
No
I bet
way.
she went out there and was like, I can buy new ones.
Nope. She's going to lock it, turn the lights off. I didn't see
dude.
shit.
I didn't see anything.
You got in here.
Are they robbing this guy?
Yeah, take him with you.
I've seen that before.
Give me that shit. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
What you do?
You got your keys.
Give me.
Give me that, bro. Give me your keys. Give it up.
Give me
that, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You're going to get fucked up. Give me that.
I can't.
Yeah. Ooh.
Backslap.
No.
That was kind of a cheap
Listen
shot.
me. Listen me.
Yeah.
No. No.
That's not as fun as the
Oh,
person.
shit.
Damn, that's a big fall.
No, I not do that.
All right. I was cool with the slap.
Well,
I'm not so cool with this.
This is now kidnapping, terroristic threat, assault potentially, SBI.
Yeah, I'm not.
The slap.
I was cool with the slap.
Give me that
The one slap.
That is wild.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be considered now aggravated assault. This
Yeah.
is now a defenseless person here. But like I said, that was a FAFO moment right there, dog. Like,
yeah.
I just wanted.
But also,
if
if you're gonna go through the trouble of finding these people that want to meet up with minors, go about it the right way so you actually have a chance and you don't discredit yourself by looking like an asshole.
He said. Frag said, "Don't record your assaults."
Yeah, it's true.
Agreed.
Yeah. But also,
Agreed.
like, this doesn't prevent him from re-victimizing, right?
Correct. At all.
I will say this too.
If anything, it makes him a victim.
Well, what's sketchy about this, and we talked about this with punishments. When punishments get too severe, you start to get what I call desperate suspects, right? And so they're going to go through whatever, and like they'll reach a certain point of no return, where now they're going to do anything, up to killing people, hurting people, whatever, to get away with their crime, right? So and I'm not saying that we don't need to be punishing people that are trying to meet kids. I'm all for it. I have no problem with To Catch a Predator. I have no problem with specialized units that do that. The problem becomes, do you think a predator sees this and doesn't decide, well, it's just going to be easier for me to kidnap somebody? If I find a victim that I can see, I don't have to court them or nothing. I'm just going to kidnap them and be done with it. That's my only caveat to this is, yes, the slap and the social shame, I'm all for. Because a little bit of social shame are only going to prevent a certain amount of behavior. But when it's like, you're damn near killing this guy, or torturing this dude after that. And again, I have very strong feelings about the offense being committed. But what perception are you now doing? And then you do, like Bill pointed it out, you lose a little bit of credibility when you go and do it. But we will get the slap one more time.
Yeah.
Thought it was okay to meet a little boy.
Say it after.
Latest fucking night.
You also made it becomes harder to believe that you're doing your due diligence in finding the correct person and not just trying to find somebody to fight.
Ah, man, you know what this means? I got to take points from society.
Yeah.
You know it twice. One for being creeps, and then for this is why you pay for people to administer.
You don't consider them vigilantes?
Oh.
I think it's society and vigilantes.
Bill played you there.
Only fair.
Yeah.
We're gonna get
That's why you got to be certified.
One more time.
To be friends. What are you right?
No.
God, man. That is a vicious.
That was good. End the video
Such a
there.
good connection.
Solid.
Had they just ended there, it would have been a good time. I tell you what, my mom's hit me that hard before. You know, my behavior changed after that.
I bet it did.
Oh my goodness.
I bet it did.
What is this?
An Arizona man noticed two police officers right outside his home. He was concerned that something wasn't right.
Code violation.
Is this real or fake?
Oh, I love this video.
Real. Real turf? It's real grass.
No, dog, that's real grass.
You can tell by the little
sprinklers.
Where are these little
Yeah.
pins? Hold it down. Are there sprinklers? Dude, that's like.
My man's never seen underground sprinkling before.
We're getting old if we think the grass is nice. 129. Okay. Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
I watched some of this dude's other
Arizona man-
videos. He goes all out.
Really?
I'm talking sand, the flat rake thing to put the lines in the yard. Like, it's crazy.
Dude, this is in Arizona. Literally, look at his
Yeah, I was
neighbors.
gonna say.
Yep. There is no grass in Arizona.
You know how hard this is.
I bet his water bill is outrageous.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what he does for a living. Dude's got to be making bank. That's the best advertisement you could have.
Yeah, out there.
Yeah. But who wants to pay for it out there?
I don't know.
Some people for sure, but most people are fine with rocks.
We'll give that to society for keeping grass.
Also, what about municipals for community policing here?
You know what? For Myron, good work.
Come on.
Respecting it.
Yeah.
It's like reverse broken glass theory.
Yeah.
Have nice stuff and the community stays nice.
Are we ever going to find our little Facebook story?
Which one?
The only one that we have. The kid, remember? That we gave the stickers to?
Oh,
I have that.
We'll pull it up. Give me a second.
Yeah, do that one, then I can leave. Okay. Sarah said, to be fair, you don't have to mow rocks.
Here, I have it.
Yeah,
right
but
here.
they're ugly.
Josh, I'm sending it to you.
Oh, perfect. I was like, I'm trying to figure out what to search for this.
Oh, it's so easy.
It was what's it called?
Incredibly
The
handsome
Arlington
officers.
Spotlight or something.
Yeah, it's a body worn camera of the week is what they called it on
That's
Facebook.
what it was.
Yeah.
Be prepared.
That's what it was.
You think I can't dox myself enough? Be prepared.
I'm so ready for this.
Oh, there it is.
Turn it up.
Be ready.
Full screen. There we go.
Yeah.
Be ready, kiddos. This was the one thing I wish never happened. This was like the worst. I had never regretted doing something nice more in my life than this. It was funny because Bill and I had the exact same reaction to this too.
Yeah.
We're like, damn it. Of all the things, it had to be this.
I thought we were in trouble.
I also thought we were in trouble. Shout out to APD. God bless the poor people still out there. Well, there you go.
I love that.
If I
Not
can't
even
get...
bothering with the voiceover.
Oh, no. You remember how sus that 911 call was, too?
Yes.
That was sus as hell, dog.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So, these two officers show up at their door. Turns out the kid was the one who called.
Look at Josh standing in the fatal funnel.
Yeah.
Hey, so we got a 911 call. What's that 911 call?
From here?
From a phone number that got me here.
Okay. Call 911.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Is he okay?
Oh, he's fine. Come here. Come here. Say hi. Say hi, policeman.
How you doing?
Hi, buddy.
Let me see your phone. Let me see your phone.
Did you call police?
He said, let me see your phone. I forgot about that. He's checking the calls. I totally forgot about this. That's so funny. It's weird. This is like meception.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's very serious if you call 911, okay? We do show up.
We don't call the police.
We do show up. We're not in Dallas.
Yeah. Oh, bro, some shade.
God, that's so accurate.
We do show up.
Alex Meach?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Alex? So it's not even a priority one call. I think it came out as a 911.
He didn't show up.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Well, it's okay. Well, thank you for your apology.
Oh, dude, they caught us.
Return trip.
Bro, we got on this. So Bill and I go and just marked out on an invest just so we can have an excuse to be there. Because this was not in a convenient spot in our beat.
No, this was
pretty high.
deep in a neighborhood that we never went to.
Yeah, but we looked up the call just to remember, because it's also a big neighborhood. I couldn't remember where it was at. We looked up the call to get the address. I do remember this. And the guy got us. I was so pissed.
Yeah.
Well, because we didn't know they were like ex-police officers. So they kind of knew how to suss us out, those buttholes. You don't get body cam for the back?
That's the note.
Oh.
Did we turn our body cameras on?
Oh, we didn't, because we were being sus.
I don't think we did.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because we were wasting time.
Yeah, bro, we violated policy
You're
hard.
gonna
Yeah,
get fired. First Amendment violation.
We did. Yeah. That's why we thought we were in trouble.
Oh, I think it's what. Once we realized what it was about, I was like, "Oh, we didn't turn on our body cams." And that was total BS investigation. Oh no, I think we made it a follow up. I think we just marked out on a follow up.
Yeah, probably a follow up.
Something like that. I don't remember what we did. But he we got because the guy was like, I want your name and badge numbers. We're like, damn it. Yeah, he knew.
That's fine.
But anyways.
What amazing officers we have in Arlington.
Yeah.
What was funny
used to.
Yeah,
you used to have them.
Used to.
Read the comments. I want to see the comments.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, come on, Josh.
Dang it.
Shift T. There we go.
I want to see if anybody talks shit about us.
Are there comments?
They're on the side. Over
Right
here
there.
On the right.
On the
right.
side.
On the right. There's only 12 of them. On the
Perfect.
Oh, they're here. Sorry.
Do the thing with your hands, Josh. Remember, L is for left.
Community policing at
View
its
more.
best. View more.
Hearts.
It's a little. That's a little on the nose.
Come on, Kelly.
Wait, I said MHMR for too long. To be fair, I can't throw any stones. Oh, yeah.
Never hurts to be nice.
Yeah, a nice lady.
Oh, some may have been filtered out. Those are the ones I wanted to see.
Just click instead of most relevant, just do the little drop down, and you can see all.
Oh,
yeah. All comments. There's only 12 total, so.
Yeah.
That's
it.
Okay.
That's gone. Yeah.
They played us.
Everything was relevant.
Anyways, I get to give myself points.
Okay.
We get to give municipals points here for being good.
That's right.
Let's go.
You're welcome.
Let's go. Monetizing regret.
That's it for me. I gotta go.
All right, Bill. I'll go.
Just wanted to relive. Just wanted to relive the one
That's a good time.
good thing we ever did.
Dude, the only good thing we ever did.
According to our department.
Literally. All right, Bill.
Oh, man. Bye.
Bye.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Bye, Bill.
Bye.
That's so funny. I hate that he made me play that. We were literally, yeah. We tried to be, because we didn't want. We just really, the kid loved cops. They didn't show the whole interaction, but he was so pumped we were there, and I was like, dog, this is like a state jail felony, depending on how you look at it. And so the parents were really cool. They were like, can you talk to him about it? So that, because if he hears it from y'all, he won't do it because we're just his parents, right? And the parents were super. The kid, I think the dad was a lieutenant somewhere, and the mom was an upper administrator at a police department. And we were just trying to leave after giving the kid a sticker because we're like, we're about to leave anyways. And they were like, no, I know you got to give me your name and badge number. We're like, fuck. And they called her supervisor. It was a bad time. So from good policing to bad policing.
What's funny is that's also the only time y'all were ever, you're not even searchable whatsoever. There's no other calls that y'all were ever on that showed up in the news, nothing whatsoever. You might as well have never been there. That's the only thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, I've made calls that I was on, made the news all the time. Heck, I was showing our Discord. Shout out to the Discord if you want to join it. You can become a member by becoming a member here of our YouTube membership or a Patreon group for as little as $1 a month. You won't pay my bills, but you will make it easier to do this stuff for as much as we do it.
Just make it easier to justify to our wives, basically, while we're here.
Exactly. But it was a shooting that I worked, and I actually ended up arresting both suspects, and I worked the scene. And it was personally a little traumatic for me, just given the nature of the call, but that one, making scene on Six Flags when we had shootings there, making scenes I can look up most of the bigger calls, but yeah, saving people's lives, nobody cares. You can't search any of that stuff. Heck, we do periodically, again, on a closed Discord, not for public publications. They've seen Bodycam. I'm like, you guys want to see a dead body? Or whatever. Yeah. There's stuff like that where we can disclose some of that. I'm also crazy doxing myself there. That's why we have that group. But yeah, there's wild stuff. The amount of times that we did really crazy things, and you would act as if, according to the news, it's you don't even exist. And we're not cool. There's cooler officers than me that do cool stuff all the time. To the credit of what that idiot in Columbus Police was saying, there's great work, but that's not why we did it. I don't care. It never bothered me. It's just why we don't spend half of our time, oh, cool, check this out. There's me kicking a door. Here's a picture of me doing cool stuff. There's very few pictures. My wife got onto me the other day. Heck, Juan got onto me. He's like, there's no pictures of y'all in uniform. And I was like, yeah, I didn't take
in our thumbnails, because I only have the one picture of you in uniform, I used your body with Bill's head, because we have no images of Bill in uniform.
There's very few. Very, very few. Because it's not why you do the job. Or at least that's not why you should be doing the job.
And that's why you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Open, close, do you care?
Oh, I can't hear this.
We got limited.
So context, this is another agency calling this guy in. This guy works for Waxahachie PD, which is not very far from where we're at. And essentially, this guy was off duty in his Jeep driving around, and he struck in some way, shape, or form a trailer of another vehicle. That trailer got disabled. They are saying that maybe he was a little drunk, and that he left the scene, did a bunch of sussy stuff, possibly pointed a gun at somebody during this whole encounter. And this detective knows this. This is a great short way to watch how interviews go, where this officer has no idea what this detective knows. He's just like, hey, there was an interaction, so we're doing our due diligence to look up on it. So there's a great example of this. We're going to kind of walk through
Space and giant desks. You're good. All right.
That is the amount of witnesses. Holy cow. I did not see this last time. Ooh.
Even the Coors Light is a witness. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, well, this is evidence, but.
So July 30th was a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
What are the allegations? Like what is being said?
Bad first response. So again, about disclosure and all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of policy. There's a lot of stuff that you got to be cognizant of when you're in law enforcement. You're sitting in a room like this, you're probably in trouble. when Bill and I got our little commendation for giving this kid a sticker, we were fully expecting, I'd probably get in trouble for something. I don't know what, but probably something. But this probably shouldn't be your first answer.
Well, they're claiming criminal mischief, so I'm trying to figure out what happened.
Criminal mischief is not the claim, but that's what he's saying. Probably actually a Chad move. Cops
also, this is a situation where you can't not answer, correct? Or you're just risking your job?
This is an IA investigation. If you choose to not come and talk about it or refuse to answer, you will. And it's an auto terminate you. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like when you don't want to take a drug test. You say, well, I don't want it today. Okay, well, enjoy working somewhere else. Yeah.
Like I damaged their property?
Yes.
The guy that was pulling the boat?
Yes.
In case you're wondering, this is not supposed to have this much camber on it. These are supposed to be straight. And then, though this is in a state of disrepair, generally speaking, this is what we call a transfer mark. For those of you that are, I've worked literally over 100 accidents. But the transfer marks are ways to indicate that it rubbed against something. That's really all it is.
I didn't damage any property.
That is a lot.
Okay. So what happened?
Remember what we talk about when you ask a simple question and people take a really long time to answer? It's because they're thinking about their answer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not want to answer? Or, I'm a loss here, but you're here.
You asked me to talk to you, yeah.
So
he was passing me on the left, pulled over in front of me and stopped his vehicle. He said he had a blowout. We looked at the tire. At some point...
In case you're wondering, a blowout is where the tire fails, not the rim fails.
In our contact, he thought that maybe either he hit me, I hit him, some vehicular contact took place.
So it bent the axle.
We went and looked at my Jeep and there was no damage at all.
So this was the pettiest damage that I saw because I actually watched this whole thing already. Only
Those
because
little Punisher tires are PC though.
For real. They kind of are. This is guilt. This is guiltier than a Chrysler 300 on a Saturday night. But
this is official oppression on wheels.
All this needs to say is Malon Labe or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah.
This could have been caused by hitting a curb or something like that, but they're just going to say that based on the way that the accident and the transfer marks happened, the fact that there is damage even though it's not terrible damage, because there is some damage there, it does corroborate that there was a collision.
So we couldn't have struck.
Now that's harder, because this is a bulbous tire on a rim that's pretty like seated into this. You would have had to make contact pretty hard to get that much of a scrape on the inside portion of this. And it's likely that they can see that it's paint. It's not like a rock, or it's not like whatever. And again, you would be able to tie that paint. You'd flick some of it off and you could get the color and all that stuff.
I drove my Jeep away. There was no problems with it.
Okay. So you're saying you did not hit?
I did not hit.
Oh yeah,
that's real bad, dude.
Toast. Yeah.
No.
Did you see the trailer?
I seen the blown out tire, yes. With a bend in it, which would indicate that if he struck something, it would leave some kind of mark or indentation or something like that. There was nothing on my Jeep. No tire transfer. No.
Oh, they were showing the alignment. These guys are good. I tell you what.
It said on the thing they have Clay, who was the guy that did it, had 40 years of collision repair experience.
Golly, dude. Yeah,
so he knows what he's looking at.
Yeah, they're looking for tire alignment. So you hit something, and your CV joint and all the things that make up the axle that holds your tire there will move a bit. And yeah, ooh.
No tire transfer. No nothing. I took my Jeep to my PD, and they've looked at it, and they took pictures, and there's no damage on it.
Pictures.
Okay.
Same thing, alignment front to back. Oh, that's way off. That's kind of wild.
Can you just tell me what happened that night then? I mean, I know what you're telling me here, but I mean, can we back up?
He drove by recklessly or fast. I followed him.
I thought nothing happened.
Well, he needed to know the allegations first, Josh.
Right.
Where are we at when this happened?
Roach Road. He passed on Roach Road. Went left on 984. I followed him. I seen him pulling over in the ditch or
seen him.
Not just Brady list, unemployment list.
I didn't know what had happened. I was pulling over.
So Brady list, yeah, he's gonna be. So if you guys would like to donate a super chat to pay for my mortgage and probably his child support. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Y'all drop some super chats. We'll make sure they get to this guy.
No kidding. That's fine.
Make his pay his bills.
Sandwich.
So I was going to drive by left to check the vehicle out. On Getzinana Road, he passed me on the left and then went over and stopped his vehicle. That's when I got out, seen who he was, asked him what happened. He said, blow out. We looked at the boat. We looked at my Jeep. Everything was friendly. The boat owner came. They changed the tire. Everybody was friendly the whole time when we left.
So I thought there was no collision. What do you mean you stopped? What do you mean all this happened? Also, dude, yeah, get wrecked. This is like going to be very obvious tire tread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where were you going?
Skulls in it.
I was going to say little Punisher skulls.
I was going home until he passed.
Might as well leave a card.
Oh, is this guy's name Josh? Oof.
Yeah. Points from Josh's.
But you were in the driveway,
Points from
right?
Josh's, for sure.
You were in the driveway when he passed. So why did you follow him? He wasn't in front. He wasn't behind you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out why you're on Getzinana Road when you live off of 34.
I was at a friend's house. He drove by on Roach Road recklessly. My friend was out there. He had his 2 daughters there. I seen him drive by like that. I was going to observe the vehicle and call it in.
I did not see the DWI portion of this.
Did you call it in?
No, I didn't have a chance.
I saw all the Coors Lights, which now I'm guessing were in his Jeep. Maybe
It's a spit cup.
Hey.
Also, he does have a radio for dispatch. That's hilarious.
Patrol Jeep.
It's personal. Oh, Josh was a witness.
Oh, okay. So he's Curtis then out of that report.
Transfer on that trailer? Which probably
Josh is whose house he was at.
The amount of transfer is so bad.
If I told you there was transfer on that trailer?
Transfer of what?
Like tire marks on that trailer.
Yeah, it's surprising. Because there's nothing on my Jeep. No tire transfer on my Jeep. Even if you hit a curb and a regular tire,
give a shout out to this editing.
The rubber comes off and shows a mark.
Good job.
Man, I've worked a lot of crashes. Anytime there's any tire rubbing or anything, there's a indentation or a a mark on the tire where it came from.
Oof,
Yeah.
Oof, that's rough. Yeah. It was like noticeably different color than
His
everything
punishing days are over.
Yeah.
There was nothing.
Sure. You've worked a lot of crashes?
I've worked crashes before.
Yeah. Well, so, you know, generally where there is an impact, there's pieces on the roadway where the impact occurs.
Sometimes, yes.
Right. It's a good indication that there was a collision.
Could be.
I love this
if
idea.
I told you that there was pieces of that trailer on the side of the road where the collision was said to have happened.
Bro, is that your knife?
I don't know if the piece.
Let's try to see.
If I told you that there was pieces of that trailer on the side of the road.
Oh, no, okay, that's a piece of it. Okay, I legit thought that was like a little pocket knife.
A little pocket knife?
Yeah, I was like, if you drop your pocket knife
I don't know if the pieces. I don't know. I would never see pieces.
Oof. Oh. just to put some icing on there, he's like, this clearly goes from here, and look, I'm going to show you how it fits. It's pretty good. This is actually very good crime scene pictures. Like, this is pretty decent fidelity for what you sometimes get.
Gloves.
You said you stopped.
I don't know if it matters, but
yeah, further down the road.
Yeah. Did you come out?
Yeah.
There it wouldn't so much because it's been exposed to the elements.
Mm-hmm.
You're not really going to get any like DNA evidence or anything else. This is just tying the
piece to the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long were you out there?
I mean, I can't put the time on.
Did you know anybody out there?
Yeah, I knew some people.
Who?
The driver, but
Anybody else?
a female passenger.
What are their names?
You asked me what happened, I told.
Okay. What kind of Jeep do you drive?
must be new to this.
A 2002 Jeep Wrangler soft top.
2002 Jeep Wrangler soft top. Is it new? Did you buy it, or you had it for a while, or what?
I told you what happened at the crash. There's no marks on my Jeep. Nobody accused me of hitting
I thought you
the
said
boat.
there was no crash.
Nobody said.
Remember when he said there was no crash?
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Remember when he said there was no collision whatsoever, and he just stopped for
Necessarily the case.
funsies?
Somebody, both people saying it's both.
Okay.
So, nobody from your department told you that somebody claimed the boat? Claimed that you hit the boat?
I told you about the crash. I told you what happened. That's it.
Okay. So you got 2002 Jeep Wrangler. Who's registered to?
I'm not sure.
Is it yours?
He had expired plates?
That's funny. Well, I mean, he probably just bought it. But
no, that's the thing. It literally says they bought it, and then he just never changed the registration over to himself after he purchased it. So he had his plates expired in 2020. Yikes.
Oh, I don't know who Anna is, but
She's the one that sold him the Jeep.
Okay. But why does she still have the insurance policy on it?
So apparently the policy numbers are the same, but
That's weird.
it shows that
Maybe it's like a girlfriend or
his
something.
policy, possibly.
I've told you everything about the crash. That's all I'm talking about.
No, because she's married to a guy named Matt. That's weird.
I mean,
Yeah, this is 2023. This is 3 years later.
I mean, I've heard of weirder stuff.
That's true.
We were talking about first responders here.
It's
Some weird-
Waxahachie.
Yeah, there's some weird folks out there. Whiskey? The fuck you mean you're not sure?
Insurance is his, registration is hers. Okay, but then why does the policy number match?
Yeah, this is weird.
That night?
I told you about the crash.
Maybe they just have the name wrong on the thing.
You asked.
So this is also kind of sus. So I physically have a flashlight on me at all times. Like I keep flashlights, I keep a knife, I keep a multi-tool, I keep a tourniquet, and I keep a gun on me pretty much whenever I'm going anywhere. And when they talked about using a flashlight, the only flashlight he had on him was the one on his gun. It's a bad look, dog.
That's funny.
That's a bad look, dog.
That's great.
Asked me about the crash. You said you're investigating criminal mischief. I told you what happened there. And that's it.
After drinking, by the way.
Yeah, no kidding. So stupid.
Okay. The vehicle is registered to you.
I don't have anything else to say. I told you what you wanted to know about the crash, and that's it.
Fired.
I don't think you told me everything about the crash. That's why I keep pushing to ask more questions, because what you're telling me.
He's doing a great job. So he knows the details, right? But he wants to hear it from him, and he's slowly giving more details. He'll let some dead space sit for a second. These are very good or this is technically an interrogation. I'm trying to mine information out of somebody as opposed to just interviewing someone. This is good.
Doesn't line up with the evidence first.
The evidence says there's nothing on my Jeep that would indicate that we had any crash. I didn't know
call it a crash 2 minutes earlier.
Said that, they said that we may have had vehicle contact, the driver of the boat. We went and looked at my Jeep and there was nothing on it.
Okay. But there's markings all over the trailer.
Okay.
There's pieces on the roadway from impact.
You see how much space he leaves between comments? He's just letting it simmer. What a good time. He's giving him an opportunity to also be honest.
I didn't observe anything, so I don't know.
That's a good technique. People don't like sitting in silence. It's like against human nature, so they want to fill that empty space with something.
Yep.
And they'll just tell on themselves.
Hold up, I got a TRL1 HL. But I got the OG. I have the non-HL.
So Frag is saying that he should have been given his Miranda rights.
So the difference is that this is an IA investigation, not a criminal one. So notice he doesn't go into custody after this, even though he's admitted to leaving the scene of an accident, probably also DWI. This is specifically and there's aspects of this investigation that cannot be used in criminal court because of Miranda not being applied. But from a internal investigation standpoint, yeah, this guy's screwed. And you have to answer all these, and they don't owe you anything. They could keep you in here damn near indefinitely. But yeah, an AI investigation is very different. This is what an AI investigation looks like.
An IA?
You're not being forthcoming. I'm going to be honest
with you. An AI investigation is a robot.
AI.
What you're saying, but what you're saying does not line up with the evidence.
Affairs internal. French.
You're saying you didn't hit the vehicle at all? That's not what the evidence shows? You're saying there was no marks. I'm telling you there are marks. You live on 34. You told me you were going home, but yet you're on Getson Road to call in something that you never called in.
Didn't call it in because he was drunk.
I mean, you know these people. They know you well. Right?
Is there anything else you want to ask me? I mean, I've told you about the crash, and that's what we've talked about.
Were you drinking that night?
And that's all I want to talk about.
Were you drinking that night?
Have a good one.
All right. Appreciate it. We'll find out. We got the can.
Oof.
The can. Pull DNA from that?
Yeah. Oh, 100%, dude.
Oh.
What?
Frag said he thought it was a different agency. I don't know. I wanted to check on that, but
they can also do an external one. I mean, you really could. And even if it was, I could see where you would maybe want Miranda, but because they never placed him in custody, he showed up on his own. He asked him, do you want the door open or do you want the door closed? And he didn't take him into custody. Like, there was no... And notice, the guy went up to leave, and he didn't try to stop him from doing it. You're... Under no circumstances are you under arrest in that. You're free to leave. He wasn't even technically detained. He agreed to come and talk to him about it. So under a very strict idea that you think that if you have PC for an offense that maybe you have to go give it, maybe, but for which offense? The DWI or the accident or whatever. This is more of a look at misconduct than probably anything. Be curious to see if the evidence is already gone for the DWI, but the cans being present are going to put him there at the scene of the accident. He did stop, and so maybe they just chose not to exchange stuff, but I bet you they're more looking for just the misconduct side of that. They might not be looking at criminal charges.
So not really a hit and run, just kind of a hit and run type thing.
Well, if they exchange, like they know each other, right? So
so they didn't...
Right. Like, you can always call me and get a hold of me or whatever. And then if I choose not to, then you can hash it out.
Or like I've had the situation where it's like there's like a slight bump, but there's no damage on either car. And so you just go like, whatever, call it. Right. You know, not worth wasting an hour of our time for this.
We're going to take points from municipals for misconduct, and I'll put some points in admin for holding people accountable. Look at them. This is the bad
There is no downside to giving Miranda. Well, he might not tell you all the things.
So what I'm getting at is that in this instance, if they're not pursuing their criminal investigation, it's just a discussion. He's being given an opportunity to give himself, to like alleviate himself from doing it. In that instance, I mean, because he could decide, I don't feel like talking to you at all, and you're going to do the whole thing. You're going to do it anyways. Like the opportunity of being transparent might lessen the punishment. So let's say he's like, yeah, I screwed up. I was scared. He's very transparent about the whole thing. Maybe he goes from getting terminated and them trying to go after his license to him just getting terminated or being given the opportunity to quit. But like, you're not going to work here anymore if you're doing that. Versus if he lies, Brady list, I'm coming after your license, I'm coming after whatever. And it's not retaliatory because it adds to the culpability of it all. You knew what you were doing was wrong and you tripled down on it. Like, how can we trust you as a law enforcement officer? You're allowed to be human and make mistakes. If you're drunk and you call it, there was a great video that we did, like, I think it was over a year ago, where the guy was drunk and he walked a rookie through doing his own DWI investigation.
He was a sergeant.
And I was like, what a Chad. Like, he was like, no, at least this is the last thing I can do. At least I can teach them how to do it right. That he like made them do the DWI.
Well, he specifically told him, like, no, you're going to do this to me exactly like you would with anybody else.
Yep.
You're not like, because the rookie was getting weird about it. He's like, I don't feel comfortable. Maybe I should call. He's like, no. You do this exactly the same way you normally do.
Yeah.
Just because I'm your sergeant. And treat me different.
And though I agree from a legal standpoint, there is no downside to giving Miranda. When it comes to mining information, there are moments where, like, again, let me give you the ID context here, right? So the one time I didn't give Miranda, it was a very specific time where I didn't give Miranda, even though I knew what I had. Injured to a child, right? So I had a kid, a quick story time. Infant, you're talking like 9 to 8 months old, very, very young infant. Can't pick themselves up, can't nothing. Had, they're called chipping fractures on their wrist. This only happens when you pick a child up by their hands, and it literally will rip the bone off, right? Very painful, kid can't do stuff. I saw the x-rays. The physician told me they're on both wrists. This only happens under these circumstances. The kid couldn't have done this to themselves. They can't even crawl right yet. So, like, this is likely like an abuse to a kid, right? Well, the criminal investigation was relatively easy. I was going to get a sequence of events to go do it, but trying to develop a safety plan where I was going to allow CPS to step in and give custody to somebody else was right then and there. Would CPS eventually have the time to do it? Sure. Or I can deliver them on a silver platter all of the verbal components I need and the sworn test, like, statements given to me. Anytime you're giving a statement, you're presenting it as a matter of fact, right, to a law enforcement officer. I told him, hey, I'm Officer Josh with the police, right? Everything you're telling me is being recorded. I'm just trying to find the facts. And I was very surreptitious about asking them about the facts. I let them lie to me for 20 minutes about their sequence of events where I knew there's no way this kid's grabbing a bottle. There's no way this kid's grabbing your hair, because it literally would have felt like cutting your own hand off to try to squeeze. And the doctor even demonstrated it to me. On Bodycam, I sat there and, like, reached out to the kid, and the kid tried to grab a toy from me, basically. And you saw the kid flinch, like, hard, because they cannot squeeze their hands. And so even though I knew all that, and I had the evidence and I had everything, had I Mirandized right there and I didn't get it, that kid stays with that family for likely a month or two more, even though my criminal investigation was there. There are circumstances where it can burn you because it's hurting you in other instances to not just get the same thing. Imagine if someone's kidnapped or someone's whatever. Exigency might dictate that I need information, maybe because the evidence of the crime, might deteriorate. Now, it's still there. Stop taking toys from babies. I tried to give it to him. They couldn't take it.
Josh was like, I know you can't take this.
Right,
I know you can't take this.
That was some evil bastard, right? But
laughing on body cam.
But yeah, and they could always.
That's why your department doesn't show your body cam online.
Exactly. But he could have at any time, and he chose to terminate the interview. The guy didn't try to stop him. He didn't even suggest stopping it at that point, right? He would just sit there and wait. And so that's my only pushback on it. Never hurts. There are opportunities where it does hamstring you from an investigative standpoint, especially when finding the facts of the case might be important for one reason or another. In that case, he's probably giving the recommendation to his police department to suspend him right then and there, versus just allowing the judicial process to move on. It's a pending thing. They need to get all the information that they could go get before they decide that they're going to get a warrant and issue it for his arrest. That might take weeks. Well, during those weeks, he's allowed to continue being a police officer, right? Thank you so much. Kevizivia. This is a chicken sandwich, basically.
Oh,
this is like
that.
I guess it's like chicken salad. There's like
it's a chicken salad sandwich.
Yeah, basically. It's the most bread I've had in a minute.
Are you keto?
No, not keto. It's like 85% carnivore. I still do sugar periodically. I still do bread when I want to, but like typically for most of my meals.
So just no veggies is basically what you're.
Yeah, I'll do fruits. This has vegetables in it. Like I don't go out of my way to avoid it. I'm just making meals that are carnivore specific, and when it's not convenient, I don't care what I eat. But I'm shifting to a lot more protein in my diet, like a lot more. Where like all of my snacks are protein based. All of the like meals I plan for myself are protein based.
I keep getting ads for this protein ramen. I need to ask Bill about it and see if it's worth it and if it's any good. Because it looks delicious in all the ads.
Kinsey's cooking, bro. I tell you what, I do everything in my power to keep Kinsey because my quality of life would significantly drop if she ever left me. Ex-cop admits to stealing from children. What are you giving up for Lent? Nothing. Why would I give something up for Lent?
He's giving up.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
He's going to keep going forever.
Jesus isn't staring at me and like, what are you giving up for Lent? Because your salvation's in the balance. It's not there. Okay. Stranded horse. Let's see it.
Come on, old boy. Officers worked to rescue a horse that had fallen into a frozen pond. Easy. Easy.
Okay, for my horse people, why is this horse in this pond? Unless it's just completely on its own, I guess. Maybe that happened, but...
Dumb.
What's going on here?
Well, look, the barn's like right back there. He probably jumped a fence.
What? I don't see a fence, though.
Maybe they don't have a fence.
Maybe you're
dumb.
911 calls came in to New York's Saratoga Springs Police Department. A horse named Sly had fallen through cracks in the pond's surface into the freezing water below. Oh, easy. 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 The horse was panicking, making the rescue of a 1,300-pound animal even harder. More officers came to help the owner pull Sly out of the water. 1, 2, 3. Come on, buddy. Come on, little boy. Let's go. After much effort, Sly was brought onto solid ground. Whoa. He's up. Oh. He's up.
God. Just watch out. He's going to pop up. Easy. Easy.
If that thing ran right back in the water, I was going to take points away from the boys.
Police said in a statement,
It's
quote,
like that,
after
that
reaching
that deer where they rescue it from the barbed wire fence, immediately freaks out, gets caught again.
Jacob, you can bring a horse to water.
On solid ground, the horse was able to get to its feet and was walked to a barn to begin receiving veterinarian care. For Inside Edition Digital.
Well, there you go.
Good job.
Was this deputized? Hold on.
It says Saratoga Springs Police.
Let's go! Bro, we're going to get into the positive today. You know what? I'll give 15. Fuck it.
Oh, damn.
Let's go. And then good boys for being dumb, but still lovable. Also society. It wasn't just police there. We're society.
Yeah, we had some a veterinarian surgical team.
There you go.
From what I understand about horses, they're close to toddlers. They're constantly trying to kill themselves.
Nice. Gonna clip that. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. 2 hours. 48 minutes. Oh, get wrecked.
Deserved.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Hey, you're not supposed to pass this way.
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm good.
We need to call police.
No, we're good. We're good.
What are you? No, but I have them.
Here, get my number. Get my number. I'll pay everything.
No, that's not the point. Because right now, you hit my vehicle.
I know, but please, I will pay everything.
No, that's not the point.
I'll give you the money.
Mega based.
Are you okay? No, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, I need to go now.
Please,
You are the witness.
please don't. Please don't. Please.
Doesn't want cops to show up to this accident. Ain't no way you're going like, I'll pay for everything in cash right now. Yeah. Oh, so he's running from the cops already.
If these lights are on, it's a felony.
Oh. I missed that part. He was already running.
What an L.
It'd be really funny too if like he was getting pulled over for flipping off the cop and then he does that.
Right. It's like it would have been an unjustified stop. Here's your First Amendment, right? He runs like an idiot. Dumb.
Get good.
Self-pit.
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Hey, you're not supposed to pass this way.
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm good.
We need to call police.
No, we're good. We're good.
What are you? No, but I have them.
Here, get my number. Get my number. I'll pay everything.
No, that's not the point. Because right now, you hit my vehicle.
I know, but please, I will pay everything.
No, that's not the point.
I'll give you the money right now.
Okay?
No. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, I need to go now.
Please,
You are the witness.
please don't. Please don't. Please.
No.
I'm asking you, God forbid, please don't.
No.
This brought me joy.
Not me. I feel bad for the dude whose day's not ruined because this idiot decided to do this crap.
Oh,
That's
you know
gonna get
what?
his car repaired.
And I
He's
bet that
gotta
guy's
go.
got no insurance.
Yeah.
Okay, it does make me sad. You know what? Good on him for calling, though. We're society. Mega based. He said, no, I'm calling, homie.
Just a nice old man trying to go about his day.
I get to take points from suspects.
And these bikers are out here.
These bikers. Share the road. The road's for
Share the
us,
road. Look both ways. Make sure to look behind you. Okay?
Bro,
How about
Frag.
you look in front of you for once.
Frag, you got 10K in your pocket? I didn't think so. Calls 911.
Bro, with the way insurance is doing it now, that thing's probably totaled.
Dude, for real, for real.
They don't want to replace anything.
Ooh.
A Gaithersburg police detective arresting one of the women who police say had just tried to steal more than $10,000 worth of clothing items from the Lululemon store here at downtown Crown. The others ran off but were arrested inside a nearby grocery store. In all, 3 adults and 1 juvenile are being charged not only in Wednesday's theft at Lululemon, but previous thefts at this same store and another theft a short time earlier yesterday at the Bath & Body Works in Germantown. Allegedly stealing $1,700 worth of candles there. Gaithersburg police tell us they were here and outside of the store, inside the store and outside the Lululemon, waiting when the women showed up again yesterday. Lens Crafters, that's over at Rio, was also targeted. Now, these are the 3 adults arrested yesterday. They are, from left to right, Monet Herndon and Sean Stewart, both 26 years old from D.C., and 18-year-old Precious Spivey, also of the district. An unnamed 17-year-old was arrested and released to her parents. Police are looking into the possibility these are the same suspects in retail thefts last summer here at the Lululemon and at the Dick's Sporting Goods over at the Rio. A police officer was struck by the getaway car in one of those cases. As for the 3 adult suspects arrested here, a court commissioner has released them from custody, ordered them back before a judge in April.
Released from custody. Jacob, you nasty. Phoner, shame him. They have expensive taste.
They do. Bro, that's like 3 leggings at Lululemon. 10K. AI Jack Nicholson.
For real, for real. I hope pray for you. Same. Shout out to municipals.
Municipals?
We're getting there.
Take some from judges.
Actually, for all 3 suspects. Because they're wrong for that. Oh, what is this?
What is this super old video? Where's the
Around a year ago, Donut just kind of started popping in our back employee entrance area 2 or 3 times a day. It seems like he gains a pound or 2 every day. The family that actually owned it, they came over. The family had decided that this was a better place for the cat. All of our employees chipped in and made sure that it was microchipped and spayed, neutered. He likes to jump on the third shifters' cars and try to sneak inside their car at night because he knows which ones have treats. If they're writing reports in the back lot, he jumps on the computer and makes them have to retype a few things. Almost at the end.
Member.
Huh?
Anthony became a member.
Oh.
He's a veteran.
Anthony. Brother, welcome.
Of its time as a Kentwood officer, we're going to have another new officer over here, and that'll be the canine. Sometimes I think cats and dogs don't always
do what?
It's Donut Meowperator.
Meowperator.
Or
LT's
Meow Nut.
Pretty. Did you say Meow Nut?
Yeah.
That's sussy.
Nick is going to retire and go live with our administrative assistant, who's extremely happy. I don't think that she's going to be able to get away without bringing Donut in for a couple trips every once in a while.
What a cutie.
Fur babies.
I'm going to take... I'm not giving them points for that. I'll give it to media. And to good boys.
Yeah.
Good fluff. 420. Let's go.
Solid fluff.
What is this? Oh, that is. Oh. Nope. Nope.
It just has no audio.
Got no audio. I hate this. Stafford Police. This is dumb. There's really no audio. Yeah, it's weird.
Probably got muted from TikTok. I bet you it was super copyrighted music.
Why though? The slick car, like you like let it be a slick car. If you're doing like some sort of like observation or whatever, or let it be a marked unit. This is a weird, probably expensive, happy medium, and that's dumb. It's a sad medium. That's what this is.
Custodes, that's the best one. Donut Operator.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's really good.
That's pretty good. Operator. How caffeinated is here?
Literal
fluff piece. Oh my goodness. This feels like a fluff piece as well.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
Why? I wonder if this was real. Like, this was a real apprehension that you felt you needed to use stop sticks for. But we're gonna take the time to videotape it.
Do you think it's like a narcotics unit or something looking for a specific person?
Cops are back in Portland. I guess.
Oh, interesting. They stole stolen car, maybe? Could be.
I guess.
I don't know.
Driver of a stolen.
See, because it seems like a marked unit, right?
Yeah. So I guess it was a stolen RAV4. I bet that thing runs really well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's nothing. You know what that is? That's points from vigilantes.
Oh, LSP does this because here it's illegal to initiate a traffic stop in an unmarked unit, and ghost units are technically marked, so there's a lot of these in the state. Okay.
That's
so
weird.
they're doing it to be specifically sussy. They're playing the technicalities.
That's sus.
Like, I'm not technically violating policy.
You can do...
Spirit of the law, letter of the law.
Bro, you can do everything you need to do with a marked unit. I like, unless it's a purely observation vehicle, I see no use for an unmarked unit, to be honest.
Also, does that? I mean, because headlights would just show you, right? So what's the point? There's almost no time when you wouldn't be.
Right.
I guess daytime, like just super straight daytime.
Yeah, I don't know.
Would the sun not work on the reflective?
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see, like, you're going through a lot of effort. Like, I totally get it with, like, bait cars, or, like I said, you got guys that are in undercover units that are doing, like, investigations that want to be in slick cars, sure. But you're not going to do apprehension in a slick car. Like, that's shady. That's how you get shot. It's like no-knock warrants. The only time I'm doing that is, like, it's a hostage situation and I'm making a dynamic entry, or, like, and that's in pretty much any exigent circumstance I'm not doing it because it's not a warrant. It's a warrantless search, right? But, dog, just not announcing is sus. Like, I don't know. I know it sucks, but this is what you're signing up for. What?
Drinking beer in the car. I wasn't drinking beer in the car. I'm slow.
I mean, that's just dumb.
I didn't drink in the car. Man, what else?
I got you. I put that camera on his ass. He shut the fuck up.
So he could lock me up.
He shut the fuck up.
Riding around drinking beer.
I wasn't drinking beer in the car. I wasn't drinking beer in the car. I'm slow.
I mean, that's just dumb.
I didn't drink in the car. Man, what else?
I got you. I put that camera on his ass. He shut the fuck up.
I don't understand the context. I'm guessing he's like, don't be drinking and driving. But if that's the case, do the invest.
Yeah, this is weird. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. Maybe he just saw that they got out of the car with the can or something.
No, don't get me wrong. I have, on occasion, and it happens, welcome to policing, where you see a crime about to happen, and you're like, I'm going to give you an opportunity to not do that. And then leave, right? Because I was like, there's a lot of calls holding. We got murders going out, so I need to stay available. Like, I can't go be the street cop doing all the cool stuff. Like, I have a duty to the city to be available to, like, help people, you know? But, like, I don't know. This is, you know what? More points. I don't get it.
Hey, Josh, what happens if you knock the door with a warrant and you hear someone inside, but they don't answer?
Like, they don't acknowledge?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You made the notification. So, like, they don't, the point of the announcement is not, like, because you can't know if they heard you or not. The way this is going to be evaluated is I made a reasonable attempt at trying to notify the people in there that I am law enforcement. So when the reasonableness lens is applied on this in the back end, like, let's say everything we do in the off chance it goes sideways, right? That's law enforcement in a nutshell, right? So if I make the announcement and their claim is they didn't hear me, you could get an expert to test it. You could talk about decibels and all that kind of stuff. It's like, hey, but when they look at the body cam and all they hear is, this is from the OnlyCops police department. If you're in there, come out. And I yell it like 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And your argument's, well, I didn't hear it. They're going to look at that and be like, well, to your peers there that are having to evaluate this case, it seems way more reasonable. These really loud banging, you're there with a baton slamming on it. You're shining flashlights in the thing. Like, there is a way to do it. That's a big reason why we used to use the PA. We would even market. We'd get on the radio and say, hey, 234, we're starting announcements. And dispatch would update the call, say, hey, PD is making announcements and all our body cams are on and someone's on a bullhorn, like, this is with the police. Come out unarmed. You shall not be harmed. We know you're in there. Like, the whole 9, you do an announcement.
Come out here. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, them being able to hear you or not being able to hear you. What if they're deaf? Well, it's an affirmative defense of prosecution, right? My responsibility is to make the notification. I can't know. It's not reasonable for me to know. Same thing with a language thing. The kiddos on the Discord got to watch me kick a door and threaten the guy in English, even though I knew he only spoke Spanish. I was stressed in that moment. I just kicked the door open, and I'm a rookie cop on final eval. Like, I'm stressing. And so I went to my lowest level of training, and instead of saying, manos arriba, something, I'm just like, show me your hands. And this guy's like, ¿qué? He's like trying to de-escalate me. Tranquilo, tranquilo.
And you're like, tacos,
there it is, right? But anyways, like the you can what if you want to all you want, but the idea behind it on the tactic side of it, as far as notifying, I am just obligated to notify, and I've made a reasonable attempt to notify. That's it. Everything else is too much conjecture. There's a lot of case law that protects you. That's why it's reasonable. Because if it was beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm like, oh, I don't know. Did you hear us? And if you said no, I was like, well, I guess we didn't notify. Yeah. That the law is not that inflexible.
Yeah, you should have just called me to help translate. Put me on speakerphone.
That's how that works. That is how that works. Dude, DWIs in Spanish were the worst. That was a bad time. Invests weren't that bad. Because most of the time, like on an assault, it was pretty easy. Like, getting identifiers, figuring out if you're in pain or something like that, or even a medical call. Like donde duele, it was pretty easy to remember. I can sort that out. It's not perfect, but they know what I'm asking, and they'll point, and I can figure it out from there. It was worse when they started yelling at me in Arabic, expecting me to know what they were saying, and I was like, wrong tree, Doug. Same skin tone. Yeah, barking up the wrong tree, though.
I just pulled over. Yarborough. Yeah, the chief deputy driving a Dodge Charger.
Oh, we saw this one. Oh
yeah.
We saw Yarborough. That's what I pulled
That's the one
over.
that got. Isn't that the one that got us banned from YouTube for like 2 weeks?
It did indeed, actually.
Yeah.
No. Different guy. There was a female officer that pulled that guy over. That guy I put us in timeout there. I learned where the line was on TOS for threatening.
Telling him again to go to their house. Oh no, you told him to come to your house. Never mind.
I did.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
Totally. That was the First Amendment violation.
Exactly. Yeah, First Amendment violation. How dare YouTube suppress my right to free speech?
That one, they actually took our First Amendment away.
Oh, dude, yeah. SFSTs, when you're not Spanish speaking, trying to do it in Spanish, even reading it off the sheets, rough. It's a bad time. What's the best is I had to do one in Cantonese one time with the language line. So I'm just holding a cell phone out, saying to the person in the language who does not know what SFSTs are, giving the directions to a non-English Cantonese speaking person, and me having no way of being like, oh, I know I gave the instructions the right way, because I have no idea what's being translated, or if what they were saying is being translated accurately back to me. It was a bad time. Free the vigilantes. You can't make me.
Look at me, look at me!
This feels like you're about to get your gun stolen, homie.
Please! Oh my God! All right!
Check the oil.
Oh, super checking as well. What are you?
Whoa.
What is pants down for?
Are apprehensions messy? Sure. There was a little bit of sauce on this apprehension.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd want to keep him in the car, because he's like pushing him in the car as the guy's trying to get out of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying I've never gone hands-on with a gun in my hand. If you're the only one there, it's all you got, right? But generally speaking, the second I'm grabbing someone, this handgun becomes very useless very quick. Mostly because it can be turned back against me, but also weapon retention's almost impossible with just one hand. One hand is actually a very poor way to get a hold of your gun. Just typically why most weapon retention is taught from the belt, because you're just going to slam it in the holster and try to keep it there, because now you have like this extra third point of contact, which is your holster, which is designed to keep it there. But man, inside of like 3 feet, guns kind of suck. We train to shoot from, we call it anchor point. It's just not ideal. You can get stabbed, you can get punched. Worse, you get disarmed or whatever. Pistol whips are going to be within policy if deadly force is within policy. Donde style baño.
I'm curious where he saw deadly force in this encounter, but we don't have full context. So I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt.
That's what I was going to say. Now, I believe that you could draw down. Like, let's say this is a felony in progress. Like, let's say this is the end of a pursuit. Do we see this all the time? This is a felony in my presence. Can I treat this like a potential deadly threat? Yes. The problem's going to be going from pointing to smacking him with it is going to be like considered like I'm using a gun as a blunt weapon, but it's still a gun. Like it in and of itself is actually labeled as a deadly like implement, if you want to call it. It's a deadly weapon. Or a pencil, it has to be the manner of its use. Like a baseball bat, kind of in the manner of its use, but like a knife, less so. That's going to be a messy use of force, I think.
All right. Relax.
He's good now.
Relax.
He's good now. Yeah.
Please stop.
Why you hitting me? Turn over.
Nah, why you hitting me? You trying to take off of me. I ain't trying to do shit. Get off. Why you hitting me? Get on the ground. Nah, why you hitting me with that gun? Why you ain't got no camera on?
Got him.
I got it on camera.
Yeah.
Getting pistol whipped is a bad time.
Stop, okay? Stop.
Okay, there's some safe rep attempt here to try to get him to roll over. That's actually a good plan, but you got to push and pull at the same time. She is a witness.
Chase him.
No, don't chase him.
No.
You also have no scene safety here. One of them should be scene safety. I'm not saying you don't need all three, because if this guy is really motivated, he said Freudian slip.
Also, because you don't know how to do the safe rep very well.
Right. Yeah, he's trying to leave. I don't know why he's pointing.
Yeah. I don't know why he's pushing him. I don't know what. And it's hard because they do this, so there's no way to tell if the dude was trying to punch him and
the
he
flip
hit him
side
for
to
that.
this.
Weird.
Ununiformed officer.
That's the other thing too. Is like, bro, you come up to me in my car like that. If I haven't just been in a pursuit with a bunch of cops,
try that in Houston.
I'm just shooting you from out the window. Like
it's a weird.
I'm not letting you open my door.
Yeah, it's a weird look. It's a big reason why even our investigative units that would do plain clothes always ask for our help and apprehension. Oh, as long as one of us was there and that person could see us, didn't matter who took you into custody or how they did it. It was just that at least you had the knowingly and intentionally.
Yeah, I almost feel like if those other cops, and again, it might be that they all just ran up on this really quickly, but if you have the other cops there, you can just be lethal and they can run up and grab them. So because they were super close.
Yeah. The other issue with just identifying as a police officer, it might help you from like, I have authority to be here. Like, let's say I'm in a school, right? I'm picking up my kid, and I randomly produce a firearm because there's a deadly threat, right? I'm like, dog, what? No one's normally supposed to be in a school with a gun except for a police officer. So I could identify and they might be less sussed out. Same thing with a bar, those protected spaces where technically only law enforcement has the authority to do it. Or I'm like stopping traffic to do something, but I'm doing it in an off-duty capacity. Identifying as a police officer might help you there. On a use of force, you're asking too much out of and there's some case law to this, right? You're asking a lot, and this is the way it's going to be painted in the court of law. How did you know that was a cop outside of him telling you? Has there ever been an instance of people impersonating police officers? Has anyone ever been victimized under that set of circumstances? And they're going to pull up ring cameras of people being like, hey, we're the police, and kicking in the door and robbing the family. And so that's the only downside. This is why I'm not a fan of unmarked units, not a fan of ununiformed officers doing uses of force. They can participate. They just need to not do it. But yeah. True. Date night gone wrong. This is definitely municipal police. It looked and smelled like municipal police. And
it was NYPD, so yeah.
Ugh, that should be half points.
Yeah.
But I won't take it back. I'm going to try to hammer through these.
Oh, I wonder if we have the
thieves.
One.
The what?
There was one where they went and did an inspection that I really wanted to get your take on, because I don't know if it's a normal thing. It was also NYPD, which is why.
That looks really familiar.
Trying to steal a catalytic converter. New video tonight shows the victim trying to flag down a passing fire truck for help just moments before he was shot. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter live at the scene in Inglewood with more from the victim's sister. Leanne.
Mark, that fire truck appears to be LA County. Juan Sanchez's family now demanding answers after that fire engine drove by the 48-year-old as he was trying to flag them down for help.
The scene's not secure. Clearly.
Literally. Actually. Policy. And again, should they morally, ethically, and legitimately stop and help this guy? Yes. Will it be the last day they're a firefighter? Probably. Somebody. Depending on how that went down. Now, maybe you get a mega-based city manager that's like, damn right. You know what I mean? And like doubles down on it. Maybe your fire chief decides to go out on a limb and say, hey, I know we're probably going to catch some heat for this, but I believe personally that this is the way that we should conduct ourselves and do business. Like, everybody should be willing to go and put themselves in harm's way. But policy is going to be very against this. It's a big reason why I have a wife and not a boyfriend, and I was a police officer at the time, and why my wife does not have a boyfriend.
A frantic wave for help as a fire engine drives by just moments before Juan Sanchez is gunned down.
It's upsetting.
To be fair, too, what were they going to do?
Yeah.
You know? I guess, but like, how would you know?
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't know what you're looking at and it's just a dude going like this, I mean, like it's tough to.
Because for all
unless
they know,
you see a gun being pointed.
Yeah, Poppy's an accomplice. For all they know, oh, we're trying to steal a catalytic converter, but you know, it'd be more cool stealing a fire truck. I'm gonna give them a little bit of shit for it, but like, I don't think they did anything wrong. The water cannon you'd have to deploy, so. Also, water cannon has to be aimed and charged.
Yeah, your best bet is taking that big old fire truck and just hitting the gun dude with it.
Yeah, give him a boop.
But
even then, like, good luck.
I'm also, so if you go back a little bit,
fire engine drove by the 48.
So here, do it when they actually drive by.
It's coming up here.
Because there's a car blocking, them from seeing everything here. So there's a second car there. It's hard to know if they saw, because like all you see, especially because when they dip down right there, all you see is one dude waving.
Right.
You don't see the two other dudes. You see a random car there.
I tell you what, to be honest, they stop. You likely have dead firefighters, to be honest.
Yeah.
And is that sad? Yes, but this is a tragic, crappy situation. And this is a lot of big reason why, like, I became a police officer. It's why I believe a lot of people that are passionate about it become police officers. They hate seeing this kind of victimization and nobody willing to go put themselves in harm's way to go combat that, right? The same thing with, like, let's say this guy decides, you ain't taking my catalytic converter, and he decides to go out there and Elmer Fudd it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in LA County, it's likely not going to go very well for you, right? Even if it's totally justified. Even if you manage to exchange gunfire with these guys, you're lucky you survive the gunfight and you win 3-on-2 or 3-on-1, right? For this gunfight, probably sitting in county for a while, and that's if they don't prosecute you, right? For whatever unlawful carry, so on and so forth. You do that in like West Virginia, they probably give you a medal or something weird like that, you know? And so you also got to think about the sets of circumstances for that, is like, culturally speaking, how do they expect you to conduct yourself as the victim or as the second responder or whatever it is? I have a little bit of sympathy for the guys that are here, both the victim and then him, because they didn't really have a lot of recourse. And that's the way that state or county decides that they want to conduct business. You consented to that culture when you decided to live there and continue to live there. That's the only downside to it.
Yeah. Your recourse is to just stay inside your house, make sure your Ring camera is recording.
Not confront them, right?
Which sucks.
Probably still the safest bet, regardless of what your local laws are. But
I'm not trusting that any criminal in LA County is not going to shoot me.
Right. And same thing for the firefighters. Like, for all we know, they're going to try to take the truck, right? Like, I have no idea how this is going down. So this is a little, I understand the family's feeling here, but I think it's a pretty unreasonable ask. I never stick up for
this feels
fire,
different.
but...
I think they're trying to play it like the one with the dispatcher that like hung up on him.
Right.
Not quite the same thing.
No.
It's
but still,
just
they
a
should have
thought
handled
of
that because.
What does she say?
what could have happened if at that moment that they were right next to my brother, if they would have stopped, it would have saved a life.
The 48-year-old husband, father, and grandfather was shot and killed earlier this week in front of his Inglewood home when he tried to stop thieves from stealing his neighbor's catalytic converter. You can see one of the suspects walks up and crawls under the car, then you hear the saw. Seconds later, Sanchez walks up. One of the thieves threatening him with a metal bar. They exchange words as the fire truck, believed to be LA County, drives by with its lights on. Sanchez trying desperately to get their attention. Just after the truck turns the corner, the gunshot rings out.
My brother frantically waved them down and they drove past my brother, and about 2 seconds later he was shot in the chest.
Sanchez, who worked for Clean Harbors, was the sole supporter for his family, his wife recovering from breast cancer. As his family and friends continue to gather in front of his home in vigil, they are demanding answers on so many levels.
We have many more questions. So from the criminals, just finding justice, from the fire department, why didn't you stop? Or why didn't you return as soon as you heard the gunshot when you were at
for sure not gonna do that. I just don't.
This is why this channel is important, you know, because people have these expectations because everybody tells them firefighters are heroes, and they watch Chicago Fire where they show up and take a grenade from a kid
no universe
or whatever, and it's like, homie.
And the reason why the only reason why this upsets me is, would you be upset as an audience member if the fire chief was like, well, why didn't your sons go out and help him?
Why did the neighbor who's called
right? I don't know.
Any of your neighbors
I don't
also
know.
There. What
right.
did you? You were there,
right? So like that's kind of my beef. That like, and she's mourning. She's probably in a very tough spot. I think it's kind of shitty. Oh, yeah. It's that the interviewer decided to interview
bargaining
them.
Stage of grief, like
right. And I totally get it. I'm okay with the thought. I have no issue with any of that stuff. Mm-hmm. But for the new, you know what? Let's take it.
I have an issue with. I was gonna say I have an issue with media making this a story.
Yeah. Even if she said it, I wouldn't have televised it because I think that what is that gonna do? How does that help the situation? And I'm placing her to be the bad guy in this, not them. So we're not taking it from society.
Yeah, it definitely brings up this like, oh well, we have a thing where there's like a policy thing that it's like it clearly shows that you don't understand how anything works to even make this a story.
Ooh, damn. They're literally going to an emergency call. Okay, good. Society is slowly healing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because also, I mean, again, you don't know what this means whatsoever. God, like, it could be, hey, we need some help with. They could be asking for tools or like a jump to their car.
As someone who works in the media, my job in my free time is to convince people buying guns is a good idea, right? That's in full transparency here. That's my day job. And so if I was in the editor's room, Juan just went and did a sweet interview, got the family, got some sick B-roll, did the FOIA request to get the thing, and we're sitting in a room and I'm like, you know what we need to do? We need to demonize dudes shooting people over mufflers. That would be the way we ran the story. They'd be like, and we'd use all the editorialized vicious murder of like the sole provider for that. You can sensationalize this all you want, right? To get your little clicks and to get your engagement so that we can stay employed for another week, right? That's your job when you're in the news or you're in the media or whatever. But like, let's not do it at the expense of the family. Let's not do it at the expense of the fire department, which is an unrealistic ask.
Yeah,
right?
Because this is exploitation of their grief.
Right.
At this point.
Exactly. As opposed to, there's no call for justice. There's no, if you have any information. Let's see. Do they get it? Hold on, let's see.
I want to know if they bother to get the comment from the fire department.
Right.
At the end of the block.
Sanchez's sister says she knows that most of the firefighters on the engines do wear headsets, but she says they still have so many questions about how all of this unfolded. The LA County Fire Department says they're looking into the situation.
Why?
Family planning another major vigil for tomorrow night here at the scene. Live in Inglewood, Lee and Suter, ABC 7
So that's the
Eyewitness.
best you got from the fire department? You couldn't get expert on a shitty Zoom call to tell you how things work in situations like these? Okay.
Okay. Downvote. Terrible. I'm taking more points from media. That's so bad. Like,
Journalism
no,
used to be so much better.
What happened? That
Clickbait
was
culture, bro.
golly, dude.
Everything's a tabloid now.
Can you believe,
bro? No, don't defund the media. So here's the thing about defunding the media. This is what happens when you defund the media. They can't make any money without clickbaiting crappy headlines, so they all turn into tabloids because that's the only thing that makes money. The problem is we stopped buying newspapers and things with proper journalism, and now all of our local news stations are syndicated, and I have a whole rant. I could go on.
Yeah, if you had, and this is really where the term investigative journalism used to be a really big thing, as we're now just clickbait journalism, right? Where I, as a journalist, my job was in that town was to keep everybody in the know. Think of Bridgerton as a great example of this, where it's just like you're the one spilling the tea.
I was going to say Gossip Girl, yes.
yeah, Gossip Girl, right? But the whole idea was that I kept the my constituency invested, because if there was anything to know about anything, I was going to be the one to ask. And so good investigative journalism got to the truth. It got to the bottom of why the potholes aren't getting fixed and why porch piracy is not getting dealt with and why our water bill's so damn high. Like, they would go and ask the questions, show up and do stuff. And it was a very, I don't want to call it noble, because there's definitely some scummy stuff that probably happened there.
I mean, there was a lot of yellow journalism and stuff.
Oh, sure. But there was definitely an attempt
there was
to
a golden
provide,
age there.
Yeah, there was an attempt to provide a service to your constituency that would reward you in the form of purchasing your newspaper. This was like bi-weekly.
There were incentives in place to uncover like corruption and bad behavior and just even goings on in the city, right? The incentive was people buy your newspaper, you get to stay employed, all of that stuff. Yeah. And like your incentive structure is so jacked now.
Now they got to bend the knee to the syndicated monster, and that's a very different ballgame.
Yeah, and it sucks too, because most of, if you ever look back, so like we have this like national media, and there's, you know, your couple of big conglomerates, right? Even those used to get most of your best stories, most of the uncovering of like corruption and like these big major news stories came from local media, and enough of a stink was made because enough people got mad that it became national news. Now we have the opposite. Everything is top down, and now the national media dictates what your local media talks about. And it really sucks because you lose out on a lot of the good information that has happening in your town, which is where almost all of the important things that will affect your life directly are happening. All of your city council stuff, we have nationalized all of this. So now people in, you know, tiny towns get really mad about stuff that's happening 8 states over for no reason. It will not affect them. You have them like, oh, our kids are being taught this, our mayors are doing this, our city council. It's like, no, it's not yours. It's a city council, you know, halfway across the country. They're doing this, but you're mad about it.
Right.
And you're getting mad at your city council. It's summer of love, right? Things happen in Minneapolis, so you get mad at people in Arlington. Like, what? Why? Because you nationalized
it was a good time.
This media ecosystem, and now you can't get appropriate information. Anyway,
I'll never forget the traffic stop I did. This was like 3 weeks after the whole George Floyd thing went national. And I had done, I don't know, 500, maybe 600 traffic stops prior to this, maybe more. And every once in a while people would be kind of sussy or weird, or they were clearly like freaked out by law enforcement. It was the first time, it wasn't the last time, but it was the first time both hands were out of the window. And I think I stopped his license plate had been stolen from his car. I didn't notice at the time. It was just a no license plate car. But I approached the car. No hand on my gun, no nothing. This is like early in the day for me. So I was still on C shift. And the guy said, well, I'm just scared because I know you guys kill black people. So what he told me to my face. And I said, who's you guys? And he said, police. And I was like, you know what? Google the last time APD shot somebody, right? Unfortunately, I had to eat those words. Like 2 months later, we ended up getting into a shooting. But the guy happened to shoot an officer first. Like literally shot and almost killed the officer. And then they exchanged gunfire. So like it was at least very justified in our situation. But like at the time, I was like, dog, it'd been like years. And even then, like how many officers got shot at? How many murders did we have? How many? I showed them the heat map for like Texas or whatever for gang. It was on my story on Instagram. And I was like, you are here. And there's just Tarrant County and Dallas County. And there were just like these dark red spaces where I was like, oh,
I saw that story. That was hilarious.
Gang violence is here. And I was like, oh, yeah, it was a great place to be a cop.
Yeah, it's like we couldn't find a darker red. So you picked this one.
Yeah, we're going to go with like, it's like on its way to purple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if we went any darker than this, it would just be black. And then people are going to think it's a misprint. So we're just going to keep it red.
Yeah. But anyways.
Also, I love that this is the video that follows up that last one because it's man attacks firefighters, locks himself inside engine.
That's hilarious. Okay, well, there you go. See,
funny.
See, it's why it's policy.
Oh my god,
they have no way of protecting themselves. Those poor guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is a really wild story. A man yells, "Help me," as Buena Park police officers try to pry him from the cab of this fire engine. And there he goes. This was the end of the ordeal. Before this, the man attacked some Buena Park firefighters.
Spit mask and all.
Before locking himself inside
safe wrapped
the cab of that engine. He was arrested, taken to a local hospital. 3 firefighters were also hospitalized with injuries.
3 firefighters hospitalized from this guy. This is why they don't stop. So stupid. You know what? I'm going to give firefighters points for stopping. Despite it was dumb. And then we're gonna give LAPD some points here. Shout out to them. That's hilarious. You know what? I'm gonna give vigilantes points. They managed to get both of these stories side by side. I don't know if I pulled it that way on accident or on purpose, but they made sure both of these.
It's perfect. It was perfect.
Yeah, love your vigilantes. Give them some love. Was it like support your local sheriff? Support your local vigilante. Unless that guy's Jeremy DeWitt. In that case, don't.
Certified vigilante.
That's true. Certified.
Not those dudes decided to almost kill a guy.
Was that one rookie epised?
Oh, no. I was talking about the slap guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't do those.
Yeah.
she says thank you.
It's the first time Emus felt appreciated in a while.
He'd love to. That sounds like a dating profile thing.
Yeah.
You pull me over.
The reason you were stopped was for a Class C misdemeanor of disorderly conduct.
What's a disorderly conduct?
You were making obscene gestures out your.
Okay, that's protected by the First Amendment.
So interestingly enough, I know this because I'm currently in the process of getting recertified. There is a breach of peace clause in Texas Penal Code that if I make a gesture that is normally something that causes either alarm or like disruption, that it does count as disorderly conduct. So it's not, your conduct was disorderly in nature. It was fascinating. I was like, whoa. I would never stretch it because there are very real grounds on that you could take that to the appellate courts and they could see
how
it. I
is
was like,
that?
well, it's interesting. Now, you cannot be the victim of it though. So the officer can't be the victim. But if I flip off Juan and Juan gets upset about it and Juan is so upset that he chooses to tell me about it, technically I wouldn't be arresting you for flipping him off. I'd be arresting you for disorderly conduct. I would describe that you flipped him off in a manner that was meant to be inflammatory and meant
made
to
me
upset
road
you.
rage.
Yeah, or road rage. Yeah, you can see that. But
so I'd be curious to see how that's written. Would that be bringing it back to old Mustache Boy?
Right. Just
voided
very
for
different.
vagueness.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's what I was getting at is I wouldn't enforce it. There was stuff I did not enforce because I was like, I don't like the way that is worded. And I think it's too vague. Because when I go to enforce it and they decide to resist, Is this a hill I'm legitimately willing to die on?
Mm-hmm.
That's a question you have to answer yourself. Like, Summer of Love, right? Right after that, right after it already being sketchy now to get into uses of force, we're like, are we going to enforce shutdown stuff? It was a very real discussion. Am I going to go into some dude's gym? There was somebody in the sheriff's office in Texas that thought it's a great idea to go take an MRAP to this place. If they decide to resist, to what end am I going to enforce this, right? But you got to think about it. And if I lose it in appellate court, guess who loses qualified immunity? This guy. Guess who goes to prison? This guy. Not the guy that made the policy. Not the guy that asked, hey, officer, you need to go arrest that guy. I go, because I put the cuffs on, and I beat the hell out of him.
You pistol whipped him.
So though it could be articulated, doesn't make it right.
Sussy.
You guys cannot be the complainants as officers.
Oh, my boy! Hold on, we're suspects.
Ooh, we got us a lawyer.
We're suspects, dog. Ooh, what a champ.
Yes.
It was pretty good.
Bro.
That was very good. I'm proud. Whiskey, Texas Penal Code. Papa bless.
Let's go. Let me see this.
Now I have more
I want to
questions.
see it.
What is Shannon asking? Does middle finger count as disorderly conduct? There has to be a victim, and you have to be able to see it.
By its very utterance, tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace. That's like fire in a movie theater level kind of a thing.
So you got to imagine, if I'm in a park by myself and I yell whatever the hell I want to go yell, right? That's fine. But if I if I happen to be passing,
you start dropping N-bombs in the hood, like
it counts. Is it a First Amendment protected? Yes, but does it count as Yeah, prank videos. Even though everything that you're doing is protected,
you come to my house and say you don't like spicy food, like immediate breach of the peace.
You got to be careful. Literally, as he put it, fighting words. Well, you'd ask me to leave, and then it'd be criminal trespass.
Yeah, criminal trespass for sure.
You need to leave would be it. There it is. See, Frag. See, bro, that's why I like Frag. My boy is like, dude, if it's not in the book, it doesn't count. My brother.
He got he earned the special thanks today.
Your dyslexia is messing with you. I wasn't the one that asked. Who asked?
Wait, what?
Shannon said, why are you getting recertified? That is what you asked. That was you. I am Shannon. Is there I'm not Shannon? Shannon has me confused.
No, it is I am Shannon.
Oh, I also like that it's I am Shannon as opposed to
there's two. No, because it's got the little moderator badge. It's got to be Shannon.
Law group of Garland, Texas mentions that as long as flipping the bird wasn't a invite for fisticuffs and other threats, it remains. Look at that.
It remains legal, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
But again, you as the officer cannot be the complainant because you're not allowed to have feelings. Bring back robot cops.
I like that Brave Django said you're thinking of becoming a reserve officer so you can get body cam footage.
Yeah. Got to get body cam footage for the show.
Yeah.
No, I have we'll discuss it in the Discord, but I've been doing this for too long and realizing that I'm a waste of skill and talent and life and age, and that I could give back in just a smidgen. Also, I'd like to go back to carrying guns wherever I want.
He has a savior complex and it's not being fulfilled. That's what it is.
That's one way of characterizing it. Legitimately, I'm not going to argue the point.
That's the whole way of characterizing it. No. He can pretty it up with his words all he wants. I have a psych degree.
Hey, most of mine's founded in some sort of psychology. So you end up being proud of me every once in a while. You're like, oh, that's accurate. Like, that's legitimate.
I remember some of that.
Yeah, I remember.
The professor said something similar. Let me pull up my stuff. Some of my textbooks. I'm going to
go
pull them up.
Josh Nolan, I'm not that old. I'm getting there, but I'm not that old. My hairline and the gray hair that I'm starting to get would say otherwise. But I'm getting close.
You're going to be 5 years away.
Yeah, I will be 5 years away from being the Nolan. But at least I wouldn't be new. I had the better part of almost half a decade of policing prior to that, so I'm also not dumb.
I reach in my back pocket. Don't shoot me. You understand me? I already told you I don't know weapons. I ain't answering no more questions. There's my license.
Thank you, sir. Where are y'all headed to?
None business.
I love this guy. He's being such a pain in the butt, but
I want him to teach a class.
He knows his rights.
Mm-hmm. Are they going to get him for disorderly for every time he says the F word?
I'm ready for it. Because again, it would normally, like, according to societal standards.
As I explained, the
Shut up. Are you going to give me a ticket or not? Are you going to give me a ticket?
For disorderly conduct.
Okay.
Gestures.
Okay.
You were flying a little finger out the window.
Yes. Oh, you little butthurt.
I wanted to make contact with you and advise you not to do that in the whatever.
Give me my license and let me go.
No, sir, you're detained right now, so just sit tight.
For what? You going to write me a ticket?
You'll find out here.
Okay, I wish you would. I wish you would write me a ticket.
She's probably going to arrest you. So just sit tight, and we'll be back with you in a minute. Stay in your vehicle, okay?
Butthurt. I flipped them off. Why'd you pull me over?
Dog. That's pretty rough. Is this? Oh, tell me this is county. Hold on. I'm not gonna
Brown
listen to him.
uniforms.
I think this is county. Oh yeah, this is county.
Looking county.
It's county enough. This shield makes me feel otherwise, but I'm gonna call it county.
Yeah.
Keith's not here to stop. Keith would be like, "That's county police, sir."
It's like that's clearly what is it? What's that county in Florida? That's county with the metro.
Or whatever. Yeah, some dumb shit.
Florida Metro.
I gave suspect points, not because I like suspects, but because he was correct. We don't get to make up the law. Though I agree you shouldn't be flipping people off because it's not a good way to conduct yourself. I'm a good Christian man. I don't do that.
Whiskey dropping the interference with public duties, Texas Penal Code.
No.
It's interference because my feelings were hurt and I had to stop what I was doing.
No, that's not going to count. Is that highway a statey? I don't think it was a statey, only because there was two of them.
I didn't see no hats.
Yeah, that too. No hats.
Broward County? Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Oh, it said it's CHP, that's State Boys? Highway. Okay. I feel like we leave it where it is. I don't want to know because I didn't play the song, so it's not official.
You know what? It's my show. It's our show. It's our show. We can do it. I've been successfully compelled. Yeah, I was gonna say Keith wants to stop us. He can come and do it. We're gonna get in trouble for saying that, but everyone's like, it's all totally state. You know what? For chat.
I'm a civilian. All my immunity is qualified.
Oh, my immunities. I mean, innocent until proven guilty. Sure.
That's right.
Hey,
no doubt. I was not created reason. Oh, this is it. Okay.
Okay.
What is it? We're gonna do an inspection. Okay. You got some license. You have like anybody else in school? Oh yeah, for me the. Just you? Yeah. Right now I'm listening. All right, we're gonna come around the back. Okay. You open the door. Oh, can you like?
Inspection for what?
This is what I was curious about it, only because there are people in the comments that were talking about potentially this being like a dispensary type place, or that maybe, you know, as part of your like business license, if you're selling food or if you're doing stuff like that, you consent to random inspections like this. I would have thought it would be like health inspection type thing, not NYPD.
So in Texas, TABC is the only one that'll do something like this. That's going to be like the Texas Board of Alcohol, basically. Like they go and make sure that
they're
you're
above the Texas Rangers for context.
Yeah, so they literally, like actually,
they're the only ones in Texas you really don't want to mess with. Is TABC.
They will ruin your time. Our show OC Penal Cut 69 foot. Where's chat? Oh, actually, hold on, because it's
also
blank.
Shout out Jonah for the gifting everybody memberships.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Jonah, brother, welcome. Thank you. I think a dispensary makes a little bit more sense. I had to give vigilantes points, and I'll give chat points. Also, drop a like. I don't know where we're at. But
we have a New Yorker, but I don't think he's NYPD specifically.
No. So, but what I'm getting at is, if it's a dispensary, they would have a specific governing board that has specific officers that go to do compliance. It doesn't mean that they can't ask PD to go with them, especially if they feel like there's going to be some level of resistance or whatever. We were asked by TABC periodically to help with bar checks, but I never did them. You had to really twist my arm to make me do that because I had way better things to do than to be like, is that expired or no? Are you checking for... I would deal with the problem on the back end. But what is the deal?
Shower. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. You know, figure it out. We'll get forward. We'll go please. So, you know, you need something forward, but you know, if you don't need a forwarder, open the door.
Let me tell you one more time.
I'm down.
No, let's not come down. You have to obey the sheriff. They're telling you we're here for inspection. If you refuse the inspection, you're gonna get arrested for OGA. I'm gonna ask you one more time to open the door nicely.
Okay, so first, the thing I'm not trying to hear. No, you're not going to open the door.
So to be fair, this is likely an employee, not the owner, and they might have no idea what any of this is. They're like, all I got is a bunch of dudes asking to come. Conversely, this guy could be helping with money laundering and trying to stall. So I totally get it. I could see both sides of the fence here, but typically this is not the way that you would conduct business. Finally caught alive. Hello from Alberta. But we got another Canadian. Woo. My dog. I got to do a Canadian tour one of these days. When I go up to Canada.
We need to do more. I think we do have like a Canada video today, so you'll get to see your Mounties.
Get to see it. I'm going to finish complaining about NYPD.
Yeah, yes. I did a little bit of research on this. There's a Reddit topic on this, so grain of salt.
Right.
But they said the shop in question is a tobacco shop. So tobacco shops in New York City are subject to license by the city, and that license includes the right by the city to conduct regular inspections. It says they're usually conducted by inspectors, not police, and they're usually just checking to see if they're following policies regarding warnings, age restrictions, and pricing. Somebody else did say, though, that New York City, what was it called? Permits government agents acting to enforce business health or safety codes to act without warrant and without individualized, particularized suspicion. The case law is Camera v. Municipal Court.
For real?
Apparently, it says it's like certain businesses that are highly regulated, such as firearms, liquor stores, and I'm guessing tobacco, based on this.
They're just going to roll up and be D-bags?
Mm-hmm.
Must be nice.
Yeah, so typically they're inspectors, but that NYPD can do it.
Yeah.
Bro, come on, brother. Why do you like it? I don't know.
There's a link here that says maybe this place was selling cannabis when they weren't supposed to, and that's why NYPD's here.
Stupid. Bro, I don't know nothing.
Open the door there.
Yeah, multiple times.
New task force sweeps hundreds of shops suspected of selling illegal weed. Okay, so it's basically a like illegal weed raid.
But what I don't get
weird
is if I had probable cause to believe that weed was getting sold out of here. This means I sent a CI in, or I sent an undercover officer. I was like, yo, bro, I want that wacky tobacco. And they sold said wacky tobacco. I would leverage that for a search warrant, which I would get approved, likely potentially an arrest warrant, right? But at the very minimum, a search warrant to check that premises for weed. Upon executing it, I'd have just been like, yo, dog, here's my warrant. Get the hell out of my way. You wouldn't have asked anything. You would have showed up and been like, you're being served with a search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
Move or go to jail. It wouldn't have been the please open the door kind of BS. It's just weird because they never talked about a warrant. They just said they're doing a check. This is a warrantless check of this establishment. That's kind of sus. This is some stop and frisk shit. This would only happen in New York. I'd have a hard time seeing this happening in another state.
And you all outstanding. I know, but it's not. I'm doing nothing wrong, bro.
Okay, so open the door.
Yeah, but you know, I'm slightly open, but you not. You got. When I'm not telling you to do something, you do it. That's it. I know.
It's not how that works. You have to have a reason for it, officer.
But I know, but what?
小红书.
Whoa. Yeah, it's kind of sus. I mean, again, for all intents and purposes, could these guys be selling weed and not supposed to be? Sure, maybe. But at the same time, like, I have pretty strong feelings about prohibition in general. If you're going to be a state that allows it, I understand the licensing for it as far as a business is concerned, and that's a way for them to collect taxes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, from the law enforcement side, we're going to start. It's one thing to want the tax or to refuse them the business license because they're refusing to get the tax, or to penalize them monetarily, because you can totally do it. Put a lien on the business, do whatever. there's a way that they get you to pay your water bill every month without having an armed agent of the state show up and put you in handcuffs, right? I don't like seeing law enforcement being leveraged this way, especially if you're not going through just the usual steps. If I believe you're doing something that would be a felony there, you know what I mean? Just do it the right way. I don't know. I hate that stuff. There's also NYPD. I'll take 5. I'll half points it on that one. That's dumb. What is this?
Crashes into a car in Wytheville. Police charged him with driving under the influence, but doctors would later determine he'd suffered a severe stroke. Well, now he's suing the town for tens of millions of dollars, saying instead of getting the medical attention he needed, he was locked in a cell for nearly 30 hours. Target 7 investigator Annabelle Kinney has the exclusive report.
Dog, if he had a stroke and they locked him in there for 30 hours, they 100% contributed to medical issues, like long-term medical issues.
Lucky he didn't die.
This way. Are you driving this tractor trailer?
Yeah. April 26th, 2023, William Heim, a 54-year-old truck driver from Kentucky, crashes into an SUV on East Main Street in Wytheville. Sergeant Zachary Puckett with the Wytheville Police Department arrives on the scene. He begins to question Heim, who is clearly disoriented about the crash.
And you can barely speak. You're not making any sense at all.
Puckett suspects Heim is under the influence.
All right, partner.
And he has a PBT? If that shows 0 and he still went through with it?
I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to be honest with me, okay? Honesty goes a long way with me. What type of drugs are you using? What type have you used? Never in your life? No drugs at all?
Puckett also asked if Heim has any mental or physical disabilities, and Heim says no, before asking again about drugs.
Be honest with me, what's going on with you? Huh? Never used meth, anything like that?
And a few minutes later, he asked about drugs again.
Any street drugs? Marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine, anything?
So, I'm not saying this line of questioning can't work, but none of this has anything to do with whether or not he's taking them now, right? Did you take anything before you drove this car? Did you take, do you have a medical history of stuff? Did you drink anything? I think he's trying to search the truck, and he's used to doing that. But the line of questioning doesn't help with.
Well, but also, aren't truckers subject to that anyway?
Yep.
I thought
they're going to have to. So he's going to take the drug test no matter what. That's going to be a condition of his license. So typically, I don't know. This is probably across the board, but at least I know in Texas.
Keith would know for sure.
Keith, it was the one time we'd have Keith here. At the very minimum, your employer's making you do it. I'm almost 100% sure the state's going to require it too, but we'll see.
Speaking of
state boys on the highway, everything.
Is this really state?
I see it in the background. You see the sign?
Oh, I see it. That's fine. I'll allow it.
So the question is, what are your DUI factors here?
He's just saying slurred speech, I guess.
And is that
by itself is not enough?
Yeah, because if I don't know.
Because I'd still want some sort of alcohol emanating from his breath.
His balance doesn't seem off. Yeah, if you're not smelling alcohol, which is, I'm guessing why he's going for the drugs instead of the alcohol, because he clearly doesn't have it for alcohol.
But if it was weed, you'd smell it on him. Be hard pressed to not.
None of that. Okay.
And then alcohol.
You not had any alcohol? No. None last night? No. None today? No.
But not once in the 48 minutes of body camera video obtained by Target 7 does Puckett ask if Heim, who just wrecked his tractor trailer, is injured or wants to see a doctor. And no ambulance is ever called. Puckett gives Heim a series of cognitive tests.
Okay. Go ahead and tilt your head back for me.
And then a breathalyzer test.
Blow, 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 blow.
Court documents show Heim blew a .01, which is well under Virginia's legal limit of .08.
This time I'm placing you under arrest for operating motor.
I'd be curious to see how this actual SFST test went.
Sorry about that noise. It's making opening a box in the background.
Yeah, slurred speech is definitely a sign of a stroke. There's a couple other things you can kind of look for. A lot of times on this, in any collision, you would ask about injuries. What?
Wait. Was there only one? There should have been 2. Okay, I'll pick up the other one later. Okay. My battle box is here.
What is this?
So this is the coolest thing. I don't know if... Okay, good. He does know.
Here on.
So this...
I'll let this be bigger for everybody. I don't know.
And here is... It holds a whiskey bottle, 4 whiskey glasses. Lovely. Actually holds 2 whiskey bottles. Cigars up here. Comes with a lighter.
Bougie.
Cigar cutter. I can't quite tell right there. But then, if you pull this back... got your cutout for your concealed carry.
Oh, that's kind of bougie.
Look at that.
Hey, Juan's got somewhere to put the 1911. My dog.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, they can see it. The light's good. So pretty
Shrinking
neat.
us
So
back.
you can be drunk and armed.
There you go. You guys can get to appreciate that. Okay.
So I got 2 of those.
As
This one's the
whiskey, I
briefcase style.
approve. It's more patches to send to vigilantes. I'm gonna give.
Vehicle under influence.
Patches.
Where's vigilantes? There's some love there. That's hilarious.
Then turn around, put your hands behind your back.
More than 2 hours after the crash, Haim is lodged in the New River Valley Regional Jail on a DWI charge. He's given a universal drug screening, which his attorneys say came back completely negative. His blood draw showed he had no alcohol or drugs in his system. A search of his truck didn't turn up any drugs or alcohol. The lawsuit claims he was left in a cell for nearly 27 hours, disoriented and unable to control his bodily functions, including urinating on himself several times. But again, he's not offered medical care by the officers at the jail.
What's your last name?
The lawsuit says it's not until nearly 5 p.m. the next day that Haim's sister begs jail staff to get Haim help. He's taken to the New River Valley Regional Medical Center, where he's finally diagnosed. He's not drunk. He's not high. Doctors say he had a stroke. Haim was transferred to Lewisdale Medical Center in Salem, where the stroke was confirmed nearly 30 hours after he first had it. The lawsuit claims by then it was too late for him to receive tissue plasminogen activator treatment, which helps clear blood clots to allow blood to flow to the brain after a stroke.
Stand with your feet together.
It says Haim suffered, quote, extensive and permanent injuries, and that he's been placed under a guardianship and requires assistance for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
This happened to my grandpa. Not the police side of it, but his
stroke.
Let's say less than helpful other half thought he was drunk when he had a stroke. He didn't get treatment for like 2 days. He finally did, and yeah, my parents have to take care of him now. Was this county? Tell me this was county. Oh, looking for. Does it say?
Check the report.
Ah, dang it!
Well, check it because you can't trust local news media as we covered. Check the little reporty thing.
This doesn't help at all.
No, you scrolled past where they did the.
What are you looking for?
No, go back to the video.
Oh, I see.
You see where the paper shows up there? See if that.
Including urinating on himself, was left in a cell for nearly 20 seconds.
So he went to the county jail, but
yeah,
I'm
looks like a
assuming
dark blue uniform.
This
so
is police, yeah.
Take the L.
Oh, yeah, that's -10 for sure. But all cops are great. Dumb. Part of this is probably just some ignorance on part of the officer. Doesn't know what he's looking at. And he's just treating everything like it's a DWI. Like, I don't know. I do believe there should be a certain level of education involved, a lot of training, and definitely like an age minimum. You get some people who are just idiots, like absolute idiots, and I don't know. Not all cops are created equal.
Good evening. A man is assaulted by Henderson police after he tried to help them, and now the city has to pay nearly $500,000. Thanks for joining us. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus. 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy obtained video from that incident, sat down with the victim and his lawyer. Now, we do want to warn you, it is graphic.
For Jim Herndon, it's been 6 long years since he became the victim of excessive force by Henderson police.
This bad situation got out of hand and things just spiraled.
He was an assistant store manager at Sportsman's Warehouse. Officers arrive after a call about an armed shoplifter. Here, officers approach the suspect and he runs.
We had a firearm.
Herndon,
I didn't know what he would do.
a former law enforcement officer for more than 2 decades,
Just instincts from lots of years of training.
intervenes.
I recall jumping on him.
But he never expected what would follow.
I saw stars.
This is Sergeant Michael Gillis ramming Herndon in the head with an M4 and using a stun gun.
Somebody had my...
We've talked about it. You want to be a good Samaritan.
No way.
had their hands wrapped around my throat and was lifting me up, so I peeled fingers off my throat. Got hit a few more times in the face.
He says he suffered multiple injuries, including a concussion, and he has permanent nerve damage and some memory loss. But there's one moment he can recall after the incident.
They kind of chuckled and said, "Hey, we must have mistaken you for the bad guy." And it was really at that moment that I was kind of like, I felt like, well, they're all standing out here getting their story straight.
He later reached out to the city of Henderson
To even do the complaint and do the follow-up with that. I mean, they don't make it easy at all.
In 2021, attorney Marjorie Huff filed a lawsuit against the city, Sergeant Gillis, and 5 other officers.
It was very clear to me that, number one, the police had...
That I was going to get paid is what she's going to say.
Had no plan, that they escalated the situation to a point that it did not need to escalate.
It was safer to have more people.
This is Sergeant Gillis on the stand.
And you would not change a thing.
No.
He testifies the incident tarnished his reputation, a claim Huff is ready for.
But you had previously had excessive force complaints for punching a woman in the face?
There was questions on it, allegations, yeah.
You had allegations against you for sexually harassing women at the Starbucks where you would do your paperwork?
I don't think it was that wordage, but yeah.
Also for inappropriately selling weapons?
Yep.
Voiding traffic tickets for friends and family?
Yes, I did that.
5 to 10 inquiries about using excessive force by Internal Affairs?
Sounds probably right.
You've been placed on leave with pay
why aren't the media
4
showing
times.
the good that he did, Josh? What about that time he helped the pregnant lady after telling her nice booty cheeks?
That's wild. I'd have been unemployed and in county on one of those, dude. Bro.
Yes, ma'am.
What types of incidents cause an officer to be placed on leave with pay?
Shooting incidents where somebody dies or there's substantial bodily harm to that person.
And then the verdict, the city of Henderson must pay $450,000.
What stands out to you about the Henderson Police Department after handling this case?
They clearly have a culture that allowed this to happen. They had...
I tell you what's wild, too. None of the other officers hit this guy. But that dude just runs in there and just do it, bro. If it was
with his rifle,
an ununiformed patch of skin there, it was getting tagged. Like Brady lists V2 for this guy. He didn't lie about anything. He's not dishonest. He's just sus as hell.
Mafula Trekkie said, when people get angry about cops never being punished, this is the type of cop they think about. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
It's 100%.
No, I'm with you.
Him, poop sandwich cop, like,
dude.
Dudes that just go to a different department.
Because that's wild. One, like, it sucks because they had chances. That's what pisses me off is they had, heck, at my old department, there's a guy who's a complete idiot. There's a guy I had fired out of the academy, and they now have that dude teaching other officers. And Bill and I were just talking about this offline, and I won't dox who that guy is, but I was like, in what universe does that guy's conduct ever want to be something you want to see replicated with other officers? Like, in what universe? You need warm bodies,
the guy that smelled weed even though he just had COVID and couldn't smell it.
Admitted
yeah,
that he had COVID and couldn't smell anything. And I remember looking at him being like, I ain't touching this. You say whatever you want. Wild. Are you accused of being the worst cop? Sounds right.
No.
I was gonna say this can't be that good of a lawyer either. When you only get $450 for that.
Could have done more.
Could totally gotten more.
Where's
We've seen way less pay out way more.
And I'll give some to chat too while we're at it. That'll count for both.
No intention of properly investigating either the incident or the internal affairs investigation. The whole thing was just a big rubber.
None of these dudes are hitting this guy.
Stamp. We're just going to say they did the right thing.
Look at him.
It was never about money.
Rifle. Also, completely unnecessary for him to do anything at that point.
I'll be honest.
You got
sticking your nose in there. Well, and sticking your nose in there with a rifle. So the only time, and I have rifle butted somebody before, but the only time I did it is we're doing a building search and I'm in the front, and all I got is a rifle in my hands. Well, I can't really ditch it and go hands on. I'm literally just button this dude to get him to back up so that I can let hands team handle the guy, right? Like, I really shouldn't be trying to go hands on with anybody, because if I lose control of this rifle, it's a very big problem for everybody. And it's like really cumbersome. There's no holster for my rifle. It's stuck to me through a sling. So I don't know.
You think that guy and the pistol whip guy are like brothers, or hang out in the same
dude, for sure.
Cop training class?
I was literally about to say they're preparing their street cop training resume.
I'm sure they'll end up being a speaker at one of those seminars.
My only hope is that it's enough that it will make Henderson change their ways, and I worry about that.
He says the video shows the moment his life.
He did great, to be honest. That's just an off-duty.
Changed forever. Still difficult to watch, but he says he hopes his story may inspire others to seek accountability. Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now.
I don't know who he's punching though.
Attorney Mark.
Yeah, might be punching the guy on the bottom.
Big L. Probably take 20 for that. That's pretty bad. It's just not.
That's another one of those like, hey, be aware. If there's a, this is what, because we talk about it a lot with the school shooter type situations and stuff, where it's like, hey, if you, don't be having a gun in the school shooter situation,
right?
For one thing, but if you happen to be in a mass shooter situation and you end it yourself, or you are there trying to help, like, you can expect a reaction like that.
It is like
as well.
Red light, green light, and that's how fast it'll be. Green light's like, hey, I am the first responder right now. I have a very small window of opportunity that I can intervene. You're in a mall, something crazy like that. This guy pops off and you're about to go be a hero. The second you down that guy, you're like, now I'm the shooter. You know what I mean? Like, that's all anyone else is going to see. And not just law enforcement, but what happens if you just happen to be at the J.C. Penney that it's going down on, and some
guys with a gun,
right?
All don't know what the bad.
Yeah, like it's a hard.
Goodness.
It's same thing for law enforcement. Like, you're showing up, like, it's hard to know. Let's say this guy's trying to prevent his kid from getting kidnapped, and all I see is a dude holding a kid, running from a guy with a gun, and I smoke the guy. Because I think I'm seeing a guy trying to kill a guy with a kid in his arms, when I don't realize that that's the dad trying to prevent a kidnap. You've no idea. It is such an incredibly hard judgment call to make.
I mean, we saw that one, I think it was Vegas, where the guy runs in, there's two people fighting over a knife, shoots the wrong one.
Yep. Just people, I don't know. And you should, and when it hurts other people, you should be held accountable. There are certain circumstances where qualified immunity should be applied, but there's a lot of these situations where I'm like, dog, even if it is, how do you let that guy keep working there?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
After the, like, first incident.
Especially on some of this misconduct stuff, dude.
Yeah.
You're over here sexually harassing people on duty, and you're like, And maybe it's something like in the gray, like it's unsubstantiated, like they just didn't like police and they saw an opportunity. But then he's going off doing some other random bullshit. You're like, okay, like one victim, air quotes, that's maybe in the gray. Like I totally had people that complained about the use of force that I did sometimes. Guy beats his wife, jumps out of a window, and I got to go catch him, and he's armed. The way I approached that guy probably did not feel very wonderful.
You sexually harass him.
And you know, you're oil checking a dude that won't show you his hands. Yeah, he's going to be pretty mad about it. But they're going to look, and they'll investigate it, and they'll be like, no, this was completely within the way that he's trained to do this. There was, again, I'm not yelling a bunch of dumb stuff. I'm perfectly in control doing my job. Versus, you know, yeah, the same thing where the guy's just minding his own, but you flip me off and I'm doing the exact same behavior. Like not okay.
Chase stopping 100 miles per hour came to an end.
Shit. My mouse. There it goes.
North Carolina. Oh, there it is.
They stopping everything.
Carolina.
After a trooper purposefully crashed the car, it led to an arrest some say went too far.
During that arrest, you can see troopers on top of the driver hitting him. And there's that video. It happened after they did what's called a pit maneuver to stop that vehicle.
WRAL
Now, though, hits like that when you have somebody fully controlled, air quotes, or at least fully pinned down, could look bad. The only time I'm going to bless this is if you believe this guy's got a gun.
And he's hiding his hands?
Right. Because a lot of times what'll happen, now, turtling up like this, you might be fine. But you'll have it where they'll do that, and you'll watch, I call it the chicken wing. You'll see that elbow come out, which means he's reaching down toward his waistband. And in that case, I don't punch you in the face, I might have to kill you. And this is better than me killing you. So I will give you from that perspective, if given no other option, you're stuck, that's better than putting a gun on the guy's temple and saying, well, you let me know how you want this to go down. I've done at least one of those.
Investigates Cullen Browder joins us now live to let us see and hear what happened. Cullen?
Deborah, we received an anonymous tip about how this chase ended, so we went to court to get the dash cam video. The video and the audio clearly show this was a very tense situation. The question, was the use of force justified? This is how the October 4th State Highway Patrol chase ended at Highway 264 in Wake County. For perspective, let's start about 25 miles earlier on westbound 264 in Wilson County, when Trooper Austin Batchelor hit the blue lights when he noticed this Honda sedan going 101 miles an hour. The driver takes off, at times reaching speeds of 120 miles an hour, weaving in and out of traffic. Other troopers join the chase.
Raleigh, he's still all over the road. He's nearly sideswiping traffic, left and center.
Stop sticks cause the driver to spin out, but the driver then rams the trooper's car and takes off again.
Fled going 100. Rammed a police car. I mean, what do you want him to do? Like, at the end of the day, I don't sound shitty, but like, what if he had hit your car? You know what I mean? You're like, oh, hell no, beat that guy. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying, like, in that moment where
you are treating this as a deadly force situation.
Right. So the amount of force
because deadly force has been applied to you.
Yep.
Through the use of video.
Raleigh, he's driving in reverse. He just did a J turn.
Put him there.
I'm taking him out. After other failed attempts to stop the car, Trooper Batchelor uses a so-called pit maneuver to force the...
It's a actual pit maneuver, not a so-called.
It's a PIT.
I tell you what, man, the news is doing poorly today.
Driver off the road and into the median safety cables.
This one is at least not immediatally doing conclusion of bad policing. They're like, let's analyze it a little bit.
Right?
Yeah. I'm just asking questions.
Treating this like a deadly threat. Sin for no weapon-mounted light.
Stick your hands out the window! The trooper breaks out the back window for a better view inside the car. As the driver emerges with hands held up,
he's holding a...
No, he doesn't. He's holding a flashlight.
And gun. What a bad time.
Yeah, that's policy.
I've had to do that before.
Losers.
It's an object, which turns out to be a cell phone. Batchelor swings his flashlight, appearing to hit the driver's arm.
Advice to suspects, then just let go of your cell phone.
Also, like, you ran from and rammed patrol cars. So Guy minding his own business, walking down the sidewalk, gets approached like this. Here's a hill to die on, right? Like, easy lawsuit, easy whatever. But, like, I don't know, dog.
Troopers pounce.
Hey, don't give me up. Don't give me that. Oh, man. Come on, man. I'm giving you that hands, man. Come on, bro. Okay. I'm sorry.
The hell's your problem?
I'm sorry, man.
You realize how many people we could have killed right now?
Yes, sir.
You're an idiot.
I'm sorry.
Excessive use of force.
We showed the video to Kerwin Pittman, who serves on the governor's task force for racial equity in criminal justice.
It's just out of control and it's out of order. It's really somewhat triggering.
Not an expert.
Continuously why.
It's like, actually, you'd be better off asking me. I watch more of these than he does.
Was there a more gentle way to do it? Sure. I totally get that. But my question would be, and this is what I challenge people with, because we were talking about this with Georgia, and GSP or Arkansas State Police, but they'll pitch you for nothing. They'll pitch you at 110. They don't care. If you're going to pay out in a lawsuit, would you rather hold that money as a taxpayer that maybe you were a little too aggressive on apprehending a felon? This is a fleeing violent felon at this point. It's ag assault on a peace officer and potentially ag assault on other people because it's a hit and run and all that stuff, right? Or would you rather save that policy money for families that die because you failed to, or they got victimized or whatever, because you failed to apprehend a violent felon? Like, that's kind of the caveat. Liability is going to happen no matter what, right? But, like, that's my beef with this. Is like, though I understand where he's coming from, I have no issue with having some level of civilian oversight or having advocates. You have family advocates. You have a bunch of stuff. Where I have beef is that if they don't interview the other side of the fence on this, I'm going to be pissed. Because I understand where he's coming from. He is trained to, and his job is to find racial inequity, right? Mm-hmm. That's what his training's in. That's what his advocacy's about. I have seen this happen, and this became a thing back in the fun year, right? Where we would have guy beats his wife within an inch of her life, takes the kid hostage, and they had an issue with how we apprehended him. Didn't kill the guy, didn't maim the guy, but, you know, he had to get tuned up because he was resistant and using a kid as a human shield after almost killing baby mama, right? And the whole time the scrutiny was on how law enforcement approached what was a very dangerous situation, as opposed to whether or not this guy had earned that amount of use of force. There should be accountability on both sides of the fence. There's a good argument to say that there's this whole court of criminal appeals, right? Like, you have a judge, you have attorneys, you have police officers that are designed to punish the suspect, that you should have something to advocate for the victims. We would argue it's constitutionally protected in that you get an attorney that lets you do that, but they're reaching for civil lawsuits and a violation of constitutional rights, which really should sit within... oh, man. I'd be curious to see how many votes get on this. Mm-hmm. Immediate no.
Yeah. I'm looking at, like, the amount of time left, and I think maybe they do.
Maybe.
But I'd also be curious. So one of the things that kind of, when all of these new divisions of, like, you know, civilian oversight boards and all that stuff started coming out, sure, they have training probably, but like, is there transparency to that training? Where is it coming from? How is it being conducted? What's the difference between, because I mean, you look at police training, right? When you are evaluating these uses of force and coming out with recommendations,
right?
What is your expertise in any of this to be making those recommendations? Or are you just a random civil servant with like a sociology degree who's like, well, punches look bad to me, so any punches are bad?
It's a big reason why, like, not to trigger anybody here, but, like, let's say a sexual assault happens, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to advocate for a SANE exam because I want to preserve any DNA evidence. I am not allowed to conduct that until a victim advocate shows up. That victim advocate's not a police officer. They're not a healthcare professional. They're specifically trained. Sometimes they're nurses or they have like a background in nursing, but that they typically are trained specifically on, it's like trauma-informed questioning and stuff like that. Their job is, if that patient in their case or victim in my case is having a hard time advocating for, her job is to see that maybe there's something wrong, or their job. And to be like, when that person doesn't know what they want to do, they have somebody who's there to be adversarial to my investigation, because their concern is the comfort and the lack of trauma to that individual. My job is to get the bad guy. And my training, my experience, and my desire in that moment is to get as much possible evidence to get that bad guy. I do get training, shout out to Texas, on a trauma-informed response to this, but it's still not my objective. Right. And so I'm glad.
It's also not technically sufficient because you just do not have the hours.
Right. And it's also not.
You're triage, right? You are a field medic for emotional trauma. You just get to plug the wounds and get them and put some morphine in them and get them to somebody who knows what they're.
But it's a big reason why Texas stopped for a second. And they're like, well, what if it is a kid? Does this guy have the educational background or experience, or can we even attempt to try to give them the amount of expertise needed to cater to that need? And if it's a victim, we should cater to that need. They're a victim. That's the whole point, right? Same thing with, again, my victim in that instance should have somebody that they don't care what the doctors think. They don't care what they care what that patient, because that patient might not have, or that victim might not have anybody else in their corner. And guess what? When mom's there, I have the discussion with mom first. This is what I want to do. And if it's coming from you, it's probably going to sound better than it's coming from me. Because the suspect, guess what? Was probably a man, okay? Probably doesn't want to hear this from me. Same thing with doctors. There was times where we were very lucky that the charge nurse was like, get that loser out of here, that loser out of here. They would get an all-female staff because she knew it would be less traumatic. And like, shout out to them for doing that. Because again, their interest in that matter is comfort, right? So, but anyways, Sarah sent me a headset and I only wear it in voice chat because I have an anxiety attack if I wear them on stream.
They're talking about old streams when the volume was not as.
I used to yell.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 17% saying yes on that they asked the cop's opinion. But this is my only, and the reason I bring this up is when you have people in this specific set of circumstances, I don't think this is a bad person, and I don't think the function that he serves is a bad one. I do believe there should be some level of, hey, is this too far? But it is
also, is this, for me, it's more, is this ready to implement right now? Because a lot of what implemented was done in the heat of the moment in response to political pressure, without a lot of oversight on themselves, without a lot of, and so what you get is this hodgepodge thrown together thing where when you do something like that, when you respond hugely to one pendulum swing, the pendulum will eventually swing back, and maybe the thing you did is going to cause a huge backlash. Is exactly what happens. Is like a lot of people get pissed because you have a lot of, just like you said, too far.
The town is not Emancipate. This is Emancipate North Carolina is the organization's name that placed him there.
Yeah.
Watch videos like this, hoping that they would get it right.
It looks rough to the general public that don't have to deal with controlling subjects.
Wellington Scott is a retired trooper who now...
Dang it, I gotta eat it. I gotta eat my words. Okay, hold on.
I called it.
I gotta give points to society.
I know my media.
Gosh dang it. They did good. I'm happy. At least
I have media training.
You do have some. I will give points to media for that. I was so ready to like burn that to the ground. I was like, these douchebags.
And bonus points.
Yeah.
They got a black cop to do it.
That's true. That's kind of sus.
That's how you know these producers know what they're doing.
They knew what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a cop.
Whatever.
He's a trooper.
He's a troop.
Trains law enforcement as chief operating officer of the National Command and Staff College. After viewing the video, he called the chase textbook. As for the arrest, he notes the driver was on his feet in less than a minute after takedown.
Adrenaline is flowing. And now they've got to get this guy under control. And they want to get him under control as quickly as possible.
People are going to see punches. They're going to see some knees used there. Is that appropriate?
I'm not saying, yeah, it's appropriate to smack the heck out of somebody, but that was all in an effort to get that person under control for that moment.
Highway Patrol declined to be interviewed, but in a statement told us, quote, the driver was not immediately compliant and distraction strikes were utilized by members to effect the arrest.
It's extremely egregious to see him continuously be hit. Now, distraction strikes, one may call it, I call it excessive force.
Troopers walked the driver, now identified as 48-year-old Robert Etheridge, back to the patrol car. In-car video shows grass in his hair, but no visible bruising or blood. A paramedic checks him over.
Sir, you hurting anywhere? No, sir. Where at? They kicked me all in my face.
And at his request, an ambulance takes Etheridge to the hospital, where he was cleared and sent to jail on multiple felony charges. The force used during the arrest remains a source of debate.
It was rough, but
so I'll give some pushback on this. So as someone that was discouraged from stuff like distraction strikes because of optics, right? I was taught Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu based leverage based techniques, right? So Gracie Jiu-Jitsu designed this really cool system. So while these guys are doing either open hand strikes or closed hand strikes to big parts of your body, so this is like the back of your arm, the middle of your back, like your neck. Like they're not really trying to punch you in the face. They're not trying to seriously injure you. They're just trying to cause pain to get you to comply or to distract you long enough that you don't reach for a gun. I was threatening to permanently injure someone's arm. I said, I will break your arm. There's a lot of times when I would have people say, and I had the capability of doing it, right? Would you rather me snap your arm out of socket? I mean, completely, I'd be snapping the big old bone in the up. I don't remember what this is, not the brachia. This is up here. I don't remember what
not the femur, right?
No.
Femur's in the leg?
An arm bone.
Okay. Funny bone.
I can't remember what this bone is. Not the funny bone. Ulna's over here. I don't remember what this is called. There's the radius. I can break the radius. But would you rather be within a couple of pounds of pressure away from snapping a bone in your arm or getting hit in the face? Or not even that in the face, getting hit in the back or the neck or whatever. You tell me which one you think feels better. Like, especially long term. That was a lot of times where I knew I had to use enough pressure, or like even like a wrist, like when we call it goosenecking, but you would crank someone's wrist, you're putting a ton of stress on the ligaments within their hand, and it makes it probably hurts for weeks afterwards when we have to use like a lot of it. When it's like a very high stress, we think the guy's armed, it's a felony in progress, this guy gets ripped to the pavement, that looks a lot better as far as optics, but is it more or less force than a distractionary strike? I know we've been conditioned to believe that the strikes look bad, but you could do awful stuff to people, and it looks like it's a tactical hug. And I know I'm putting them under a lot of and you'd hear it on Bodycam. The second we went to the ground, and it would make it to my report, got to the ground, did not get compliance, so immediately went to an approved hidden arm technique to gain compliance. Immediately you'd start hearing screaming because it's painful. I knew it was painful. Getting put in a figure four because somebody's controlling your legs, crazy painful. You feel like your ACL's about to rip. That's what I'm gonna get at. Yeah, rotator cuffs getting ripped, like the whole nine. We were putting a lot of stress on people, and it was effective and it looked a lot better. But I would argue that I might be using more long-term injury causing techniques just because they look better than an open hand strike might to somebody that might cause a bruise.
Do they, as Custode said, does it encourage more compliance?
Yeah, it hurts a lot more. Yeah. And two, it's also harder. It is a helping to accomplish getting them in a handcuffing position, which is why I still argue that it's a better tactic to use than like an open hand strike or a D strike or what that one douchebag did and hit the guy with the gun. Unless it's the only option you got, then fine, whatever. There's sometimes it's the good option, right? But in general, it is getting them. All of these techniques are designed to get you into the handcuffing technique or to get compliant as quickly as possible, but they're crazy painful. As someone who had to be a test dummy for some overzealous smaller female officers, shit hurts.
So I would argue, as the outside looking in, right, as the person who has to watch the optics,
right,
I think both for the optics, but also like you said, because get to kind of do two things at once. You are both applying the paid, but you are also doing that at the same time as you're trying to get them into a handcuffing position. That seems to me more worth it than a punch, which is only accomplishing one thing, which is to create pain. And depending on the coin flip of who you get, they might comply or they might just get more pissed off.
Right.
You might just jack up their adrenaline a lot more. They might harder.
It's always my beef with Taser. Taser's only pain compliance. Now it gets them to stop moving for a second, which is kind of cool. That's only when it works.
Yeah. Also, you got to be quick enough to do something about that. A lot of times that we've seen them just stand there, and it's like, that's not helpful.
Google says the upper arm bone is the humerus. Humerus is exactly what I meant. I have felt someone's humerus bend.
I called it the funny bone.
Yeah. You? Like literally under a full, it was a Kimura, basically. I had been a modified. I felt it bend. And the guy started screaming. And then I realized I had pinned him. Like I had pinned his other arm because I'm on top of him doing this to him. He's like, I cannot. He's like, I'm trying to comply. And I backed off a bit and I was able to kind of lift him up by his shoulder cuff so he could pull his other arm. He's like, whatever, you don't do that again. And I felt it give a little. And then I was like, yeah, I probably stress fractured his humerus. Poor guy. It's a bad thing.
Got the draft. Going. Not happening. Approaching. Steve Riddle's. Hey, people ask that dumbass question. Yeah. All right, he's getting off. On to Pleasant Hill. Going Hill. Get out the way!
You know, it's kind of funny. This behavior is actually stress response. It's really funny, but some people, this is just their... I have watched people come out of a car accident with a very similar attitude or disposition. I'm not saying they're not having fun, but this could also very well be that he's very stressed out, and this is just how he stems from it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of it. I couldn't get over. What's up, pimp? You all right? All right. That was like 30 miles. That was like 30 miles. That was pretty good. That was a while. You what? The other guy? No. We go for the weakest link. Here we go for the weakest link. Which is you. Yeah.
Yep. That's funny. So it says state boys, but I saw municipals. We will go ahead and give points to both. I'm only giving 5 because they didn't really do much. You caught a guy on a motorcycle.
I wanted to hit pit.
I wanted a pit. We just talked about using too much force.
What's the point of GSP if it's not going to pit?
Bum. I giggle when I get stressed. I have watched. There's 2 adorable things Emu does. Are we ready for story time with Emu? When she gets eepy, she gets a little bit sleepy. The accent comes out. It's really adorable. She starts hitting us with the aboot.
What's that aboot?
And sorry. It's really adorable. And then the random giggling. Oh, wow.
Oh, it's Australian. I got excited for nothing. No, I'm kidding.
Jenny Fireman. Been watching you guys for a while. Wanted to say thank you for the great content. Awesome job. Have a drink of your choice. I will be having a Zivia.
A Zivia?
I have a, that can get a, I can
now I got to break out my whiskey. Where are you? Oh, it's back there.
You took points from state. Oh, my bad. My dyslexia kicked in. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. It's because you went from negative to positive.
Well, thank you. So it's Jedi Pirate Man.
Jedi Pirate Man.
Which cracks me up.
Jedi
well, thank you for your generosity.
Man.
I do not deserve it, but I do appreciate it. It will not help me pay my bills, but it'll help me keep my wife from getting angry because I spend about 20 to 30 hours a week doing this. Thank you, because it's because of y'all that we have a channel, and I appreciate it. If you have a law enforcement related question, drop it in the chat. You're gonna be there.
I will answer it for you. And then Josh will correct me.
Probably.
Should only come when there is a known violent offender. And then in many cases, there are still other ways to track those individuals down. This is video from January of 2024 when Arkansas State Police chased Noah Cargill in Fayetteville. Authorities say Cargill was driving recklessly when a trooper tried to stop him. Investigators say Cargill fled, sped up, and swerved around cars. eventually losing control and crashing head-on into Dave Pemberton, who died. In May of 2024, Pemberton's family called for a review of the state's chase policies in general.
I am pro-law enforcement, 100%, absolutely pro-law enforcement.
Why did they gray him out? There's no reason for this. Hey, I have a Texas accent. I get made fun of periodically, and also like struggle to read due to dyslexia when I have to do it out loud. So I don't feel bad for anybody getting made fun of.
This one's for Jedi Pirate Man.
Dog, my guy. Also, what a Chad.
But everybody's accountable.
Because it's good.
And everything could be improved. And what I really mostly want out of this is either improved training, better policies for these officers.
ASP now says its officers will now move to end a chase immediately.
Because he's dead.
By, quote, putting them in the ditch, referring to the wanted suspect. I asked Assistant Professor of Criminology at Arkansas State University, Dr. Angelo Brown, about the move.
I'm sure they have good intent, but in America, we believe in innocent until proven guilty, and they're potentially putting someone's life in danger, including suspects, kids, or other people in the car. That happens quite a bit on the.
I understand where he's coming from, but that has to do with the court system, right? So you were provided, per the Constitution, you were provided the opportunity to confront your accuser. You were afforded the opportunity to have a trial by jury if you choose. You actually can't in Texas. You can't even waive it if it's a capital offense, which in a lot of these cases it would be, right? And then you get professional help, like to defend yourself. You have every right to that. If you can prove indigency or whatever, or if you're bougie and you want to go pay for your own lawyer, you can have a team of lawyers. You're allowed to call forth experts. You're allowed to subpoena people. You can force people to come to court to talk about what they know to defend yourself, right? And the burden of evidence lays on law enforcement. As it stands for vehicle pursuits, the body of the crimes, you're running in a police car, like you're running from a police car, like a marked unit. And so the idea of the presumption of innocence is kind of dumb. Like, let's say you're speeding because you're trying to get your kid to the hospital or something like that. Unless it's Officer West, right? Like, you can suss that out pretty quickly. You stop the car, you see it, you're like, oh, this guy needs like help now. In that case, maybe they do like a police escort. I have taken somebody's child to the hospital code before. We weren't waiting for EMS. It was taking too long. We just do that kid. I said, Dad, scoop the kid up. I'll put you in the back of the patrol car. We're going straight there because I can go code. And command staff was fortunately very cool about it. They did not write me up for not going code to an emergency. That's a medical call. It's not I was like, we're 2 miles from a hospital. I can get him to urgent care now faster than he can. And so they were very cool about it. But this idea of I do not ever want to leverage the presumption of innocence against the safety of society. I think that there's and not in the sense that like, I don't want to get too Orwellian where you're like, well, we decide that this is not safe. This is real, articulable, exigent situations. One loves and adores me and knows I'm a cool guy. But if I was waving a gun around in a store, he'd be like, oh, like, I love you. And I think you were smart enough, or I thought, should I say, during that situation, to one, not do this, and two, possibly not hurt somebody with it. But currently you're not really putting anybody. I'm not going to hope you're still in a good presence of mind, despite the fact you're giving me a lot of evidence to the contrary, that you don't at the very minimum just have a really stiff punch to the face to get you to stop doing what you're doing if it means preventing harm to others. That constitutionality of the freedom for the pursuit of happiness and safety and security, that sword cuts both ways. And that this is kind of my only counter argument to what he's saying. He's assuming that the pit is unjustified force, even though it could cause the death to somebody else.
These pit maneuvers.
Dr. Brown says the safety of troopers is also jeopardized.
Unless you're chasing Mike Myers or Jason Voorhees or Tony Montana. Now, I will say this, what you chase for and what you're willing to pit for, I do agree. If it's not for a felony in progress, like guy robs a bank and takes off, different, right? Guy just chooses not to stop for me for a speeding ticket, you're probably letting that go. There's stuff like that where I can totally agree that there's definitely, you want to do no harm. So I think your pursuit policy would fix a lot of this if it's worth pitting them or not.
Authorities are also trying to prevent people from fleeing law enforcement in the first place by threatening harsher sentences for those who do. But Brown says it may not work as intended unless the offender is aware of what's at stake.
The actual suspect needs to really know themselves what the penalties are. Most of these people probably really don't know much about the law. It's so complicated.
Wouldn't matter.
Really deter them.
As also not an affirmative defense to prosecution. Well, I didn't know, so.
Yeah.
They didn't pit OJ. Exactly. They could have saved us a lot of taxpayer money.
Knowing the sentence is only going to stop people who follow the law.
Right.
People who are breaking the law think they're not getting caught. That's why they're running.
Right.
Are they thinking rationally at the moment? They're probably in fear of their life.
Dr. Brown says typically a suspect will feel the need to get away once they think their future is in jeopardy, even resorting to using a weapon if they have one.
So why would you let them do that? like I don't know. I genuinely, and this is, I can say this because I'm in a position of privilege, right? I would be all for abolishing police if you allowed citizens that decided to be idiots and take the law into their own hands, some level of qualified immunity if they wore body cams and could protect themselves. Nobody wants that because that's a terrible idea. You have none of the training, none of the command staff, none of the transparency, none of the anything, right? None of that, right? But that's effectively that's your only other option to what you're trying to say here. Is like, well, they're not in the right mind, so if this is just a natural reaction to police interactions, we should just let them do it. I'm like, well, if you're just going to let people do stuff, then screw it. At that point, like, just going to have a roving band of people that think they're Batman, you know, going off and taking the law into their own hands, because then I just run, because I know the police won't chase me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's a very odd line of thought and pretty tone deaf to, like, the regular human experience. I think, too, conversely, this type of discussion really only holds water academically when you're the person having to do the death notifications, or when you're the person that's having, and I've had to plenty of times, somebody broke into their house, held their wife hostage, took all their stuff, and then left. They're like, what are you going to do to make sure this doesn't happen again? And I'm like, patrol? Like, I don't know. Like, how are you going to catch the guy? I took fingerprints, you know. I'm looking for people with Ring cameras. I'm seeing if we have any, like, video evidence nearby. But, like, he's probably going to be Gucci for at least a couple weeks until we can figure out who this guy was. And they're like, so this guy that broke into my house, held my wife hostage, stole all my stuff, you can't just go catch? And I'm like, no. Like, I don't want to lie to you and say yes. Like, no, we're going to do everything we can. It's a bad feeling. I've had to be on that end of the fence. So, like, it biases my perspective towards wanting to see more force be allowed to be used, especially when it stops situations like this. But if these guys saw specifically this guy and then the dude on the whatever Emancipate board or whatever, if they're willing to come out and publicly support the actions in Uvalde, I'll eat everything I said. Like, that's good policing. That's what you want to see. If they're willing to come out and double down like that, they'll show themselves the idiots that they are. But I don't know that I buy this. We're going to take some from society on that. This guy's dumb. Why is he wasting our time? And then I guess State Boys for doubling down. Give points. I hate that they're so far ahead. We're getting through there. It's a long stream.
2024, police responded to a residence in Holman, Wisconsin for a domestic incident.
Oh, we hit 111. Oh. Here's 75 is going to put us at 95. Bro, chat's crushing, dog. I'm pretty proud.
Year-old man named Tyler allegedly arrived wasted at a residence where the homeowner had temporarily allowed him to stay. He became aggressive, attempted to kick open the door, and forced several individuals to hold it shut. At one point, he even brandished a knife. Police responded quickly due to the weapon, One individual restrained Tyler in a headlock until officers arrived, where he resisted arrest before being taken into custody. Tyler was subsequently booked on misdemeanor charges of criminal damage to property, resisting arrest, and disorderly conduct. He was released the same day on an $800 cash bond with conditions prohibiting contact with the residents. 18 hours after his arrest, dispatch received a report of Tyler urinating on the roadside. Given his history of alcohol misuse, past resistance to law enforcement, and the fact that he was headed toward the residence he was ordered to avoid, multiple officers responded to the scene. An officer soon observed Tyler lying on the shoulder, reeking of alcohol, after a 7-mile hike fresh out of the La Crosse County Jail.
Dispatch update.
What's going on, Tyler? You good?
You know my name?
Yeah. You alright, bud? What happened? I saw you fall.
Yeah, I fell.
You hit your head at all? What? You hit your head at all? Did you hit your head?
Napping illegal?
Do what?
Is impromptu napping illegal?
No, but
I guess if your feet are on the roadway.
So he's currently got a welfare check at the very minimum to make sure this guy's okay. I could articulate the PI as long as I get some more intox factors. Yeah, have you been drinking, smelling the alcohol?
He doesn't look like a wine drinker, bro. No.
Yeah, I was gonna say they were very generous and put the wine up there.
Yeah.
But at the very minimum, yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure you're all right. Did you expose your penis in Alaska?
What? Someone called in and you're just wearing the same stuff that they described. No.
No? Where are you headed to?
He gets it.
Holman.
What are you going to do up there?
Take my truck and go home.
You know you have no contact up there, right?
So we're 2 bonds on him.
I do, but
and you're...
how else am I going to get my truck?
Misdemeanor bond, he's got no contact with a couple parties either, right?
Are you intoxicated? How are you going to drive, man?
Is that not a no-go? Wild.
Probably not that.
Do what?
Oh, he's putting on new gloves.
Oh, maybe he's putting on like non-steriles. Like nitrile gloves or something.
I'll just have you stay seated for now. Nope. Don't get up.
No, don't
Great
get up.
tactic.
You're going to fall.
Excellent tactic. Look at this. I'm a proud dad.
Over, hurt yourself. You already bloodied up and everything. You got cars coming. You don't want that.
Make sure you're good, man. 768-135. You're going to make contact with the complainant and figure out what we're going to do here.
I literally just got out of jail. Walking to my truck.
Did you walk all the way from the jail to here?
Yes.
Oh, did you really?
Yes.
How long did that take you?
2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it would. Yeah, it's quite a walk. So, your truck's on drive still?
Yep.
Okay.
I want to get out there, so...
What's your plan once you get your truck?
Go to my dad's.
Good drive.
Yeah.
He saw what our guys last night.
Eventually, the officer who had arrested him 18...
So oftentimes, this guy gets out of the jail, walks down the street, just steals, like shoplifts some alcohol and gets hammered. That's how this typically happens.
hours earlier, arrived at the scene.
You've been drinking though, haven't you?
I have not.
You have not?
He's like 6'7" when he stands up. He's big dude.
I just want to see you get in your truck and drive anywhere. That would make sense. You got a phone on you or anything?
What?
The phone on you or anything?
Phone's on you, yeah.
You got a phone? Could you got to call somebody? You can hold somebody, right?
I got it.
Yeah, okay. Should have just called somebody for a ride. That would save you a lot of time.
I'm almost there.
I mean, yeah, relative from where you walk from, you're almost there, but you still got probably 2 miles to go.
Why are you holding me down? Why?
He's not holding you down. He doesn't want you to stand up so you don't fall over.
I'm not going to fall.
Just stay. Just stay.
Great
You're good, bud.
Holding me.
Hey, just stay there.
Tyler, just take a seat, man. Here, buddy. It's fine. I just want you to sit too.
Can I please just stand?
Here, have a Skittle. Let's talk about it.
No, can I please just stand up?
Tyler, I know you talked about so I talked to you last night. You mentioned staying at your dad's house. Is that not working, or what's going on with that?
Did I talk to you last night?
Yeah, there's a lot of people there, so you probably don't recognize me.
No, I was blackout drunk last night, so I don't know.
I got you, man. Have you been drinking today at all since getting out?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you being honest. Okay, did they explain your bond conditions or anything at the jail?
No contact, yes.
Okay. So the problem is... You are right now, yes.
Why don't you let him stand up?
Did they explain why we were called here? So we were called here because somebody drove past and called in that you had your piss out and that you were peeing right next to the road.
Get that dick out.
I need to get my truck out of there. So
You can't drive, dude. You're hammered. You can't even walk.
I'm not hammered.
intoxicated.
I feel like this is gonna be a.
I've already stated his intentions are to go get his truck and drive. I was like, so just real quick, I don't know. I'm guessing
Yeah, so he never saw any junk, but he turned his back to the road and was just peeing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can push a DC, but...
Well, that's what we were just discussing. I mean, he's not super cooperative. He said he's going to walk into home and get his truck and drive. He's drunk. The problem is we let him go. He's just going to keep following. He's going to keep kissing.
The complainant said, yeah, so the complainant was southbound and drive by, and this guy had his back.
No, he knows that. Right. He's like, well, they don't know I'm there.
Get caught in the rain.
I don't remember any of it.
And you had a piss him. I can't believe he's not on no job.
Public intox.
You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
I think he would rather that, though, than see his son go back to jail.
I've been to prison, dude. I don't give you a ride, man.
Somewhere else, though, because you're not...
Oh.
Let's get you somewhere safe. That's it. They're trying to help you.
I mean, you gotta have...
Way to buy more alcohol. Meanwhile,
Where's the spotlight?
My heart was beating for a second there. I don't think I can keep up to that.
We got some stuff to take care of.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
police continue to closely monitor Tyler as he walked, stopping at a gas station along the way to buy more alcohol. Meanwhile, additional officers went to the residence to intercept him if he attempted to enter the premises.
Howdy. Hi. Which one of you guys was here last night?
All of us.
All of you? All right, so here's the deal. Tyler...
What is this, Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
Does Wisconsin not have PI? We found him so drunk he was laying down on the side of the roadway. He intends to go to his car and drive after being hammered. And has talked about going to a residence he knows he's not supposed to go to because he's drunk. And in an impaired state, he is both a danger to himself and others. This is not a long narrative. You talk about the prior arrest. It wasn't that long ago. He just got out and walked to go get hammered. Like, this is not hard.
Tyler is on his way up here. He has no contact with you guys. He has no contact with the resident. He's made it clear that he's coming here, and we can't stop him until he at least gets drive. Once he gets...
Yes, you can. Is PI not a thing?
I don't know. Wasn't the Washington that we watched the other day where apparently PI is not a thing?
Yeah, Washington.
Yeah, so maybe Wisconsin doesn't. Let me look it up.
Wisconsin. A trailer park? No. Maxie, you dog.
He's going to jail, but I just want to let you guys know that his intention is to come up here and get his truck. He is...
Public intoxication is not a crime in Wisconsin, but being intoxicated and causing a disturbance is. So they can take someone who is drunk into protective custody.
So like an emergency detention.
Yeah.
Do that.
Well, they talked about it for a second.
Dumb.
But
dumb laws cause dumb stuff like this to happen.
Extremely intoxicated. So the off chance that we're not here, which our plan is to have all of our guys around the area.
Like comes close.
Yanking out your junk and peeing, even though nobody got offended, was very close to disorderly, and it was enough to cause alarm. You could articulate something.
Close to his truck, like I'm gonna call.
Even if you see him coming up the road, because my concern is he's gonna get in his truck and he's gonna drive. But
see, Maxie's saying they have to be causing a nuisance. Dog, PI used to be a layup.
Yeah, Indiana. That's the same thing with Wisconsin. From what I saw, they need to be causing causing an issue.
There's no
just being drunk in public is not a thing for them.
The Bible Belt used to go hard in the paint with that. How dare you hold and
they ain't anywhere near the Bible Belt.
That's true.
They're the Midwest.
That's true.
Do you have any problem with us being on the property? So there's a possibility that if he gets too close, we're just going to lay spikes behind his tire. In the off chance that he runs and makes it up here, we don't want him to get in his truck and make it anywhere.
His license are revoked.
Yeah, and I know that. And I dealt with him after he crashed his truck, and he just told me...
He has numerous weapons in there. Like, he's just, like...
Is he a felon?
Yeah, he went to prison for armed robbery or breaking entry.
Weapons as in firearms?
No, he has...
Like, knives and, like...
Stuff
like that. Well, there's a BB gun or, like, a small little rifle. Like, maybe BB gun or pellet gun, but that's about it. That's in it.
Seems like
vehicle search and discovered that the firearm was actually an air rifle.
Look at it really quick, Pa. Look at it really quick. We got time. You're good.
No rush.
So if they're not the owners of the truck, can they give you access to it for the search?
Do what?
If they're not the owners of the truck, can they give you access to it for the search?
My assumption is because they all live there, it's likely shared property. It's going to fall under that. So if we're related, so Juan's been so much of my life that my car's kind of sus though. Now I think about it. So like imagine we're roommates, right? Which is going to give you practically the same rights as my wife does to my property, you know, like it's the cars aren't shared assets. Like you can unlawfully use my car and I could rip, but like I couldn't say that my wife stole my car, but I can say that you did, because just unlawful use. Like it was unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, right? I'm assuming they're saying plain view, but that's kind of sus.
Would it be maybe because he's a felon?
It becomes
possession of weapons, potentially?
an issue when he becomes in possession with them. Them being in his car and him being in possession of them are very different things. You know what I mean? Like, not my pants counts when they're not physically on you. Like, does that make any sense? And so, like, the proximity does matter in that instance. This happens a lot of times when you have, like, 5 people in a car. Well, I find marijuana underneath the passenger seat. So who's within the general consent or term is like within arm's reach of it. So the driver could be in arm's reach, and the driver assumes control of the whole vehicle, but the passenger could have definitely had possession of it, and the back passenger might, but like the back, it's position number 4 for those of you that do crash reports. But the person in the driver's side passenger seat is the least likely to have possession, and it would be the hardest stretch to make it hit. Even with them knowing he's a felon, it would be hard. Yeah, it would be very hard to put him... Because I don't even know... Let's say it's a legit gun. Are you really able to seize that? Even though it's his truck? Because what if someone put it in there?
I mean, if he's a felon... But yeah, I guess if he's
that's what I'm getting at. He's not in possession.
It's not... Okay, so if he's, let's say, on probation...
Even that.
Okay.
Because until he gets to the car, right? Like, he's not in any level of possession.
Yeah, because I guess technically anybody in the family could have keys to that car and put stuff in there, right?
I have to be up in 5 hours. I must dip. Night, everyone. Shannon, it was wonderful having you here.
Good night, Shannon.
What?
What?
I didn't ask you anything.
Why the are you going through my truck? Is there any reason? Why? What?
Making sure you got the thing you're not supposed to have.
Okay, so am I being detained?
I never said anything to you. What? No, you're not detained.
Okay.
But then you're searching his stuff. That's a very... I could see arguments on both sides of the fence here. I can see both. This is that legally gray area where I tend to be more conservative. Versus, I know some people that be like, fuck that, search that car.
You're going through my truck unlawfully.
It's not unlawfully.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You're a convicted felon. You got what looks like to be a gun in there.
What?
You said you're a convicted felon, and you look like what has to or would be a gun in there.
Plain viewing it,
unless,
like you said.
Yeah, unless because like, oh, let's say you think it's cocaine or you think it's a kid, like then there's some exigency. But like a item that's not normally a prohibited item, right? There are people that can own them. I don't know, dog. One ear's ringing from Josh. White night is complete. I'm sorry, Shannon. Depends on who gets the better lawyer. I could see that.
Yeah, it's an air gun. Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
I don't think he's going to get more than a public defender.
Okay, so why the f*** you go through it?
Because we didn't know it was an air gun. Thought it was a real gun.
It wasn't in the open.
Yeah, it was concealed, which doesn't make it very easy to see, right?
So,
so
if the family told you it was an air gun, and then you went in there because you think it's a real gun, and it's all on Bodycam,
right?
That argument falls apart a little bit.
Sus. Like, this guy's just too poor to afford a lawyer. These things matter, dude. Like, a lot.
Oh, you couldn't see it? Why the f*** are you going through my truck?
So we could see it. Are you just going to stand there all night? Or will we...
They told you it was there. You said it was concealed. That means you can't see it. This whole thing stinks now.
What are you going to do? I'm asking you. You're the one standing out here.
I'm the one.
They could inventory it to get it off property. That means they would have to tow it, which means you'd have to have a lawful reason to tow it. Blocking somebody in, something like that. Like, you can't just tow it for fun. That's theft.
I just told you, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Sounds good.
Ooh, typical cop answer. Okay.
What's your plan there, boss?
What?
Are you just going to walk around, or what are you going to do?
It's a free country.
Okay. Are you going to get your truck?
Oh, you guys already got it.
I don't have your truck. It's sitting right there.
Out of here, cops.
You're good to go, dude. I had ran that report, and she doesn't know why. She doesn't know if the judge didn't do it or if her office didn't ask for it. Because we don't know this, how long ago. Get on the ground. You're under arrest. Get on the ground.
On the ground now.
He went on property. Okay. I don't like the taser deployment, but
What's
he's not on probation.
What do they say? They're calling it the no drink. Is that like a condition of your release type of thing?
Yes, but that would have been a condition of his release on the felony, maybe, which I'm assuming they didn't have. But that's a probation violation. So it would be a condition of his probation. He's out on bail, which is different. There'd be no condition to that, probably, outside of certain acts like this. But they had to be expressly stated.
Mm-hmm. So him being on the property is violating the no contact, correct?
It works kind of like an emergency protective order or something like that, like for a domestic.
Why?
Get on your knees.
Why?
Get on.
Put your hands behind your back.
We're gonna get a surveyor out there to start measuring the property lines.
Right?
100%.
Unlawful.
That'd be a good one. Yeah. I'm sorry. It was a survey from 1852. Actually shows the property line 2 inches over this way.
Mm-hmm. It matters. Mm-hmm. It matters.
Title wasn't properly shifted from bro. I had to do all this crap in oil and gas. It was so annoying.
Mm-hmm. You're under arrest for bail jumping.
Why?
You can't step foot on the property.
I can't.
You were told that several times. Made it very clear, dude.
He's fallen a couple times.
718. We're 95.
I don't know.
We give you every option in the book, Tyler.
Why are you going to my truck? I'm on the later property, by the way.
Pull over.
I don't have any weapons. He's on my property. To protect and serve.
You're gonna hop in, bud.
Wait,
Yeah, you're really going to jail.
Really?
Yeah. You're no contact with the president. Come in.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
You did, and I warned you that you were going to go to jail if I saw you later.
You'd like alcohol?
Like, this would be a technical example. Alcohol,
He
Asked if he had a problem with alcohol, and he said alcohol is a problem.
Office, they informed us.
Cash bond. However, it was later ultimately, along with the charges he faced earlier that day, he was also charged with misdemeanor bail jumping and initially received a $300 cash bond. However, it was later changed to a $500 signature bond. Almost a month later, Tyler was arrested again on charges of resisting, disorderly conduct, and criminal damage to property. Given his bond conditions, it was likely another alcohol-related incident. Want a deeper look into the channel?
Shit makes me sad. You know what?
This one's for you, Tyler.
I'm actually going to take points. The taser deployment, the lack of PI, disorderly, whatever nonsense that is, and then...
So if you don't have, if PI is not a thing, is it disorderly conduct that you would be getting him on?
Yeah, some sort of breach
pedestrian
of
in a roadway when he took half a step over onto the road. Like, what do you?
Pedestrian roadway would be hard.
Yeah,
I could see it. I don't know how you.
Would you just NED him and be like, hey, he's a danger to himself or others?
The only downside with an NED is it's going to require a mental health component. Though this guy is definitely suffering from mental health issues, none of it is going to be diagnosable. It's going to be like, your boy's depressed, but did he make an act? You know, did he state he wanted to harm himself? You know, is he like, you have to lack a certain level of culpability for it to be like you're on the spectrum or something wild like that. But typically I would need like an overt act to want to hurt yourself, a plan that you've actually articulated, or that, like, imagine you're like very mentally handicapped, and are doing acts that, again, there's still this like requirement for a danger to yourself or others. The NED would be hard. That's kind of why PI is a little easier. That's why we went that route. That's why you always see me PI for everything. It was like our easy button for most evenings. And I was a midnights officer, so almost everybody was drunk to some degree. They were drunk or high on something. High was a little easier to articulate. Drunk could be complicated because, like, how drunk, and then what was their conduct that made you believe they were in danger.
Interesting.
But typically, on people like that, they've almost always fought. I almost never charge them with resisting because I'm like, well, they're drunk. There's some cope. If they lack the culpability to be safe for themselves, do they have the culpability to resist, right? And not just forget that I'm a cop and, think that they're getting mugged or whatever. Things I thought about as a police officer. And I had people that thought differently than I did at my police department, and they would charge resisting, even though I was there, and they're like, were you going to do use of force? I was like, no. I didn't use any force on this guy. He pulled away a couple of times, but like we didn't throw him to the ground. We didn't do any of that stuff. And I don't know. There's a whole back and forth. I'll save the rest of this. It's already like 12:30. I'm not going to keep everybody that much later. It's a 5-hour stream. So I did save here. This is for Emu's notes. Man gets released from jail, makes the fastest trip in history. Ohio sheriff.
We just did that one.
Oh, is that really what it is? Oh,
yeah, that's the one we just did.
So Ohio sheriff pulled woman.
That's a short one. That's 3:18.
All right, we'll do it.
Only on Fox 11, a retired LA County sheriff
6 hours straight,
now serving as a sheriff in Idaho, finds himself on the hot seat tonight over several viral videos. Critics not only questioning actions during a public hearing, but claiming he's receiving disability pay from Los Angeles while very much working in Idaho. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez has been digging into this. She's live with what she uncovered. Christina.
Yeah, and you know what? Let me be clear. There is nothing wrong or necessarily unusual about somebody having retired from one department and working at another. It happens all the time. The issue is being seen on video, controversial video being criticized, grabbing a woman and trying to remove her from a meeting while you are claiming a disability over here and getting paid for it. It's just one of many critics, one of the many things critics are saying. Here, let's just show you.
Get up or be arrested.
Video of Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris threatening to arrest Teresa Borenpol for her loud, out-of-turn comments during a town hall meeting in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Arrested for what?
Now, one of those voices is this woman who was sitting by Borenpol.
There were people standing up. There were people shouting. I don't know why he went after her, and she was sitting in her seat.
The sheriff tries to physically remove her, which is being questioned and posted all over social media because Norris, a retired LA County lieutenant, is listed on the Transparent California website, drawing a retirement from LA County. Which,
dude, you want to be upset as a taxpayer in California? Go to that website. Dog, you got guys making literally, and I am not exaggerating, millions of dollars. As a police officer. Dog, there's some sussy amount of money getting thrown around there for retirees, but that's neither here nor there.
That gets you a condo in LA.
It really does, for real, for real. But they'll retire from there and then just move out of state.
Mm-hmm.
And be literal millionaires.
That's why our houses are so expensive here.
Mm-hmm. Damn right.
Include more than $150,000 in disability. Sheriff Norris eventually asks two men to remove the woman.
We were saying things like, who are these men? She's being assaulted.
Who are these men? They are wearing regular like Carhartt jackets and caps.
If he's identified himself as the sheriff and is acting as such, you are allowed. I mean, this is in law, right? It's sussy, but it's in law. If you were being disruptive, it's kind of similar to like court, right? It's why they have minutes. It's why they have like speaking times. Why they have whatever. If you were interrupting a city function, so like let's say the mayor's doing a hearing or the city council's doing a hearing on proposals for whatever, doesn't matter what it is. They have to allow, as the city council, they have to allow people time to speak, but you can't just be randomly yelling at a turn where nothing would get done. It is an offense in a lot of places to interrupt those types of proceedings. So there is some legal leverage that can be used to arrest you or remove you from it. Basically, like very similar to like speaking at a turn or being in contempt of court. Like you have a First Amendment right, but if the court's doing stuff and you're getting in the way of the court being able to do its job as a government function, it's basically interference.
Contempt of court.
Contempt of court. And then a officer can deputize individuals to help them successfully do an arrest if they feel like they're in danger. And I guess if you're an old man that can't pull a lady out of a chair, maybe you need it. But
he's disabled. Of course he can't.
Yeah.
So, one thing I will say is none of what he was doing made me think that like that's not something someone with a disability could do. Right. Like he was very gently tugging, clearly not very strong. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Wasn't acting as the sheriff. He's a private security company. That's different.
Oh, that's so, yeah, no. This is where...
I tell you what, Frag's out here for blood today.
Mm-hmm.
The city council has since taken away the security company's license to conduct business in the city. Good on that.
Yeah.
And it has to be, it does have to be a law enforcement officer. It can't just be Joe Blow.
So, and this is my other concern, and maybe this is technically legal, but it's also one of those things where it makes me sussed out. If, like, if you're just wearing a regular jacket and a regular hat, the same as everybody else here, and you just go, hey, I'm a sheriff and I'm going to arrest you now, like, either be a uniformed officer or I'm probably not going to listen to you.
True.
Because why the hell would I? You're just an old dude getting mad at me for being rowdy in a meeting where probably everybody's being rowdy because it's a city council meeting.
And even security oftentimes will wear a uniform of sorts, labeling them as security. So it's
a
not
patch
weird.
that says the word security, bro.
So I tell you what.
Something.
I'm at a meeting and you grab my wife.
Undercover security?
Good luck. That's all I'm saying, dog. You better ask, tell, make. And it better start with ask or you're going to have a fucking problem. And again, try that in Houston. But yeah, that'll do it. Something of note, private security, not cops. Also, town was pretty took to private security. Yeah. So there it is. Get wrecked.
The men helped Sheriff Norris remove Warrantless, never answering questions from onlookers. What authority? The Coeur d'Alene Police Department tells Fox 11 they're investigating the incident, saying they recognize the right to free speech. They also confirm the two men helping Sheriff Norris are not cops from their department. They work for a California security company. And that, quote, the business life...
It's a cabal of California cops. Duh. Cat Die Hunter said, this is my city.
License for Lear Asset Management
has been yelling at a city council meeting before and been out like this.
No kidding.
Were these the thick thighs you were hunting?
These were the thick thighs he was hunting. I'm gonna say we're gonna take.
Yeah. Do you take from? I guess you have to take from Deputaz, right? Yeah. Even if he's retired.
Yeah, but we're gonna take from Deputaz.
He probably was doing this thing while he was on duty.
And then we're gonna take from admin.
He was a lieutenant.
Also for the city.
And then would the security count as vigilantes?
No, they were there. They were there on contract, but still
fish cops.
Ooh, that's good. No, that's good. I'll take fish cops. Okay, we'll get rid of that one. Okay, my head vigilante here wants a Canadian one. Where'd it go? Which one? Which one?
Not the taser one. We'll save that one for next time because we'll probably need a happy one. There's supposed to be a Mountie one. What happened to that one? Did you not pull it?
I pulled everything they had.
I swear I saw it. Maybe you got removed. I'm gonna check right now. Dun dun dun. Here it is. It was like, you sure you didn't pull him from Thursday?
No.
Let's see. Here you go. 20 years after 4 RCMP officers, something.
I could have swore I pulled this one.
Oh, it is right there. It's literally the middle one.
It was a wonderful town.
I went over it. Dumb. This one, right?
This lady, yeah.
Okay, well, I have it open now.
Until this happened.
We're doing it.
It's not.
Greg Canal often stops here.
Just know that you guys can thank Emu for this video.
That's
right. Reflect.
When I come here, I often
is for
think
you,
about
RCMP.
how close Anthony Gordon's reg number is to mine.
Just 154 off his own badge number.
I kind of think that sort of sets it home for me when I see that number in particular. Makes it just a little more personal.
Kneller had only been on the job for a couple of years. He was stationed in another Alberta detachment in Okotoks, and he remembers getting the news.
I was working the day that happened, and I remember my staff sergeant coming out of his office. He was always a very jovial person, and he came out just white as a ghost.
It was a Thursday, March 3rd, 2005, around 10 a.m., when 4 RCMP constables were sent to a farm just outside of town. Anthony Gordon, Leo Johnson, Brock Myrle, and Peter Sheeman were there to execute a search warrant, guarding evidence of a marijuana grow-up and stolen vehicle chop shop.
That is a sussy building, dog.
The amount of organized crime that happens in Canada is kind of wild, dude. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't happen here in the States, but like
clearly it does.
But like randomly out in the middle of the boonies, they got some sus operations.
They have a lot of empty space out there.
Hold on.
I think
I have Mrs. Josh from OnlyCops. Hold on. Yes, still.
I think it's something like 80% of the population lives within like an hour of the border. Something like that.
Okay.
Everywhere else is crime land.
That's probably what it is. Probably cheaper out there too.
Yeah.
RCMP had been to James Roscoe's property the day before, and Roscoe was thought to have fled the scene. But court documents show 2 men, Dennis Cheeseman and Sean Hennessy, gave Roscoe a rifle and a ride back to his farm. James Roscoe ambushed the constables, gunning down all 4 of them, and then shot himself. It was the largest multiple officer killing in contemporary Canadian history, and the nation mourned. Cheeseman and Hennessy were convicted of manslaughter and served prison time for the roles they played. A public inquiry was held, and people in Mayerthorpe rode a wave of emotions following all the ups and downs.
I knew the guy who shot them. I was ashamed of knowing the guy who shot them. But he's long gone. I do not allow him any space in my mind.
Margaret Thibault won't even say his name out loud. She worked at the RCMP detachment in Mayerthorpe and lived the headlines in this scrapbook.
I worked with the victim services with the RCMP, so when it happened, I was in the office. I realized that there was hundreds of people that were going to be devastated by this. And we all started trying to help people. And I did that for quite a while. And then after about 3 months, I burned out.
Instead, she decided to channel her energy into raising money for a living tribute to the boys, as she calls them.
They seemed like boys because they were so young. And so we got together, we did all this stuff, we raised one.
But also, shout out to Victim Services. We had an entire unit just for that, doing the Lord's work. It's like social work on steroids. Like good on them. But yeah.
$0.8 million because we thought it was a way for people to deal with their grief.
The Fallen 4 Memorial Park opened 3 years after the shooting.
Grief has to move with you. You have to find new outlets for your grief, and it's a different grief today.
Now she gives tours of the park that's just behind the local library, and she'll be front and center for the public memorial.
I think this will be the last one because a lot of the people who know about this are no longer involved.
Believe in the possible.
And the mayor says many who weren't even around at the time.
These are all new additions to our town. They've all been born since that tragedy. My oldest grandson is 16. He lives here in town, goes to the high school. And I've got 3 younger ones that go to the elementary school here in town. And we've got lots of other new people that have come to town since then.
Janet J. Bush says it's been a
struggle. Going on behind you. Just like, let's do a little TikTok dance.
Struggle for the town's image.
Sadly, oftentimes you go out there and if you're talking to somebody who doesn't know what's gone on in the 20 years since then, if you say, I'm from Mayerthorpe, they go, oh, isn't that place where those 4 cops were killed?
It's wild. What? In America, most major cities, you go to like Dallas PDs. I bet I can look it up.
Oh yeah, the wall of fallen officers. When I was gonna say like, being the place where JFK was killed was the Dallas's claim to fame for a super long time.
Bro,
might still be like internationally.
Like they've lost like a battalion worth of people. Like it's wild the amount of people that have died in the line of duty for Dallas.
Apparently before photos were a thing, 'cause
some of these are like legit from.
Yeah.
1923.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1892.
Bro, look at those hats on the right.
Yeah.
They got the British copper hats.
But like, dude, it is wild. Like it's a bad.
Kevin P. Marceau got the biggest hat out of them all. They gave him like
just a big old hat. Yeah, but it's a I don't know. It's I think a lot of people, and we have a lot more people here in America. We're also like probably a lot more problematic overall. Like as a we're a bunch of countries slammed into one is really what we are. In the same way, like if you look at like Mexico, right? There's parts of Mexico that are just gorgeous and don't have any issues, and there's parts of Mexico that are like
gorgeous but have a lot of issues.
Right. The food probably gets better on that sliding scale, right? Yeah. But anyways, like it's a hard. We had the badge that I have, and unfortunately there's got to be another name on it because he died after I left. But our badges had every single name. I think we had 7 at the time. Every officer that ever died wearing the uniform, and it was weird. I remember when we had the pinning of our badge, like when we finally graduated from academy and all that stuff, it was a discussion they had. They're like, hey, like you're now going off into field training. Everybody that puts that uniform on every single day has a chance to be on the back of that badge. Please don't let it be you. It was kind of like the discussion you have. It's a weird thing. Service members probably have a very similar feeling about that type of stuff. I was having a discussion with my vigilantes about this, that after the Dallas 5, I was like very on the fence of whether I wanted to go to officer school in the military because I just got out of college, or whether or not I wanted to go into law enforcement, and that had kind of pushed me over towards law enforcement. Because I'm dumb, I guess, or whatever.
A chance of death,
like, yeah, I was like, well, and the idea to not to give any credence to Juan's savior complex criticism, but I see people getting hurt, and it feels bad to me, being an able-bodied person, and also having like a good mind for treating people fairly, but also having some level of capacity for violence. God made me not short. You know, I don't need a booster seat to get to places, right? Relatively athletic and at least able to dispense that type of force fairly. I had plenty of opportunities. I had, to this day, I still remember vividly every single one, but 7 easy opportunities where I could have shot him and I'd have been fine. They would have said, good job, pat on the back. After like the 3rd one, I'd probably be like, maybe you don't need to work here. You're killing too many people. But like, these were very obvious uses of force where this would have been very grateful I didn't have to. But, what bothers you on the back end of those things is, had I not made that decision and had it turned bad for me, you end up being on a memorial, they name a street after you or something like that. Or it's something dumb. I used to feel bad for just the random people that was just like a random act of violence and people would die. And I was like, at least
or just getting hit by a car while you're trying to conduct a traffic stop.
Yeah. Wild stuff. Those are the ones that killed me, because I was like, I'm over there lighting flares on the freeway and you're like, oh, like a guy just died last week from this, or a guy died today. But you still have to go out there and go help because somebody's stranded on the freeway because they didn't put gas in their car. I don't know, dog. It's a weird space. I definitely think it's like because it happens. There's linemen that die, like working on Encore and stuff like that. I'm sure there's photographers that randomly get too close to the edge periodically. I'm sure it happens. But
cameraman never dies.
Yeah, that's true. That's a thing. But it's a different.
That's why I'm terrified when I'm on stream, because I'm in front of the camera for once.
Yeah,
this is the most likely time.
RCMP's Fed Boys, right? We'll give RCMP. Was that 4? We'll give them 2 per, and then we'll give some to society. We'll give them back some points here. But it's a weird. I don't know. It's a weird space. It's not for everybody, and I definitely think that it can be stressful at times. But I'm gonna sign off. You guys got me till 1 o'clock this morning, so you guys have a wonderful. It was a 5.5-hour stream. But we love you guys. I hope you guys stay safe. We will see the rest of you guys on
We
Thursday.
can make it 6 hours, Josh.
No.
We can do it.
But we will see the rest of you guys on
Bucket
Thursday.
list.
And I still have some love from Little Duck asking for the super chat of the 24-hour stream. And this $100 super chat still up there. Jedi Pirate Men, thank you. We do love you. I hope you guys have a wonderfully safe rest of your evening. And for everybody else, I will see you guys on Thursday. Bye-bye.
Bye. Make it 34 hours.